We're back! Take two, guys. Sorry about that. A couple of audio issues there, but we are back and we're here for day 2 of the Disconnected Esports Open single elimination bracket. And we have 4 teams competing to win it all and take home our grand prize. And speaking of prizes, we've had many sponsors throughout this entire event that we need to talk about today that have been providing prizes to not only chat, but we'll be providing prizes to the players as well. And starting that off is going to be Quokka Mousepads. They have been the ultimate sponsors for quite a few of these Australian esports events. They're an OCE-based mousepad vendor that allow you to either purchase from a pre-existing range or upload your own images onto mousepads or onto playmats as well if you're into more of the tabletop card games, you know, Magic the Gathering as well. I know that's been picking up steam. A lot of my friends are playing it at the moment. Our top 2 teams are going to be receiving 5 $50 vouchers each. And in addition to that, they're also giving away a 25% discount throughout the entire event using the discount code DEO 2024. Massive thank you to Quokka Mousepads for that. We also have True Apparel, who is a long-standing partner of the Disconnected Esports organization. They are a clothes vendor that will make jerseys, they make streetwear, athletic gear, and much, much more. Their store has so much different variety there as well. They're providing us with 5 $20 vouchers each for our 3rd place teams and have given us the Disconnected Esports jersey to give away. So if you want to cop a Disconnected Esports jersey and you want to look pretty cool, pretty stunning representing the organization, make sure you go and check out the Disconnected Esports Twitter page. Make sure you do the Gleam.io sign up and get yourself a chance to win that pretty cool piece of merchandise. I know I've already done that, so I'm hoping to take it away from you guys. Sorry to interrupt that. Massive thank you also to Blizzard ANZ for working with us to create better grassroots event opportunities for you all. We don't have a battle pass this season. Don't fret, because Blizzard has given us battle passes that we've given out throughout the streams already. So they've already been given away, unfortunately, but it's still a massive shout out to Blizzard for providing those to us. And the last shout out that we have to give is over to BC Custom Computers. This is an upcoming and new PC business based out of Queensland in Australia. You can buy individual PC parts, you can get custom PCs, you can build your own PCs with the components, and taking the hassle out of any sort of cable management, because everyone knows that cable management is the worst part of building a PC. And for DEO 24, they've graciously provided us with a whole different bunch of goodies that we will be giving out through chat throughout the day here, including, but not limited to, a G203 mouse after this first game. And then we'll be going into different prizes as well. So make sure you enter in the chat ! giveaway to get yourself a chance to win that. They're also providing the MVP, the first place team MVP, a completely new PC. So keep an eye out, keep a lookout, make sure you stay tuned in so that you can see who ends up winning that amazing prize as well. Without further ado though, we are going to be trying to get ourselves into the game as quickly as possible, and we have an amazing semi-final matchup to bring towards you here. We have Good For You taking on Code Red, and these rosters have been formidable throughout the tournament. Code Red coming off of a 3-1 against Supernova recently, and Good For You coming off of, I believe, a 3-2 victory as well. Starting off with Good For You, though, we have Speed 75 and Proxies on those DPS. Fantasy over on the tank. Soaks and Jazzy rounding out the lineup, rounding out the support lineup as well. And looking at these heroes, you're looking towards more of that Brawl-style, Junker Queen, Jotes kind of composition. I'm really interested to see how they're going to be playing that out as well, especially because Juno is in such a good spot at the moment. You really do need to try and find a way to get on top of the supports there. Juno, Brig, and Juno Ana especially, very difficult to get on top of. But these aren't the only formidable players that we're going to have in the lobby. We also have Code Red. They have Andre, Azent, ODP, Pugs, and Whirl as well, rounding out this roster. All of these names should be familiar to people who have not only watched the tournament, but have also watched previous tournaments such as AOE, AAOL, and also, of course, Basic Masters League as well. All of these players extremely talented in their own right. And with this kind of composition, you're looking more towards the dive style. It seems to be what they prefer. So very interested to see how the two different compositions are going to be playing against each other and who's going to come out on top. But those compositions also depend on the map pool that we have, and we have a pretty cool map pool to go through here. Starting us off, we're going to be going over to Lijiang Tower, and that is going to be a consistent theme throughout tonight's proceedings. Then we're going to be going over to our hybrid maps with the choices of Numbani, Kings Row, Eichenwald, and Hollywood. Our escort maps with Circuit Royale, Watchpoint Gibraltar, Route 66, and Rialto. Our push maps with the choices of Runasapi, Esperanza, New Queen Street, and Colosseo. And the control maps, should we need to go to a map 5, is Nepal, Oasis, and Antarctic Peninsula. All of these maps allow so many different kinds of compositions. I'm really intrigued to see what maps the loser of the previous map picks to try and get their team back into the game, considering the compositional differences that we've seen from the starting lineup as well. We are going to be looking to go in to our maps very soon, but I'm very intrigued at the moment because I think that this battle is going to come down to the tank players for both Code Red and also for Good For You as well. ODP, obviously, very well-known tank here in the scene, and we are just having a little bit of a delay at the moment, so if there is anything that comes through a little bit late, apologies for that. But to continue on with my point there, ODP is a very well-known tank, and we've seen ODP perform in a variety of different tournaments. We've seen Code Red perform in a variety of different tournaments as well. They are coming off currently a 3-1 victory against Supernova, who were looking pretty good throughout this tournament, whereas Good For You, they're also coming off of a 3-1 victory against Avoided OCE. Now, Avoided OCE may seem to be one of the stronger pieces of competition in this tournament. They did end up in the same position as Supernova there as well, so maybe the same kind of quality opposition there. Both teams ending their standing stage quite high as well. Both Code Red and Good For You tied up with that #1 seed, so it should be an absolute banger that we see here, and with the compositional differences as well, it should be a really interesting matchup to see as well. Going into Lijiang, though, you do see a lot of different varieties in these compositions getting played. Obviously, you can see the dive compositions coming out. You can see those rush compositions coming out. It will come down to the team's coordination, and also it will come down to some individual brilliance, especially from, again, in my opinion, the tank players. A little bit of a biasness as a tank player myself as well. We are still looking at getting into the game currently. I believe that we are just setting up a couple of last things. We still have the servers down, so it is quite interesting at the moment. We are just having to wait and see what's going on throughout these things. So we may quickly just go to an intermission for now and see if the servers decide to come back up or not, and see whether or not we can get this started very, very soon, so you guys don't have to hear me waffling on for ages and ages. So we will go to a quick intermission, and we will see you guys on the other side. It's take 3 now. We have sorted out all of the issues there. ODP not in the game. Oh, come on, ODP. I was gassing you up, man. I was really gassing you up and trying to get you there. We are actually in game at the moment, so we're going to be swapping over to our live feed of the game over on Lijiang Tower, and we're starting out on Night Market. So again, both styles of compositions here can really kind of thrive, and it really depends on how both teams are going to play. We do see those rush compositions where some teams will just teleport over to the point. We are having a couple of issues with the speed at the moment, unfortunately. So we are just currently getting that back and sorted. There we go. But it seems like we've got Code Red coming out on this Orisa style composition with a Symmetra, with the Ashe, with the Juno, and with the Brigitte as well. And good for you going with their Junker Queen composition, also going with the Symmetra. This is just going to be about who can get on top of each other here. Code Red possibly with the advantage, but a lot more brawl damage available there for good for you. In fact, both teams are going to end up swapping over. We see the Pharah pick coming out from the Zen here. Good for you. They're sticking over towards the Ashe and the Echo, but it's going to be Soaked getting taken down almost immediately. The Juno from Code Red getting the first pick, and that's going to force Good for you back immediately. Without their healer, they can't really engage into this composition, into this fight. It's a good knife there onto Pugs, but Pugs peeled for there by their Orisa and by their Pharah. But now Juno has gone down here for Code Red. For Code Red, they have to fall back. They managed to cap up the point here, but it's just stalling for time. Good for you now. They can get all their players back. They can try and engage. It's going to be Andre that gets taken down there. Ironclad finding the pick. Carnage coming through from Fantasy, finishing off Pugs. Ironclad as well. A great knife coming through there from Fantasy. Won't be able to finish off the Pharah, but with Renako going down, it will be Code Red losing this fight. And good for you, ticking up their first percentage here as well. Now building up towards these key ultimates. Good for you, almost had their Juno ultimate online, well ahead of Code Red's ultimate. Probably expect Good for you here to play a little bit slower and just try and farm that ultimate, maybe get some damage on, but it's going to be a Zent getting taken down almost immediately. So now Good for you, they're going to press their advantage. They're going to start moving forward. There's Ironclad coming in with the flank, the sticky bombs connecting on to the target, but unable to get that focusing beam online to finish off that kill. Now a little bit of a reset here. Renako trying to walk forward, trying to get through. They have to find their way. Andre getting extremely low. Renako putting pressure now into Fantasy as we see Azent going on to the point, falling extremely low as well. It seems like Code Red right now are just surrounded. Fortifiers come out. Ascent manages to find Ironclad. Now we see there is the Orisa ultimate being utilized. It does pull a couple of people in. They don't get the finishing blow there, but they do manage to finish off Fantasy afterwards. The blob comes out, but is booped off the point, booped off of the map. Code Red will win this fight, will take the point for now. Good for you though. They banked up a lot of ultimates, but so have Code Red. Both Juno ultimates online, both rallies online. Azent though has this barrage. It could cause mass pandemonium here for Code Red. Awesome. Echo there. Fantasy needs to be careful. Gets speared, almost taken down. Has to use the commanding shout. There is the rampage though. Connects on to quite a few members there of Code Red, but it's going to be the rally that is answered out here there from Pug. Ascent also using their barrage, managing to catch on to speed, and Jazzy going down as well. Good for you. Will have to fall back despite using their rally really late into the fight as well. Fantasy does get a consolation prize of killing Ascent. Manages to get back and get the mega health pack as well. But now we see there's a flick trying to come through here from Good for you. They think they can win this fight. It's the duplicate over onto the Brigitte, trying to walk over towards the point, maybe build up their rally here. They're focusing down their Pug. Now it's just going to be the Juno ultimate, the orbital strike coming out. The rally gets cancelled out by the duplicate ending, but Speed manages to find Pugs in the meantime. Azent back over towards the Tracer now. Finds Jazzy, and it's going to be Soaks who goes off the map. Renako using their Javelin, finishing off the Brigitte. Now we see Speed going down, and it seems like this fight once again goes in favor of Code Red, despite looking on the back foot, but Fantasy is still there, or by the Lonesome. Now it's a duel, 1v1, the Tracer versus the Junker Queen. Not a lot of health there for the Junker Queen, but a couple of headshots finishes off Azent. It will be a fight win now coming in for Good for you as the reinforcements come through. Fantasy stands strong, stands tall, stands like a queen. Code Red now, they have to back out. They used absolutely everything into that fight. They have to try and build up some ultimates here. Pugs is going to be the closest. What a Jagged Blade coming out there from Fantasy, who has that rampage online, looking to let it rip. now decides to use it. It's a great rampage as well. They get on towards the Ashe, but they miss the Carnage. That could be crucial. They don't manage to finish off the Ashe. Finally, they manage to kill Andre, but it's a lot of pressure being put onto Fantasy. 6 HP, getting taken down. But in the meantime, good for you. They managed to flank around. They finished off the rest of Code Red. Renako, despite doing a lot of damage there, is going to get finished off by Speed. We're going into potential final fight territory, and that's even if someone from Code Red can touch the point. Can anyone get there? Even if they do, Soaks has that rally available. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to touch, and that is going to be point one, going in favor of good for you. But in very close fashion as well, it really came down to that one fight where Fantasy was able to just clutch up on the point, stay alive, finish off the Tracer that was there to contest, there to do the damage. And now good for you, they're in a winning position here to take map one of our first series. Immediately we see adjustments coming in here from Code Red. They're sticking onto the Tracer. No, they're actually going over towards the Mei now. And Andre has swapped over towards that Cassidy. We'll see if that stays to be the case. We see the Sim TP is probably going to come out here. Good for you, using Ironclad on that Sim there. Speed 75 going over towards the Genji. So they're really looking to run this Jotes composition here. Ironclad going over towards Cassidy here. The Juno, the Brigitte, and the Junker Queen taking on this Orisa composition from Code Red. Renako just standing on to the point. The Speed Ring has already been utilized here for Code Red. So they're going to have a difficult time trying to engage here, but it's just going to be slow play until Renako gets Jagged Knife into the fight. It is a disengage coming out from Renako, utilizing their Javelin to displace Fantasy and force the rest of the team back. Lots of headshots here onto Fantasy. Fantasy can't take too much poke damage here, but they're not going to be able to come in. It's a good Mei wall there to stop the rush. Now with the Javelin, they just force the Junker Queen back a little bit, but the Speed Ring comes out here for good for you. Code Red in the meantime have managed to put the point in their favor, and they're still building up towards these key ultimates very, very quickly. We see that their Juno ultimate, the Orbital Strike, is almost online. They can just keep with their Orisa trying to touch the point here. Fantasy now tries to use the commanding shout, gets on top of the Mei, but the Mei using their ice block does a good job staying alive, but Pugs stays a little bit too long there, gets dashed through from Speed 75, who does get traded out, but in the meantime, the Orisa has been left alone on the point, gets taken down there from Ironclad, and good for you, with a nice, patient fight, managed to take this point back in favor of their own. They build up about 7%. The Code Red, they have the early Orbital Strike, and Azent manages to get a pick there onto Jazzy. Now we can see Code Red, they're trying to press this advantage. They know they have the heals, they know that they have the positioning. They're going to be going straight on towards the point, and good for you. They've already backed away completely. They want none of this fight right now, and that's a pretty good call, but still, Code Red, they have a lot of ultimates available here. They've got the Terra Surge, the High Noon, and the Juno ultimate versus just the Rally and the Juno ultimate. Ironclad will probably build up towards his High Noon early, but we need to see these ultimates come out now. There is the Orbital Strike and the High Noon being utilized, but it's a great stun coming in there from Soaks, who used the Rally. Fantasy finishes off both Pugs, and Andre uses their Rampage. They cleared through Code Red. Code Red utilizing almost every ult in their disposal, and they get absolutely nothing for it. Now they have to push into the Blade, they have to push into the High Noon. They only have the Blizzard to try and compensate for it. We see Renako swapping over towards Azaria. And this could be a really big swap. It fundamentally changes the way that Code Red are playing. They have to try and get value out of these bubbles. Speed Ring coming out here for Code Red. So now they're going to be moving forward, trying to just get some positioning, trying to get some early damage, some early picks potentially. Azent needs to find a perfect position here to use their Blizzard. It's going to be Pugs as well, who's now built up towards that rally, and Ironclad peaks for a little bit too long there, gets taken down. There is the Dragon Blade being utilized. They managed to get on top of Andre there, but the rally being utilized keeps the rest of Pugs' team up as Code Red, they're still there. Speed can't climb back up onto the wall, falls down the tower of Li Zhang, and it will be Code Red who will take this fight. Now Fantasy has made to swap over towards the Ramatra. A little bit of counter watch coming out here from both tanks on the map, but Azent crucially holds on to their Blizzard here. They need to try and keep their Zarya safe. 53% towards that Graviton Surge. They almost have their Juno ultimate online as well. They'll get it well before good for you. Have that available. The Deadeye available as well for Ironclad. Speed 75 getting very, very low. Has to dash away. Ultimate's now online here for Code Red. There is the Blizzard. Big wall off Fantasy. It's perfectly executed, but they can't get the freeze. They managed to break line of sight, but only just. Now it's going to be the Deadeye there, forcing a disengage coming through, and the Juno ultimate as well. The orbital strike. Renako gets taken down from that Deadeye. There's the counter Deadeye though. Andre finishes off speed, and Ironclad gets taken down as well, so no DPS on the side of Good For You now versus no tank for Code Red. Lots of positioning being taken up here for Good For You. They invest the rally because they have to. The overtime wick is burning down. It's a good stun. They force the ice block there from Azen. Azen has to try and stay alive. They don't get stunned up. Crucially, that could be the lifesaver there for the main of Code Red. The Graviton Surge comes back in. Andre finishes off Fantasy, and it should be a Code Red fight win and a Code Red point win here, as they'll tie up this map 1 in 1-1 fashion. And that all comes down to just a slight overextension there from Speed 75. It's such minuscule mistakes that get made that are gonna get punished in this kind of tier of gameplay. Crucially there as well, Ascent not getting stunned up by the rallying Soaks, who was really chasing down their opposition there, trying to force the kill. If they get that kill, it's very difficult for Code Red to get back into it. It was a really good disengage to allow for Renako to come back with that Graviton Surge, and in the end, they'll tie it up pretty convincingly. And now, do we see a mirror match potential? No, we see the Ramatra still coming out here from Good For You as Code Red return over to that Orisa composition. There's the speed ring to get everyone across the bridge. Azent has gone back over to the Farah. They try and get the poop off the map early there, but are unsuccessful in their task. Lots of poke damage coming into Fantasy. They now have to use the pummel mode very, very early, and Soaps getting a little bit out of position. Now Fantasy trying to push the DPS and the support of Code Red, but runs out of their form. Now they're just being pushed on themselves, but it's Jazzy who comes to the rescue of their tank, finishing off Pug. Speed 75 though did get booped off of the map. Now the pummel form once again coming through. The stunned up is Fantasy. They now have to use their power block to just try and sustain, keep the damage to a minimum, but they will get finished off here by Renako, who's just taken all the space on the bridge, not allowing any of Good For You to pass, and it will be Code Red finishing off this first fight and this first fight on the map here, and will get early point control. It's looking good for them right now, and it's very hard to try and get back in, especially against the Farah, providing so much spam damage. Almost already has their barrage online. Fantasy now has to try and find a way to push across. There's the speed ring, there's the fortify being used so they don't get booped off the map. A great spear there, finishes off Andre. Fantasy, a one-man wrecking crew, finishing off the Cassidy of Code Red. Now gets a spear on towards Renako, forcing them out of position. Renako takes a lot of damage, has to try and wrap around to the point to get healed up, but is unsuccessful in doing so. Now it's just going to be the damage onto Pugs, onto Azent. Soaks finishes them off, and that is going to be Good For You, flipping the point right back in their favor, but lots of ultimates still in line for Code Red. They managed to keep hold of that. They build up 40%, and now they can come back in with a massive ult advantage. If they can stop Ironclad from building up towards their duplicate in speed, from building up towards this Bob as well, they should have almost all 5 ultimates online. There is the Juno ultimate from both teams. Orbital strikes litter the battlefield. Lots of healing being done. Renako uses their Terror Surge, manages to connect shots for 2. Fantasy and Jazzy both going down. Speed 75 getting finished off by the Orisa of Code Red. Despite the duplicate coming through from Ironclad, it's not going to be enough to turn the fight, and Code Red will finish this with a team kill, and Good For You invested everything that they had as well. While as Code Red, they managed to keep hold of both their High Noon and keep hold of their rally as well. Now it's going to be really hard for Good For You to come back in here. They have the Bob and they have the Terror Surge available, but Terror Surge pretty easy to get out of if you know what you're doing. There's the Deadeye coming through and the rally as well. It forces the disengage coming in from Fantasy. Terror Surge comes through, does a lot of damage there to Renako, but in the meantime, Azim manages to find their way into the backline, manages to find 2. The Farah from Code Red left completely unchecked. The Bob never utilized. Andre just plinking away at speed 75, and Code Red, they look in a really good position here to just take this map. It's going to be really difficult for Good For You to try and get a touch here. They have to be so precise with their timing. They're probably just going to have to send Bob out to try and touch the point. Apart from that, though, it's going to be an ultless fight. There's Ironclad jumping across the point there. who gets the touch. They've already walked across the bridge here. Have Good For You. They're trying to get on top of someone, anyone. They need to find a kill. Now it's going to be the Bob on the point there, as well as Speed 75, who just cap and flip the point. Now this fight is really good here for Good For You, because they can continue to get staggers while building up percentage as well. If they can finish off the Orisa here, it'd be great. But Ironclad will take the kill onto Azet, and Pugs will get taken down. But it's still a massive win here for Good For You. They need to just not get staggered out now, though. They will be fighting in this next fight against the Barrage and against the Orbital Strike. It's going to be on Ironclad and on Jazzy to build up their ultimates. But Good For You, Code Red, sorry, I'm not even going to allow this to happen. Soaks gets taken down. Jazzy as well. No supports on the side of Good For You. The duplicate comes in now from Ironclad over towards the Orisa. But it is once again a duplicated tank versus the world. And unfortunately, Ironclad cannot claim victory against it. They have to disengage. They may be able to get one more touch back in as the overtime witch starts to burn down. Fantasy has to make the emergency swap over the Doofus. It's a great boop, though, coming in there from Pugs. They keep Ironclad off of the point, and that is going to be map 1 going over to Code Red. And it was just really good fight planning from Code Red there. They were able to give themselves enough time to come back with the ultimate, and getting that late pick there on towards Ironclad as well just enabled them more opportunity to come through. Great use of their ult tracking as well. They would have known that Good For You were coming up to some crucial ultimates, and they didn't allow them to build that up crucially, and that is just majorly important here. Code Red showing a form of aggression, showing a form of speed and determination that we haven't seen a lot of in this tournament. Really clean fight win and a really clean map 1 after a little bit of a hiccup in point 1 from with the assistance of Good For You winning that, obviously. But Good For You, if you're going away with that, you didn't look terrible. You didn't look bad. Your Junker Queen composition, not your Junker Queen composition. Yeah, you know, I am correct. Your Junker Queen compositions looked quite good. Fantasy was doing really well on towards that Junker Queen. Over on the Orisa, maybe looked a little bit shaky, was hitting some nice spears, but it seemed like Renako was just all over Fantasy in that Orisa duel, and also Azent just really able to do whatever they wanted on the Pharah. It didn't really seem like they were pressured too much at all in the end, so now they will come away with this map win, and they're going up in the series here. Good For You now have the map pick, and if we remember from our map pool that we displayed earlier, we're going over towards our hybrid maps. You get the choice of, as we're going to see very, very quickly, we're going to see, we're going to see the win here, but we're going to see King's Row as our choice. And honestly, I'm not too surprised by that pick. King's Row is a pretty classic pick from any team, but especially when you are running this Junker Queen, when you're more wanting to run this brawl style composition, I think you're pretty happy going towards the King's Row pick. Code Red also won't be too unhappy with this as well, because I mean the Orisa still will work on this map, and so you're going to be quite happy with that. Andre may be able to find a few different angles as well, and I believe I just heard in my ear, I believe it was just whispered in my ear, that we are going to have a substitute come in. I believe Fantasy will be going out, which is interesting. That's an interesting choice, I think, because Fantasy did a pretty good job. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I'm now being told I'm wrong, so that's fine. Sometimes we mishear things. We are going to see King's Row, though. I'm very interested to see whether or not this changes up any compositions, or whether or not this changes up play styles at all. We will be going into the map very, very shortly. If you are Good For You, though, I think the only thing that you need to change is just how aggressive you are being at times. Sometimes I think there's a bit too much aggression and a little bit of overextension from Good For You in certain fights and in certain situations when it doesn't need to be. And Code Red are capitalizing on that terrifically as well. The streets of London, though, will be where we decide our map 2. And Good For You is sticking over towards their composition. We have proxies coming in here to play this Genji. That was the substitute that we were talking about. before. That was what I got wrong earlier. So we no longer have Ironhead in. And I wonder what this opens up for Good For You. Obviously, we now see the Pharah coming out for Good For You. Code Red, though, are going over towards this Winston composition. Towards the Hanzo, towards the Genji. I don't believe we'll see this composition actually get rolled out originally. As Zen has already made the swap over to the Widow, possibly just to get an early shot here. Renako goes over towards the Zarya. They've seen the Junker Queen composition, so they're now counter-stratting that. Andre playing the Widowmaker and Azant going over to the Tracer. And now making the swap over to Ashe as well. More consistent damage from the Ashe, so not a major surprise to see that. Fantasy already taken a lot of damage. It's going to be very difficult to keep this Junker Queen alive here. Speed Ring being utilized there from Good For You, and there's commanding shout as well, just trying to keep themselves alive. But now they no longer have that cooldown available. Andre just hunting, looking for a way to find an angle, especially on the proxies on this Pharah. Needs to be careful not to get too low and beam down by Renako, but it's going to be Speed 75 ripping off the head of Azent there, and Fantasy gets on towards Hugs as well. The Dynamite actually just hitting themselves there from Speed, but they managed to clean up both Andre and the Juno for Code Red, and that is going to be his first fight being won here by Good For You, utilizing their positioning extremely well. Now, building up towards this Bob at the moment is Speed 73, 50% there. You could see in this next fight that ultimate potentially come online. What we will probably see online, though, is the Juno ultimates from Good For You. Jazzy is already 60% built to it. Fantasy needs to be careful not to get caught out. Does dodge back around the statue there. Now pressures out Renako a little bit as well. They're waiting for the bubble to come back online. Zero charge at the moment for the Zarya. For Code Red now manages to build up a little bit of charge, but has no bubbles available. They get their bubble back, but now they need to walk onto the point. Renako building up towards this Graviton Surge very, very quickly. Jazzy has the Orbital Strike online. There's the Pharah flank coming in from Proxy, trying to get onto the supports. It's a good bubble there, protecting their Brigitte, but Andre still gets hit by the Carnage, taken very, very low. Renako, Graviton Surge online, looking to let it rip. There is the Orbital Strike from both teams. There's the Graviton Surge. Manages to separate both the healers and the tank from Soaks, and that is going to be a clean fight win there from Code Red. Good For You. They didn't really get proactive with their ultimates at all, and they just allowed Code Red to build up their own. I think what we need to see as an adjustment from Good For You is when they have that Orbital Strike available, they need to decide sooner whether they're using it, because at the moment Code Red have been allowed way too much space to just build up their ultimates and play at a pace that they want to, whereas Good For You, they built up the ultimate early and then didn't set the tempo. Barrage coming in from the library there, that's taken down immediately as Azent. That was a little bit greedy of a barrage. Renako was already taken down earlier thanks to the rally from Soaks, and that's going to be a fight win for Good For You as well. Still holding on to 3 ultimates here. The big one is going to be this Rampage from Fantasy. Hugs also has their rally online now, though. They could look to get aggressive with this and the Bob as well. Fantasy needs to be careful. There's the Bob being utilized from both teams and rally from Hugs as well. Proxy possibly hunting around at the moment, looking for a barrage target. As we see, it's the Rampage that comes out first. Bubble being utilized, but as it goes down, now it's Renako's turn. Everyone's lined up in the library. It's a huge carnage that comes through, and Fantasy and Soaks clean up the rest of Code Red. The team kill gong sounds, and that is going to be just a wipe from Good For You. Code Red now making the swap here over towards the Orisa, and they almost have their Juno ultimate online as well, so they're going to be possibly looking to get very, very aggressive with this. Proxies has their barrage online, but needs to find a position to utilize it in. There's Jagged Blade pulling Renako in. Renako doesn't really care. The Orisa knows that they can take a lot of damage. There is the Orbital Strike and the aggression now coming through here from Good For You. Jazzy, though, uses their Speed Ring to get the disengaged for Good For You as the Zen very, very low. Renako moving forward, trying to find their way through, and now it's going to be the counter Juno ultimate, the Orbital Strike, and the aggression now coming out from Good For You. This is what we wanted to see from them. There's the knife, there's Pugs getting taken down, the barrage comes through, Azent finishes off Proxies while they're using that ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. It's too late into the fight, and now Good For You, they settle themselves into the choke point. A nice consolation kill there, though, onto Speed 75. Means that Good For You, they can't hold the choke point here. Code Red are now looking to just try and build the ultimates up. Narco 62% towards that Terror Surge. Azent almost has the barrage online as well. We see the spear going in onto Soaks here. Soaks under a lot of pressure. The rally is available, uses it just to get out of dodge there as we saw the flank coming in there from Azent. There's the carnage coming through from Fantasy, keeping the rest of their team of Code Red at bay. Proxy just spamming in damage, does a lot of it there. And now it's going to be a disengage from both teams. Just a little bit of a chill out period. And this is very interesting to see from both of these teams. We see engagements not resulting in fight wins or kills. And then we see the disengagements coming out. Now we see a flank potentially coming out here from Proxy, looking to get on top of Code Red. They do a good job forcing out a couple of cooldowns there. Pugs gets taken down. It's a good rush down there from Fantasy, who's been absolutely performing on the Junker Queen. But it's Renarco with a Terror Surge that managed to find Soaks and Jazzy. No supports now available. The Terror Surge from Renarco in I guess, contribution with the orbital strike there from Code Red, manages to clean the floor with Good For You, but now they have no ultimates going in to point 3. Good For You, they can stabilize this potentially, even with just one ultimate. If you're Code Red, you need to be ready to disengage, especially from this orbital strike that can come out here from Jazzy. Speed 75 also has their bob if they feel like they're under pressure. In fact, they decide to open it with that bob, trying to get this damage done. They do force everyone back. They force a lot of cooldowns out as well, but it's a good disengage coming up from Code Red. They don't lose any members, but they will lose some time on the board here. 1:50 left on the clock. Terror Surge still available here for Good For You. Proxy takes a direct hit, and it's a nice concussive blast from Azent to knock the Ash off of the high ground. Fantasy holding on to this Rampage, a direct hit onto Soaks there. Now it's going to be the rally coming in from Pugs. There's the orbital strike. No, Pugs just gets absolutely obliterated. Finished off is the Brigida. The Juno from Code Red as well falls, and that is going to be a fight win here for Good For You. A bargain bin fight win, you could say, as they only utilize one ultimate to get that victory. 1:20 left for Code Red. They have their Juno ultimate online, and Azent is building up towards that barrage as well. Can Code Red find their way into this? We want to see some aggression from Good For You here, as I believe that's really going to be the only way they win this fight. Juno ultimate online. Who's going to take the initiative? Who's going to start the fight? There's the Rampage being utilized, but it goes over the top of the Brigida, so it actually doesn't get the hit on to the Brigida. Pugs will survive. Azent does get taken down by Fantasy, but in the end, it's going to be Code Red who win this fight. Only utilize, well, they utilize both their barrage and their Juno ultimate, but they have 40 seconds to try and capture this last point. We could be entering last fight territory with just how long these fights have been going. Soaks holding on to their ultimate here, as well as Proxy holding on to the barrage. Will we see the rally get popped early? Will Proxy go for this barrage on the flank at the moment? It's pretty difficult, especially with Andre just holding the high ground. A headshot there goes on to Soaks. The Terror Surge from Renarco just forces out the ultimates there, but nothing else. The stun doesn't really affect anyone, but Speed 75 manages to find Azent, so that's a lot less pressure there coming out from the Farah. In fact, no pressure whatsoever. The Bob gets thrown onto point there from Andre to try and even out the numbers as Soaks gets taken down. Now it's going to be the barrage coming in from Proxy, but the Bob finishes off the Farah. Ascent, Speed 75, sorry, does find Andre, but with a Juno ultimate, it's going to be really difficult here for Code Red to try and finish off Good For You. And Code Red are going to get cleaned up here with Fantasy in that orbital strike, just tearing through the side. And that will be Good For You, holding on this third point and giving themselves a win condition for this second map. But it was very hard fought. And we did see the adjustments that I wanted to see from Good For You come out. We saw a little bit more aggression, a little bit more proactiveness with their ultimates. And as a result, you saw them actually gain momentum in fights that they weren't gaining in that map 1 as well. Code Red looked at times like they were a little stunned by the aggression that was starting to come out from Good For You. And that's what happens when suddenly the tempo gets shifted on you. But they've done a really good job to actually capture the points as well. They've played their own game. They've played patient when they've needed to. They've had some really good disengages. And so far, they've done really, really well. And honestly, I think I might need a visit to the Hoof and Haunch after this cast as well. I'm going to need a drink. My throat is going to be absolutely tested to the limit, especially because these teams look like they are going to test the limits for each other, and they look like at the moment they could go the distance all the way to a map 5, and that would be extremely entertaining to watch. It'd be extremely entertaining to cast, but for now, we're just going to have to wait and see what each team is ready to bring out, what they're ready to show in order to get this win and progress on to our finals here. You see the Widowmaker from Speed 75 just being utilized right now to peek around the corner. This is really smart, using the emote to just try and wait and scout it out. But we also see the Brigida using the shield there to just wait, see if there's a Widowmaker. Speed 75 misses both their shots, and now will swap over. Fantasy sticking onto this Junk Queen. And it's the same comps that both teams have been running for pretty much the entire series so far. Fantasy just looking for the position, looking for a Jagged Blade. Almost gets it there on towards Andre. This is so far so good here for Good For You. And they're just waiting at the moment. They're just taking this damage. They're hoping Jazzy can build up towards their own Juno ultimate here. Fantasy does get very, very low. They have to try and find a way to put some pressure onto a Zent here as Proxy's onto the Echo instead of playing the Pharah. Very interesting composition style, and at the moment it's both teams who are building up towards their Juno ult at about the same time. There's a speed ring that comes out, and there is the aggression now coming through. A good flank comes in from Proxy, gets onto Andre. Andre going down means there's no real pressure coming in from the high ground. No big potential whatsoever here for Code Red. Pugs does get taken down, but it's traded out for Soaks here as the Zent gets the fire away missile. Proxy, though, will finish off the Zent, and this is a very easy fight win here for Good For You. They played it perfectly, and they're building up towards some key ultimates as well, but so are Code Red. And crucially, because there was so much damage being done here for Good For You, from Good For You, sorry, Code Red almost have their Juno ultimate online, but Jazzy as well, no slouch with his Juno ultimate build, is almost there. Two Proxies almost had their duplicate online as well, so it could come down to that being the key difference maker, but it could also come down to this Terra Surge that Renako almost has. Who are we going to see pull the trigger first? Who is going to be the proactive party at the moment? Proxy still holding onto this duplicate, may look for a potential to get the flank, may potentially just copy over towards the Orisa. It's a good pull there onto the Brigida. Pugs has to use a shield bash to get out. Now we see the engage coming in, but it's commanding shout, and a good little box away there from Renako using their spinning javelin to just stop any sort of aggression from Fantasy. This is so difficult for Fantasy to be trying to play into. In fact, both teams almost have all 5 ultimates, but it's going to be Jazzy who pulls the trigger first. There's the orbital strike coming through. It's a disengage coming out there, but now the Terra Surge from Renako, which just stops any form of aggression coming out here for Good For You. The Bob goes out, but Proxies gets taken down without using their duplicate. That could be crucial, because now the fight win looks almost certainly in favor of Code Red, especially with the Bob getting taken down late into the fight, and that is a nice fight win there for Code Red. And they're building up towards a couple more ultimates as well that will make it a very even fight. Rampage got utilized, only connects onto Renako though, so they're unable to take down the Orisa, but Zen on the flank, uses the barrage, taken down. Andre now finishes off Fantasy, and Pugs uses the rally, so does Soaks now. It's just going to be the Brigidas dueling it out here. The duplicate goes on towards the Brigida. They're trying to build up another rally here. Proxies though, unable to really do so. They're playing really passively because the Bob got utilized there from Andre. Now, they're just fighting over the point, but they're unable to build up the rally, and now it's a disengage coming through because Fantasy died earlier in that engagement. Now, though, they have the respawn advantage, so they can try and press it a little bit here. Renako has to back away. The speed ring comes in from both teams, and now the aggression starts coming in here for Code Red. They almost have the Juno ultimate online. 85% away from that. They should be able to get it before Jazzy, and they should know that they're going to get it before Jazzy. But Pugs gets overwhelmed, overrun, spontaneously combusts. And now, for Code Red, they're in a world of hurt. They're in a world of trouble, as it looks like the second point is just going to be going over towards Good For You. I don't know if Renako is going to be able to get back here. If they do manage to get back, though, they will have the Terra Surge, they will have the Orbital Strike, and they're just going to be going into the Orbital Strike for Good For You, unless Speed can hit some nice shots and some nice dynamites to potentially build up towards this Bob. It will be an ultimate fight to come through. Here's the touch coming through from Azent, and now it's going to be orbital strikes from both teams, but the Juno for Code Red gets taken down. Terra Surge being utilized, does a lot of damage, but Andre's there to finish it off. Both supports going down there for Good For You. Renako takes down Fantasy, and despite the kill onto Andre. It will not be enough. Speed, the lone survivor, will fall. And good for you. So close, but so far. They cannot capture the second point just yet. But they will be going in with a lot of ultimates into this next fight. They'll have the Bob online, they'll have the Rally online, and they'll crucially have this Rampage online. Pugs needs to build up towards this Rally extremely quickly, and they will be able to do it here, only 5% away. Will we see the Rampage come out first? It's Jazzy who finds Andre first, and that might even mean that they don't need to use the ultimates. They end up using the Rampage just to clean up Pugs. But Code Red have just capitulated on this second point, and good for you. They look dominant in taking this fight win. Now, they only have 64.5 meters to push this cart in 2.5 minutes, essentially. A nice headshot from Speed goes through. Lots of ultimates still online here for good for you. The Rally, the Bob, and the Duplicate as well. We've seen a lot of duplicates over onto the Brigida. I wonder if this time we're going to see it going over towards the Orisa. A nice headshot onto the Brig, trying to just remind them that they exist here and not allowing Pugs to just walk out into the open for free. Speed 75. Still alive, gets speared. The Bob comes out. There's the Maywall coming through from Azant, who's made that swap over. Now it gets broken. They used it just to try and stop the Bob from coming through. Now to Bob from Code Red and from Andre, but it gets taken down there. A little bit of Bob on Bob action as we see the finishing blow being ushered in from good for you. Now Proxy, they're just trying to move forward. They all that Duplicate online. They use it onto towards the Brigida again. The orbital strike is there. Terror Surge comes out. It's a great Maywall. It's a kill onto Speed 75. Now the orbital strike still being utilized. I think they can try and turn this fight around with the Juno ultimate, and with a lot of damage coming out there from those homing missiles, they could do it. Maywall coming out as well, blocks up a lot of healing there. But Code Red, they now have their own orbital strike online, as well as the Blizzard coming on, and there's a disengage coming up from good for you. This is a crucial fight to win here from Code Red. They managed to cycle their ultimates perfectly, and if they can get any more staggers, it could be disaster. But good for you. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. The Blizzard is online. No ultimates from good for you. Code Red, they could try and stall this fight out a little bit and use the ultimates late to not enable the touch. What are we going to see? Who is going to be aggressive? Good for you. They want to build up towards this Rampage, I think. There's the commanding shout. The engage starts to come in. The Juno from Code Red almost gets taken down. Proxies needs to be careful. There's the ultimate coming out from Code Red. They managed to finish off Speed 75. Proxies very, very low. Manages to escape with their life, but only just. But they're getting chased down. It's a great Maywall. Pugs gets taken down, and somehow Proxies manages to escape. The Rampage is online. There is the Blizzard coming through. Manages to catch up to no one. No. They managed to somehow sustain through it. Good for you. Back in this fight. Proxies finding 2 kills from out of nowhere. May have just saved this map. But good for you. 3 kills in the fight for the Echo of good for you. And they have lots of ultimates available for this last fight. Renako has the Terror Surge almost available, but will have to be huge. Azent over towards the Venture. Can they get onto the point? Can anyone touch to force the overtime? It's actually going to be the Brigida who gets forced into the fight and gets taken down immediately. That will conquer the overtime. But with the Rampage, with the orbital strike, with the Rally, it's just too much for Code Red to try and get back into. And now good for you. They overwhelm and they will conquer Kings Row. Going up to 1-1 in this series at the moment. And Fantasy once again showing their prowess on this Junker Queen, showing their leadership for good for you, and showing why they are wanting to play this hero so much. So much cleave damage, so much rush potential, and they're looking like they're looking like an absolute superstar at the moment. It's no surprise as to what they're doing. And going into our map 3, you need to try and find a map that Fantasy is not going to be able to play Junker Queen on, really. The escort maps that we have available, Circuit Royale, Gibraltar, Route 66, and Rialto, there's a couple of good Junker Queen maps. There's a couple of not great Junker Queen maps at the moment. We do see that Gibraltar and Circuit Royale are there. Circuit Royale is likely where we're going to go, which means we're probably going to see some Sigma gameplay coming through from both teams. Maybe some Widowmaker action as well, which is always very exciting to see. Route 66 as well, also a good option, but still quite good there for the Junker Queen as well. Rialto has a lot of high ground, but can be quite close range as well. So I don't think we're going to be seeing any of those maps. I think it's going to be between either Gibraltar or Circuit Royale, and it's going to be whichever map gets preferred in the end from Code Red. I think if you're Andre, though, you're really wanting to flex your muscles over towards the Widowmaker. And guys, so far this match has been an absolute banger. It's been so close. All of the fights look like they could go either way. And honestly, I'm very excited to see what we can see throughout the rest of the game, because I mean, winning this takes you to the grand final, and you want to be in the grand final. You want the prizes. You want to be able to have the chance to win that MVP, PC even. But even the loser here will see again in our third place match. But still, you don't want to be there. You want to be at the grand final. You want to be at the top. And I'm very excited to see which team is going to make it there and how close the rest of these maps are going to be. The map that we are going to has just been whispered into my ear, and we are going to be going over to Gibraltar. And I think this is a pretty good map choice. I think it really makes it quite difficult for Fantasy to play the Chunker Queen. It is possible you can try and rush up onto the high ground. You could even see a teleport strategy to try and get onto the high ground, but it's also very good here for those more dive style tanks, which we haven't really seen too much of yet. But also you can play the Orisa on it. It's a little bit easier to play it. You can just kind of sustain for a really long time. You can also see those snipers coming out, and so far Code Red seem to prefer more of that style, whereas Good For You, if you can try and shut down proxies on the Echo, who somehow was able to turn the tables for Good For You, then I think you make this a lot easier, as well as not allowing Fantasy to just play their best hero as well. I'm interested to see if we're going to see D.Va, maybe some Winston here. I think it's more than likely that we're going to see that as well, but it's all just spitballing ideas at the moment. You know, this is all just what we're thinking at the moment, and what's going through my head when it goes through this, and especially because ODP is going to be coming in here for Code Red, and to me that indicates that we're going towards the dive style compositions. And ODP, phenomenal Winston player, does extremely well every time that they hit the stage. Looking forward to seeing what they can do and whether they can change the tune of this game at the moment for Code Red, and maybe display a bit of dominance on this more dive-centric map that they have chosen. Now, it is going to be very interesting to see what happens here. It really is. There's no other way to put it. It's just going to be very interesting. I'm interested to see whether or not Andre picks up towards Widowmaker, or maybe we go towards more of the Ashe again. And Ashe has been very consistent for Code Red and for Andre, and for Good For You, obviously, as well. You are still quite happy with the Ashe. We have seen some really nice Ashe gameplay coming out here from the side of Good For You, and from Speed 75 as well. It's just going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can capitalize on those hero pools. We do have a little bit of a bathroom break at the moment, so we are just waiting for them to get back here. Second map bathroom break, just the classic OCE region shenanigans that we have in our official games as well. Fantasy, we've not seen too much on other tanks at the moment, and I'm interested to see whether or not they're going to be picking up towards the D.Va. But for now, guys, while we are waiting for this bathroom break to happen, we're just going to quickly run an ad, and we will see you on the other side of that ad. So stick around. We'll be coming back with map 3. Welcome back from that short break. Oh, I've gotten a little bit too tall for the scoreboard there. Welcome back from our little ad break there. The bathroom break has been completed. The bio break is done. We're looking to get into map 3, which is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. We haven't seen a lot of dive from either of these teams. But with ODP coming in, I'm very confident in the code. I'm very confident in the code red dive composition, especially over towards the Winston. So, in the meantime, though, I want to shout out a couple of players that I haven't really shouted out too much, and that's the support from both teams as well. I mean, Jazzy and Soaks have been phenomenal in building up their ultimates here. Maybe a couple of missed positions every now and again, and not pulling the trigger on their ultimates fast enough. But it's not something that really can be associated to just them. That's obviously a team composition or a team play style that they just weren't ready to commit to in those moments. But also Pugs and Whirl as well have been playing really, really well. Whirl, especially on the Juno, has been showing their prowess, building up those orbital strikes so quickly, and it's very interesting to see it's been very interesting to see what both supports on both teams have been able to do. And they've been doing a pretty damn good job at it so far as well. Fantasy going over towards the Winston composition. We see the Anna Brig from Good For You, and that's a great nade to start it off. That stops the dive out onto the high ground immediately. It's a nice bit of ult charge there from World as well. There's a shield bash across, but they still need to be careful here. Does Soaks. They need to get healed up there from their Juno. There's a dive back into the high ground, but it's a great anti-nade coming out there from World. Now Soaks getting taken down. This is a lack of healing here for Good For You, and it means that Jazzy is very exposed to a possible dive as well. ODP just camping onto the high ground here. Needs to be careful not to get focused down by this Echo. Looking to get back onto this high ground positioning here as both Speed and Andre, they're just looking for angles at the moment, but Azent on the Tracer is doing a very good job at hurling away Speed. But Fantasy gets onto the high ground there, finishes off Pugs, now is chasing down the Ana. It's going to be World getting very, very low, taken down eventually. Proxies does finish Andre, but not before Andre found them. ODP does get a consolation kill onto Soaks, but gets taken down, and Azent just stalls out their life a little bit right now. We do see Good For You winning this first fight, getting some percentage, and it's good ult charge coming out from Code Red here, but also Good For You. They almost have their nano boost online. They almost have that primal rage. Expect ODP to play a little bit aggressively here to help build up towards some of that nano boost charge. There's the Widow peeking out here. Fantasy now decides that they're going to try and pounce onto Andre, but Andre somehow manages to find a headshot there onto Speed 75. Now it's just going to be pressure coming out from Fantasy, but without the Widow, you just have Andre really being able to go wherever they want as long as Fantasy doesn't dive onto them. The primal rage being built up from both teams right now. We see ODP trying to get onto the high ground. Fantasy jumping into the back line. They don't have the nano boost, so it's hard to really stay and get a lot of damage done. Primal rage now being popped. The Zent has to use their recall, and the juggle comes in there onto Pugs, but a pulse bomb stick from Proxies is there. ODP with their own primal rage finishes off Soaks. They can't kill Andre just yet. Finally, the Widowmaker for Code Red goes down, but Jazzy is going to get finished off as ODP, with their Primal Rage and their jumps, have just been putting on a masterclass right now. The Nano Boost was also utilized there from Good For You, and we're also now going to see the disengage. In fact, it wasn't for Good For You. We have a little bit of a team swap up here at the moment. Good For You is actually where Code Red should be. So Code Red holding strong. There is the Juno ultimate coming out here for Good For You as Jazzy looks to lead the charge. Rally stuns up Fantasy. Fantasy taken down immediately. There's no backup for Fantasy there. Proxies just trying to farm up the last little bit of ult charge towards their duplicate before they get taken down. If they get taken down, they will manage to back out. The Tracer 1v1 from Ascent and Speed 75 looks like it's going to be one out there from Ascent, and that is going to be another fight win here for Code Red. Good For You now on this attack. They're getting stalled out here. They only have a minute left. Soaks has the rally, has to pop it there just to try and stay alive. They stun up ODP, but ODP really not being punished. And Azent on this Tracer just looks so damn good, so damn clean. Soaks gets taken down. Now it's a disengage coming out straight away here from Good For You. But Fantasy could get staggered out here. It's good healing coming in here from Jazzy, who's building up towards another orbital strike. But World almost has their own nano boost online. Fantasy needs to try and find a way to get on top of Code Red. That stick from Speed 75, though, is a great way to open up this fight. No Brigitte means no peel for the Ana, and Andre gets finished off. Speed 75 going crazy on the Tracer right now. Zent gets a pulse bomb stick there onto Soaks. That might stop a little bit of momentum, but they can still try and punish the Ana. There's the nano boost that goes onto ODP. They're trying to make this work. The Primal Rage almost being built up, but they've really been unable to get any of this damage done here to build up towards that Primal Rage. The ultimate, the nano boost, really not doing a whole lot other than forcing a disengage out from Good For You. ODP standing tall on the point right now as they have the Primal Rage available. There's the Suzu that comes in, but it's still going to be the Pulse Bomb kill from the duplicated Tracer. Proxy's now hunting for the support. Gets the sticky bomb down to the shield of the Brigade. The overtime wick still looming as an ever-present threat. ODP getting taken down, though, means that this fight will be over, and Code Red will fall at the end of point 1 here, but a very, very good hold so far. At the moment, we are still having a couple of issues with the teams being on the wrong side, so just to show... No, there we go. It has been fixed now, as we see Code Red. Good first point hold. They're building up towards some ultimates here. They have the rally, they have the bob online. They should get this pulse bomb. There's the dive onto the high ground. It's a sandwich onto the Brigida. Soaks isolated, taken down. Proxies finished off there from a Zant, and it will be a fight win here for Code Red. So clean. It really wasn't even much of a fight. It was just a complete isolation on Soaks, who just was out of sight lines of their Juno there and really unable to find any sort of healing, any sort of solace there. Speed 75 has their pulse bomb online. They've been good with these so far, but so has Zent, who also has theirs online. Quick little nap for Fantasy ends, and now they can try and get the dive, but they catch an anti-nade for their trouble. Now, the Primal is online, and in the spaceship, this could prove to be deadly. Speed 75 finishes off Zent. It's a little bit of a Tracer difference there. Now the Primal Rage gets popped. The stun from the rally is there. They're just juggling the Brigida inside here. The stun could come back online, but no, it's going to be the Fist of Fury from Fantasy that finish off the Brigida. In the meantime, though, Whirl and ODP have teamed up to take down the support of Good For You. The Sleep Dart comes in onto Proxies, and Whirl has just looked out of this world right now as they finish off 3 members of the fight. The Ana showing that they are also a threat in the lobby. Lots of ultimates online right now from Code Red. Pulse Bomb online, the Bob, they have the Nano Boost, and ODP with this Nano Boost could just build up towards their Primal Rage as well. Soaks tries to use the rally to stop the Pulse Bomb from killing them and gets taken down. That's a key support ultimate from Good For You, not there, as End with their Pulse Bomb continues to prove to be deadly for the side of Good For You. Good For You now, they have to try and find a way in with no ultimates, and they're going into 2, almost 3 ultimates from Code Red. Speed 75, very, very low. Burning at the moment, needs to get healed up, eventually does. Nano Boost online now, gets used onto ODP. They dive onto the supports. Jazzy gets taken down. There's an anti-nair that goes onto Proxies as well. Proxies now just has to try and run away. They've got their duplicate online, but they're not going to use it. It's ODP's in the back line. They take down Soaks. No supports now available here for Good For You. Jazzy going, sorry, not Jazzy going down. Speed 75 finding a Zen and finding Andre as well. It's Speed 75 once again trying to come up clutch here for Good For You, but taken down there from ODP. ODP now with the Primal Rage trying to juggle away Fantasy, who's so low on HP. Now the support comes back. Jazzy now using their Nano Boost onto the Winston. They're trying to stay in this fight of Good For You, but they're really struggling at the moment. It's a great sleep down onto Proxies. No Echo available for Good For You. No one on the point for Good For You. And no second point capture for Good For You. An absolute clinic being put on there from World. And that sets a victory standard for Code Red in this 3rd map to go up potentially 2-1 in the series. They look so crispy on this dive composition. Honestly, it was just ODP being all over the place. I mean, he just was everywhere. It was so hard to contain the Winston of Code Red there. And Good For You, they just capitulate and they're unable to really do anything. And honestly, not having the Ana there to peel for themselves proved to be really difficult. Soaks didn't seem to be finding any sort of value on this Brigitte. And so unfortunately for Good For You, they're just really unable to sustain. Now we see Fantasy going back over towards this Junker Queen composition, and I'm gonna say I think it's gonna be really difficult to make this work with so much high ground available here on the side of Code Red, so much escapability. They really need to be careful with how they rush down targets, and it could just be a straight drop down into the point, but we see now Zent going over towards this Symmetra. ODP onto the Roadhog, Pugs onto the Lifeweaver. What are Code Red cooking up here? This could end disastrously. It could also end in the best way possible. Let's see. Here's the TP going onto the high ground here. The Roadhog gets pulled up for the off for the high ground. Now they get life grip back on, but the teleporter gets broken. The speed 75 is finished off too. Oh well. Code Red, they cooked something up, but they should not be allowed in the kitchen. Not at all. Now ADP going back over to their tried and tested Winston pick. They get Jagged Blade pulled back in. ODP now having to jump away from the high ground, and Speed 75 is now having the Tracer 1v1 on towards the point. Recall already been forced, so now Speed 75 just has to run away. They lose some of the point progress here, and once it gets underneath, it could be very difficult for Good For You to try and fight Andre with a headshot. Finds Proxies, swapping over towards that Widowmaker to get the pick here, and now Good For You, they're in a world of trouble. I don't think they can keep this high ground control. And ODP just playing so patiently, so smart, looking for a way to engage here, doing a lot of damage and pressure on towards Fantasy. Zent had to use their recall, managed to go down and get Mega Health Pack as well while they're underneath. ODP still on this high ground, not really doing a whole lot of anything right now. There's a sleep dart though, there's the anti-nade. Now ODP trying to finish off the Junker Queen, but Fantasy using that commanding shout gets away. ODP just still building up towards this ult. They're just waiting for the nano boost to get online at the moment. I think there's a really good play from Code Red. There's the anti-nade. It doesn't connect onto anyone though. Now ODP trying to get their hands on the support, but in the meantime, Andre gets a snipe there onto Speed 75, and it's ODP who's just now being caught out a little bit. They almost have the nano boost online, but they may have just caught the Ash sleeping on the high ground. They will not be able to get the finish off. There's a stick on towards Fantasy. Finally taken down there from Andre, and that is going to be a first point capture for Code Red, and they look so good. They have so much time on the board. Ooh, nasty shot coming out there from Andre as Zent finishes off Proxies. Good For You. They have ultimates online, but can they capitalize on it when there's so much high ground, so much control coming out for Good For You? The nano boost is online. We could see a really early nano boost engage with the anti-nade. There is the nano boost. There's the anti-nade, sorry, on towards the Junker Queen. They don't invest the nano boost until right now. Now it's the rally coming in there from Soaks as well as the orbital strike, and it's a great disengage coming out from Code Red. Pugs still has their rally online as well. They have the advantage in this fight, but it's going to be Andre who gets taken down there. The Juno of Jazzy proving to be formidable as well. There is the rally being utilized from Soaks. Fantasy has their Rampage online now, chooses to let it rip. It only connects onto Pugs and ODP, but that's all it needs to connect onto as both of them fall to Proxies, who's on the high ground, sitting pretty, especially with Andre not being there, and now it's just a cleanup. It's going to be a Zent who manages to get away. Proxies continues their little tear there, killing 3 in this fight, and Good For You managed to stabilize for now. For Code Red, you know you can just bank up ultimates and try and get one last push. You haven't got very far to go, only about 8 meters or so to push. Actually, I should say 6 meters or so to push. Max is not a strong suit. Headshot onto Jazzy though. Obviously sharpshooting is a strong suit of Andre as they finished off the Juno. It will be traded out there. Speed getting onto a Zent, so not a lot of pressure being put onto the backline now. Outside of ODP potentially jumping in. Fantasy needs to be careful not to push too far because the supports are kind of being isolated right now with the scopes from Andre finishing off Speed 75, and now it is just going to be the dive onto the backline. The Brigitte gets anti-nated, taking down Andre once again. 3 in this fight. Primal Rage being popped there from ODP, trying to juggle the Juno, who manages to slip away for now. But still, all present is ODP on their quest to find the Juno. A 4th pick comes in. They batter away the Junker Queen from the point, and that will be map 3, going in favor of Code Red. He has been absolutely incredible at the moment, and this is extremely incredible. I mean, what is Worm doing over here? This is the enemy spawn point. Comes back, tries to heal up their Ash, is unsuccessful. Sleep dart, anti-nade into a punch. Just so clean from Worm. And honestly, that is so far one of the plays of the series that flank around. I believe they got 4 kills in that fight, proving that supports are just as capable of doing damage here. Code Red now move on to match point, and if you're good for you, you're very happy that you have this map choice, because I really think you want to go over towards actually, now that I think about it, you probably want to go towards see, this is an interesting map pool now, and this is where I'm starting to formulate a couple of ideas, because you don't want to go to Esperanza. It's too open. You don't want to go to New Queen Street because I think it's still too open and there's too much high ground as well. Colosseo is pretty good, but it's also a really long map point. And this is why this Runasapi pick now that is being whispered into my ear by the sweet, sweet melody of production, it makes sense. It is probably the closest range map. And now we see ODP as well coming out. That's it. His cameo is done. He put on a clinic for us, and now he's gone. No longer in the lineup. It's going to be Renako coming back in, so we're probably going to see more of those Orisa-style compositions as well. And honestly, if you're good for you, you're probably pretty happy to just see Worm not be on the Ana anymore, because Worm was absolutely destroying everyone in that last map, and really unable to get contested there. And that's kind of the downside of having this Junker Queen composition be the only one that you play, is that when you go to those more dive-centric maps, you're going to struggle. If you go towards more of the poke-centric maps, you will struggle. So I'm really not surprised to see that Gibraltar went the way that it did. Runasapi, completely different beast, and it's all going to come down to the momentum. Remember, this is match point here for Code Red. This could decide that Code Red go into our final match of the day, into our grand final, and they will have the chances to win some awesome prizes. But good for you, and not going to let it go easily. So far, this has been a very close match. We've seen very close matchups. Once again, too tall for the scoreboard. But we have seen a lot of excellent individual plays, as well as a lot of individually brilliant, as well as very good team play as well, is what I was trying to say there. I'm really not surprised that this series has been this close. And now it's up to good for you to try and dig deep, try and find a way to get back into this series and potentially bring us to a map 5 where you would be very happy going over to a control map at the moment and running this Junker Queen composition and potentially moving yourself on to the grand final. Can they do it? Fantasy and this Junker Queen is going to be the person that you have to look at to step up in this map. They've been doing really well on this hero so far, but when they're unable to play it, they haven't looked as clean or as hot as they potentially could. Now it's up to them to lead their team to victory on their preferred hero. And also, we just, again, need to see more decisiveness with their ultimates. And we really also need to see them not make very simple mistakes as well. Obviously, there are some things that cannot be controlled, but getting stuck and then popping the rally is not the acceptable response to that. So hopefully we can see the support lineup as well try and help their team fight back into this series, because otherwise Code Red, they're looking really comfortable, really good, and they're clutching up when they need to. So I'm very interested to see how the supports for Good For You are going to come back after that last map. Hopefully with no Ana on the field for Code Red, it will be a little bit easier. You won't have as much to contend with, but we could also see the Kiriko come in as well if we do see the Ana as well. We are still currently waiting on just one team to officially ready up as we speak at the moment. It's pretty difficult to say if anything else is really going to change outside of the tank for Code Red. Obviously with Renako coming in to this lineup, it's really, honestly, probably going to be very much the same as we've seen through a lot of the series. Renako going over to that Orisa. We'll see the Ashe. We may see the Tracer or the Genji. We are also just missing a tank at the moment. See, this is a more classic OCE pause. Someone's just gone. Maybe they're on a Macca's run. Who knows? But in the meantime, let's discuss the supports a little bit more. Uh, I've just been whispered, maybe they're picking up someone from the airport. Who knows anymore? This is very, very funny. But I'm very interested to see whether or not the supports continue to perform for the side of Code Red, because Worm obviously looked lights out on that Ana pick, and they've been doing pretty well on the Juno, but obviously it's not been the strongest hero that they've played. So I wonder if them now swapping over to that Juno pick is going to change the play. Well, it will change the play style, but it's how much it's going to change the play style by, because they were being really quite aggressive with this Ana, obviously hitting massive anti-nades pretty much right from the get-go. I mean, the very first thing he did was hit a 3-man anti-nade out of the spawn door. Now when you see when you see them going back over to the Juno, and they really are just trying to farm up their ultimate, and they're trying to make usage of that ultimate as well as make usage of the speed rings. It's not as the ultimate is very fight turning, but the anti-nades are much more consistently fight turning as well. But it seems like we are getting ready to go into our map. Let's see if any of the predictions, any of the changes will make a difference for either one of these teams. I'm very excited to see how both of these teams are going to perform now when the lights are on them, because for Good For You, this is your moment to stay in and try and make it through to the grand final. For Code Red, this is the chance to end the series and punch your ticket to our final game for today. Obviously, as we said, Renako now coming in. Can anyone get anything here? Well, obviously someone will get something, but can anyone make a name for themselves in this series? We see proxies going over to the Mei. The Junker Queen composition is coming out here for Good For You. And we see the Mei from Azent as well. I wonder if we'll see a Sim TP out of spawn as we see the beautiful view of the Peruvian mountains here through the lens of the... Well, I believe it's the sun beacon. I don't actually know the correct terminology. I was going to try and make a play on word with it, but we can't do that anymore now. Speed actually going over towards this interesting pick here. Lots of consistent damage with the dynamites, but more close range damage coming in from Code Red here. Andre on this Cassidy here. Both teams now just looking to position. Wraparound coming in here for Code Red as we see both teams still jostling, still figuring it out. Speed ring already being utilized here from Jazzy. I believe Worm is still holding on to their own. As we see now, a lot of positioning has been lost here for Good For You. They want to try and close the distance, but they need to find the perfect opportunity to do it. And at the moment, Code Red are just not giving that. The bot still hasn't moved for a bit. There's the speed ring. There's the engage trying to come through. The Jagged Blade, though, expertly blocked by Renako. We do see a little bit of isolation there from Worm, but at the moment, they're still unable to get on towards the Juno for Code Red. There's the Mei Wall coming in onto Renako. Renako falling very, very low, but at the moment, the health pool for Good For You is also falling very low. Renako trying to stay alive, getting spammed down, but it's Proxies who finds the first pick. It's a headshot with the icicle there onto Andre. Now, Fantasy walks towards Renako. The Mei Wall comes through, and they try and isolate here. Azent, they already have the Blizzard online, but they will not get the chance to use it as the rest of the team has fallen around them, and Good For You will take this first point and start their progress with the bot. Lots of ultimates online for both teams here, but Good For You definitely in the box seat for this right now. They almost have all 5 of their ultimates. You can try and be a little bit more aggressive here, I think, if you are Good For You, as Soaks has their rally available well before Pugs does. If you can try and rush down anyone here, you should do so. There's a speed ring coming out from both teams. There is the orbital strike coming in from both teams as well, but once again it was pulled first by Code Red. Soaks getting taken down before they can utilize their ultimate. Blizzard coming out as well from both teams, with Fantasy manages to find Pugs. Azent went down earlier in the Bob, wreaking havoc in the backline, manages to find 2. Renako is there, using the Terror Search to try and possibly turn the fight. Gets taken down there, and now it should be the checkpoint being captured here for Good For You. Renako has to make the swap over to the Ramatra. And it's only Andre now with their ultimate. Pugs didn't even get to build up to their rally, so once again the rally advantage is still there for Good For You. They have the Rampage online as well, the good for you. The speed ring's already being utilized. Fantasy is there. The rest of the team is there as well. There is the Deadeye being utilized. It's a Maywall there to try and isolate it. A great stun coming in there from Soaks using the rally. Now it's the Rampage. Lets it rip. Lets it connect onto 4. Andre's going to get taken down. The Ramatra's already used their form and is now very, very vulnerable. The stun comes through from Pugs, but it's too little too late. The rest of their team is crumpled around them, and good for you are moving forward with momentum, with passion, and with a whole lot of attitude to prove that they could shut this map out and bring us to our map 5. Can Code Red find something here to bring them back into this? Disengage coming through right now for good for you as they try and wait for their respawns to get back, and they'll fight once again on this corner. It's a very nice position for them. Andre's made the swap over towards the Ash as well. Fantasy taking a lot of damage. Has to use the commanding shout to try and stay alive. There's the speed ring as we see Renako now just trying to punch forward. The Maywall is there, but it's a good counter wall. A defensive Maywall now coming out from Proxies, who's building up towards their Blizzard. Almost has it online, about 20% in front of Azent, their May counterpart. Now has it. Are they going to decide to let it rip immediately? Not just yet. Renako getting quite low, getting pressured out. It's going to be the orbital strike coming out now for here from Worm, as it seems to be good for you. Trying to just stay in this fight here, but now with Code Red, they capitalize on the advantage of having their orbital strike online, and they will take down the entirety of good for you as Renako managed to soak up all of that pressure, all of that damage, and do enough damage of their own to get on towards their own annihilation. And now with the ult in the bank here, Code Red, they have a chance of potentially snowballing this and closing the distance of the lead that good for you currently have. Orbital Strike online for Jazzy, though, could prove to be huge. Soaks also almost has their rally online here. Will have it online for this next fight. We see the punch form coming through, but it's already picks coming through for good for you. The Bob and the orbital strike, just too much damage, just too much pressure, and now good for you. They just start pushing the bot back towards their side of the map, and the Zen is probably going to get staggered out here. In fact, we could even see Worm get staggered out. They managed to use their moves to get away. Fantasy can't hunt them down. Azent gets very, very low, but also manages to somehow escape. They have the Blizzard online for this next fight. Code Red, lots of ultimates online, but good for you. They still have their rally. If they can try and possibly get an early pick, they could try and turn this fight around, even with the ult disadvantage. The Rampage is there, lets it rip, connects onto the Judo and onto the Ramatra as well. Worm goes down, the Annihilation is there, but Andre falls as well. There's the Bob into the backline coming out from Andre, but it's not going to really do enough. Proxy gets taken down. Now it's the commanding shot being utilized from Fantasy, who gets very, very low, taken down there from Renako, who also finishes off Jazzy. Pugs found Soaks, and that is going to be a fight win for Code Red, but again, they had to utilize a lot, and without the ultimates that they're cycling, it's going to be very, very difficult to try and get this bot lead in your favor. Azet does have the May ultimate online, though, and there's nothing on the side for good for you, and now we see Fantasy also making the swap off of their Junker Queen towards the Ramatra. So now it's a Ramatra Miracle coming out here from both teams. This is all going to be on Azent with their Blizzard. There it goes. It gets laid out. There's the chase down on towards the enemy. Ramatra Fantasy, though, manages to escape. Not getting frozen up. Could be crucial. Renako, a little bit out of position. Now has no form. The Icebox is already being used there from Azent. Soaks very, very low. So is Speed. Hiding away right now. It's going to be Andre finishing off the Brigitte of good for you. Code Red now trying to press the advantage, but it's going to be the Orbital Strike coming in from both teams. Pugs gets taken down. There's the Blizzard. Late Blizzard from Proxies. Manages to clean up this fight there with the help of Speed 75 and Fantasy, and they will continue to hold this lead and stop Code Red from getting the checkpoint. They are on their way to potentially securing this map and forcing a map 5 against Code Red. Code Red, though, they still have a chance here. They have ultimates coming up here. They can cycle their ultimates, maybe get a couple of bargain fight wins, then maybe they can start pushing momentum back towards themselves. They're going to have to deal with an Annihilation and a Bob for this fight, but Azent already building up towards this Blizzard. If they can get it online, they could potentially fight, win this. But Renako just gets absolutely annihilated. But Andre finds 2 as well. There's the Annihilation coming out, but it's a great coach gun that boops away Fantasy. So this ultimate is going to get absolutely jacked. No Bob online as well here for good for you. So they can't really clean up this fight effectively. And at the moment, it's just Fantasy and Proxy's kind of staggering themselves out with Jazzy going down. This is a fight win here for Code Red, and it's Andre who puts on the hero cape and shows why they are just as formidable on hit scan as Speed 75. Both Bobs now online, but the old advantage very firmly in favor here for Code Red. An early Blizzard potentially to come out here. Pugs is also building up towards their rally. If they can find Soaps early here after a good headshot there, they could potentially win. There's the early Blizzard that comes through. Fantasy absolutely annihilated there. No need for any other ults. The Bob was already utilized, so now they're just going to clean up this fight. They still have the Annihilation online. Things are looking very, very good right now for Code Red, but they do lose a Zent late into that fight. So the Zent may not even be present for this next fight for Code Red. This could prove to be an issue. Proxies now is building up towards their Blizzard. They have to try and win a fight where they're down ultimate to Code Red. They have the Annihilation online, and Pugs has that rally as well. Potentially more aggression to come out. They may need to play it a bit faster, but they can't at the moment until Azent gets back. Now it's Fantasy, who decides that they want to press the go button. They manage to find Andre. Speed gets traded out. Now the Annihilation comes out for the side of Code Red. Renako trying to chase down the Juno, but is unable to catch the very nimble support hero. Now the Annihilation wears off. It's a great stun coming up onto Renako, who now goes back into their pummel form, but is getting pressured, getting damaged, getting pushed from all sides, getting finished off there from Good For You. And Good For You with this fight win, they look like they control their own destiny right now. They have both the Orbital Strike and the Blizzard, and Azent has just been staggered out. Monaco now swaps back over to the Orisa, possibly a desperation swap here, back over towards the Comfort hero, unable to mirror in this matchup. It needs to be potentially a Hail Mary eat with the spinning Javelin, but it's very rare that we see that happen. The Juno ultimate online for Code Red here. The Orbital Strike could be the turning point if they're able to clean up effectively. Jazzy gets down to Andre with a headshot there, finishes off the Juno. The ultimate now no longer available here for Good For You. There is Renako kind of bullying Fantasy into the corner, unable to build up that Annihilation. They can't turn this fight right now. Ken, Good For You, but there's still a lot of distance to be made up if you are Code Red. But without using any ultimates here, you're feeling a little bit more confident. You have the Blizzard, you have the Orbital Strike. You can try and match Good For You with their aggression. You need to find a way to get an early steal, though. This comes down to Azent and Andre. Can they do it? The overtime wick starts burning down now. No. Can they be the hero here as well? Can they potentially get an eat with their spinning Javelin? There is Fantasy to meet them on the corner. There is the Vortex just to try and swap everyone down. But Azent manages to find Proxies. It's a huge pick. No Blizzard online now for Good For You. They have to give up the checkpoint. They have to give up the point. They just back all the way up. This just allows Code Red to continue building their ultimate. Could this be it? Could this be the moment that Code Red shut down the series? It's a Blizzard. It's great aggressive play coming out from Code Red. It's going to be Fantasy who doesn't get frozen up, but Speed gets taken down as well. No Bob available. Good For You. They have all these ultimates, but no one's there to use them. There's only about 5-10 meters left until the victory comes through. For Code Red, can they shut down the series? 5 meters left. It's going to be Fantasy using the Annihilation now in a less than optimal position. There's the Terror Surge that comes through. Fantasy has to try and tank it. It does a lot of damage, but Proxy's taken down again. The Blizzard doesn't find anyone. The Orbital Strike is too much to get through. Andre with the Bob in the backline finishes off Fantasy. Azent takes down the Bob of Speed 75. Pugs goes down, but it's too little too late. Good For You will fall at the final hurdle, and it's a clutch performance from Code Red to shut down this series and come back in this fourth map. Absolutely incredible. I have not seen a push comeback like that in so long. It was so impressive from Code Red. The mentality to keep up and to stay in this game despite being down by so much it just cannot be understated. Incredible play coming out individually from Andre, individually from everyone, really. It was incredible work coming out from Code Red, and they are your deserving winners for the series. And that is one hell of a way to end our semi-final here at the DEO. Incredible work from Code Red. They will be going through to our grand final, but for Good For You, unfortunately, while you have lost this series, you will be going on to our losers finals, where we don't exactly know who they're going to be taking on yet. I don't believe. In fact, they're going to be taking on the next chapter, who lost to Mud Dog earlier in this, or a little earlier in their semi-final that was playing concurrently as well. So we will see Good For You taking on the next chapter in our next game. So you definitely don't want to stick around. But for now, we are going to go to a little bit of a break while we set those up. I can catch my breath. You guys can catch your breath. And we're going to be back for more spectacular Overwatch just after this. And welcome back, everyone. And I need to get used to this being a little bit shorter than I am. We are here for our losers final. That's right. Both of these teams just came off of a tough loss in our semi-final matches. The next chapter going down 3-0 to Mud Dog, and good for you, as we just saw going down in a thrilling 3-1 affair with the with Code Red. There we go. Now, we are doing a little bit of a giveaway at the moment. That's right, we're giving away a awesome prize from BC Computing, and that is our mouse that we are giving away. We are giving away a G203 mouse now because we have just finished our first game. So make sure before Corey ends up running the giveaway that you enter ! giveaway for your chance to win that awesome prize. It'll be drawn as probably while I'm talking through the rest of the teams. And boy, we've definitely got some teams. That's why the next chapter is our newcomers. So let's introduce them first into the lobby. We have Hopper and PK Fishy, Dumbbell, Blink, and Beeple as well. Now, the last time that we saw this team, they did unfortunately go down on stream, but they have looked dominant in this finals run in a single elimination bracket. Unfortunately, running into the brick wall that is Mud Dog, and now they're here trying to prove themselves, trying to get third place, and trying to win themselves some of the true apparel gift vouchers that we have available for our third place prize. And with these sorts of competitions here, you'd expect people to actually be over onto the World's Juno here, where it's really going to be just a mirror matchup of what we've seen throughout the last match, I believe, where we're going to see Hopper on towards the Ash. PK Fishing may take up the Genji. It is a pretty good brawly hero that can get into the backline very efficiently, dashing through, doing a lot of damage. And then Dumbbell may play some of this Orisa, may also swap over towards a Diva or the Ramatra as well. It's going to be very interesting to see what they play. And of course, their opponents, good for you, in this finals, coming off of a heartbreaking loss in that Runa Sapi match. We see Speed 75, Proxies, Fantasy, Soaks, and Jazzy once again. And we've seen what type of composition these guys play. This Junker Queen composition has been really, really good for them. It pays off. Fantasy has looked awesome on it, but also Fantasy has looked very, very good on the Ramatra as well, showing their prowess on that hero as well. Make sure, guys, as well, after the giveaway is done, to continue to enter using !giveaway, because we will be giving away a HS55 headset after this game, a Corsair HS55 headset after this second game as well. So make sure you continue to keep going. And also at the end of this second game, we will be announcing the winner of the giveaway for the DE Gleam jersey. Make sure you go over to the Disconnected Esports Twitter and enter into that to win yourself a part of a piece of DE merchandise from True Apparel, the long-standing partner of Disconnected Esports as well. Now, for our map pool, because we are going to be starting with things at the moment. We're going to be starting with things. We're going to be starting with Lijiang Tower. And Lijiang, we saw it earlier, very, very close map. And we can see a lot of different compositions get pulled out on each point here. And we are going to be seeing what each team can actually be running throughout this map pool here. Obviously, we've seen what Good For You have been running throughout this tournament, and it's that Junker Queen composition. But now the next chapter, we did see them in our last stream yesterday, and they looked good in our stream yesterday. They looked very, very good. Hopper looked like he was putting up a performance on that Ash pick here. Beeple was doing pretty well over on towards that Juno as well, and Beeple was really quite extraordinary in their very first stream game as well. It's going to be very interesting to see just how we are going to go into this game and how these players are now going to play in this losers final. We are just waiting currently for a player to return from being AFK. When we are back, it is going to be exciting. It's going to be extraordinary Overwatch, I am sure. Now, we do have this slight delay, obviously, and we can continue to theorize, we can continue to theory craft a little bit here, because obviously, good for you, we know what's going to happen, and we know how these things go. We have just seen the giveaway occur, as I've seen in the chat here. Congratulations to a corny pun for a corny pun. That's golden. That's a golden name. I like it. I like it a lot. Very well done. Congratulations for being the winner of the giveaway for our mouse. I believe that you guys, you're going to really enjoy that piece of hardware there. So, awesome work for winning the Logitech G203 mouse. And I hope that you enjoy our prize. Now, we are going to see our first map coming through here. It is going to start out once again on Night Market. What compositions are we going to see from Good For You? At the moment, PK Fishy over towards that May. The Cassidy from Hopper as well. Swoo from Hopper as well. Swoo over onto the Orisa. Blink and Beeple onto the Brigitte. And on to the Juno as well. And the next chapter rolling out in their tried and tested, they're always fancied Junker Queen composition. Speed 75 swapping over towards that Ash after the TP out of spawn as well. So we're going to see some early positioning here for the next chapter. Just a bit of spam coming through here from both teams. If anyone can land a lucky headshot at the moment, it would be great. Hope are actually over on towards the Cassidy, so they need to try and close the distance a little bit. But Swoo has kind of been left by themselves in the open, so they take a lot of damage. And now it's going to be Swoo just trying to move forward. They're trying to put pressure onto Fantasy, but Swoo pulled out, taken down, headshot onto the Orisa, does a lot of damage. And Fantasy with the finish, now trying to chase the rest of the team, gets the knife there onto PK Fishy, but will not be able to get the kill. And it will be the next chapter who will take the point here. Now, we do see a lot of pressure being put onto Fantasy here as we see the commanding shout come out. And Good For You, they have to fall all the way back here on towards the point, and this is where they want to fight. They have Proxy with the wall. They're building up towards their own Blizzard here. Good For You. They want to try and get in. There's the May wall that comes out. It's going to be Swoo, though, using this spinning javelin as well as their Fortify to try and stay alive. Blink, though, in the meantime, gets taken down, pulled in there by the Jagged Blade and finished off. PK Fishy does get the trade back with the speed, but gets taken down there by Proxies, and now with the rest of the team falling as well, he's just going to be Swoo standing all by them lonesome, and they will be taken down here as Good For You. They, as the next chapter, sorry, they look a little bit lost at the moment. We do have a little bit of an issue at the moment. We are coming back into it as well. At the moment, we do have a pause, classic Australian pauses here. And that's, you know, that's what we expect in this region. We do expect this region to have a lot of pauses every now and again. Let's talk about the ultimates that we do have online at the moment. We have obviously Jazzy having that orbital strike. Proxies as well is over on to has the Blizzard online as well. Beeple, the only person with an ultimate for the next chapter. They do almost have their Deadeye, but can that really turn the fight around? We're gonna have to wait and see here. Lots to think about here for the next chapter. How can they get back in? So far, they've really been unable to find any sort of space, and Proxies is just massively out damaging PK Fishy at the moment. We are just waiting on the game to be unpaused. It's going to be up to Beeple and Hopper to try and turn this fight. Swoo also almost has their Terror Surge, but with the Rampage from Fantasy, this fight could just be shut down permanently for the next chapter. Who is going to come out on top in this next fight? We'll find out once we come out of this pause. Blink and PK Fishy have been punished a lot at the moment. And whether or not that's because they're being too far forward, Blink getting caught out quite a couple of times with that jagged blade from Fantasy does mean that they are struggling to really do anything. Now, we are coming out of our pause here. Can they find a way to isolate a target, maybe get a finish off as well? Hoper, Deadeye online, goes to the right here, but gets spammed out there by Speed. And this is the advantage of having the Ashe. The range is just there for Good For You. Now it's just going to be a rotation coming in the next chapter. They're trying to gain sight lines, maybe trying to isolate Fantasy a little bit. They've rotated all the way around here, but they've really been unable to close the distance at all until Hoper finally gets a kill there onto Soak. A Jagger Blade does finish off the Cassidy, and there is the Terror Surge being utilized. The Rampage was there, but it was good Maywall from I believe that's PK Fishy to stop that. Beeple finds 2 in the orbital strike as well. Now it's just the Juno and the May fighting against the Junker Queen Fantasy, trying to get these kills, trying to get something. The Blizzard is online. They're just trying to get the Junker Queen away. No Maywall, no Ice Block being utilized there from PK Fishy. Beeple has to try and escape despite all the work being done there from the Juno of the next chapter. They will fall, and this fight is going to go in favor of Good For You. Last fight territory now for this first point. Ultimate's online here for Good For You as well. There's the Maywall. It gets broken. Speed Rain comes out, and now it's going to be the Rally and the Bob right in the choke point as well. Hoper has their Deadeye online, but hasn't been able to use it as of yet. The Blizzard freezes up the Bob, but that's about it. There's a Blizzard now coming out from Good For You. Wall off the point. No one can touch. That is a great for C9. No, not quite. Now it's the Ice Block. No one can get past. They finally get through onto the point. The Rally comes in there from Blink, and now it's going to be Proxies who gets taken down. Good For You, unable to finish off any of the kills, unable to do enough damage to stop the stream of players from the next chapter. And the point should flip in favor here for the next chapter. Big Fishy so low, but will not get taken down, and it will just be the next chapter taking this fight fairly cleanly in the end, but it looked really close for quite a bit of that. Now, Ultimate's online for Good For You still. They're going to have the Rampage coming back here. Fantasy doing a really good job so far of building up these Rampages. Beeple, once again, has the Orbital Strike online, though. They've done really well keeping that alive. There is the Orbital Strike coming through, but Hoper has already been taken down. It's going to be a Jagger Blade over towards the Brigida or Blink, but eventually Fantasy will fall, unable to keep themselves sustained. Beeple doing a lot of healing throughout this Ultimate as well. Big Fishy gets low, but it's Beeple who finishes off Proxy. Soaks gets taken down. Speed 75 will fall at the end here, and once again the next chapter will come away with a win. And once again, a bit of aggression, or pretty good patience being shown there by the next chapter to just sustain through the Rampage and then finish off the kills. PK Fishy, Jagger Blade pulled in, now has to use the Maywall defensively. There is the Orbital Strike. The Blizzard's online, and it gets pushed down. Does it catch on to anyone? It does. It catches on to both Soaks and Proxies. Proxies gets taken down. Soaks manages to just escape. Fantasy, Jagger Blade onto the Orisa and Swoo, forces them to use their spinning javelin, but now it's a little disengaged. PK Fishy does get taken down, but because of the disengage that came in from Good For You, no one can capitalize on the kill. And with Jazzy getting staggered out there, it looks like Good For You will have to back away for the rest of this fight. 70% being built up. Last fight territory now coming in. Lots of ultimates on the side of the next chapter. Proxies almost has their Blizzard. Soaks now has their Rally and Speed building up towards that Bob. It's going to be about who can use their ultimates the best. It's going to be a stun. It's going to be a Terror Surge. Rallies from both teams. Unfortunately, the Terror Surge just forces everyone away, doesn't get any sort of kills. A little bit of damage was done. There is the Blizzard, but it's a good Maywall coming out from PK Fishy. But Swoo doesn't disengage, just tries to stay there. Hoper does take down Soaks, who is a support for a tank, but in the meantime, the rest of the side of the next chapter has streamed onto the point. PK Fishy did find Speed. The Bob is there. The Cat comes through for Good For You. There is the Orbital Strike coming in from Beeple, who managed to stay alive somehow and is making pretty good use of this ultimate, keeping the rest of the team alive. The May is there. Proxy taken down by PK Fishy. Once again in the clutch. Good For You seem to be falling apart. The Winston from Swoo comes back into this fight. It's a great Maywall there coming in. Fantasy will get finished off. People staying alive for so long on a sliver of HP. Finally taken down, but their job is done. Jazzy traded out. Speed 75 on the Tracer, just trying to touch onto the point, staying alive. There's the Maywall that comes through there from PK Fishy. The flip has to come in first for the next chapter. Another touch comes through, but Speed 75 cannot get back onto the point, and that is going to be the fight win and the point win for the next chapter, coming back 100-0 to winning that point. And once again, Good For You, it strikes for them. when it comes to the clutch moment, they have been unable to really find a way to win. And I don't know what seems to be happening in those scenarios when Good For You seem to be up. They seem to have the trades in their favor, and then they just seem to get lost. Maybe they split up a little bit. The comms get a bit messy, but in the end, they just seem to fall apart. Now as we see the teams roll out very similar compositions, this time Proxies though going over to the Cassidy, and Speed goes to the Genji. It's a spear there coming in onto Jazzy, almost as Juno goes off the map, but it will stay on for now as the house has been taken here for Good For You. Carnage already being utilized. PK Fishy who falls to about half health, but it's going to get healed up here from Beeple. It's a spear that gets missed. Fantasy gets into the back, manages to find Beeple, then goes off of the map there. Hoper taken down from Proxies, who's on that Cassidy. The flashbang does the damage there as well. But with no tank available for the next for Good For You, they may have to vacate the premises of the point. There's the May wall that comes through, stopping the recontest from coming through. And a great shots there from Hoper, take down Soaks, who was caught out in the open. And that is going to be the fight win here for Good For You as they take the point and start ticking up their own percentage. A late stagger as well onto Proxies. Very good as Hoper shakes their head at the thought of being pulled off of the map there from Fantasy. No ultimates really being built up just yet. We may see PK Fishy get towards their Blizzard if this fight goes on for a long time, but apart from that, there's really nothing here. Great Maywall comes through there, isolating Fantasy from the rest of the team as we see the spinning spears of Swoo trying to do the damage. It was a good knife there onto PK Fishy, and now PK Fishy is going to get punished, taken down, headshot by Proxy for Fantasy. Takes a lot of spam damage, now has to back away. Jazzy building up towards their orbital strike right now, about 99% there. Will maybe not even need to use it, especially if they can rush down Blink right now. It's a good shield bash to get out of dodge from the Brigida of the next chapter. The point in danger of flipping over in favor of Good For You here. The orbital strike still on live for Jazzy. As Screw on the Arista has to back away, and now the rest of the team is pretty in danger. But Proxy gets javelined off of the map, and now it's going to be Screw who's just left on the back line. Terror Surge now gets utilized. They do all the damage with the help of the Terror Surge, and that is going to be Blink cleaning house as we see Good For You crumble once again as the next chapter will take this next map. Or this next fight, sorry, I should say. Building up more percentage, 55% on the board right now for the next chapter. Calling it a little bit early, but at the moment, they have the ult advantage in their favor. PK Fishy has the Blizzard online. Speed 75 does have the Dragon Blade, but are they going to be able to do enough here? There's the high noon. There's the boop that goes in. Blink with the whip shot, taking down Fantasy. And now with the aggressive push coming in from the next chapter, Proxy's very, very low. Has to roll to get the mega health back. It's a good disengage in the end, but now Good For You. They have to try and come back in. PK Fishy, Proxy, sorry, decides now is the time to bring out the Echo, and this is ballsy. This is very ballsy to challenge the Ash of Hoper, who has been doing very good, consistent damage on the side of the next chapter. There is the Maywall that comes through, but PK Fishy is absolutely annihilated by Soaks, who used the rally. So does Blink. So now it's the pressure coming in. Speed 75 with the Dragon Blade manages to find Blink, and it should be a fight win here for Good For You, but they use everything in the next chapter. They crucially, because PK Fishy died so early in that fight, will hold on to their Blizzard. Now, who are we going to see be the hero? Fantasy holding on the bridge here, has the spear, could potentially boop someone off of the map if they just hold strong, maybe with a javelin or the spinning spear as well. But it's Hoper who takes down Proxy. It's a great whip shot coming in from Soaks though that punishes Swoo for being a little bit too far forward on the bridge, and that is going to be their tank for Good For the next chapter being taken down. Lots of ultimates online now. We see both the orbital strikes online. Fantasy is going to build up towards their Terror Surge as well. PK Fishy still has their Blizzard. It's another good whip shot. They still couldn't get back into the point. Hoper goes, so does the bomb. Incredible clutch play coming from Blink. PK Fishy falls up for the tower as well. The DPS for the next chapter, must like skydiving, and True decides that he's going to join them. Off of the tower they go. Now, last fight territory. Proxies has their duplicate online. Fantasy with the Terror Surge. Jazzy with the orbital strike. Can the next chapter get back into this? What do they have to get in. They have still the ultimates available. They haven't been able to use this Blizzard for almost 90%. The May Wall comes in. It's an E for Fantasy onto the Blizzard. PK Fishy waited so long to use it, and now it's Fantasy who is running Orisa. Terra Surge coming out from the next chapter. Does finish off Soaks, but Fantasy still holding strong on the Orisa. Will finish it off, and that will be the point win going in favor of Good For You. My goodness. Incredible play from Fantasy to eat that ultimate. PK Fishy had been holding that for almost 100% of the point. And then at the time that they use it, they throw it straight into the waiting arms of Fantasy, spitting their spear in their face. Good For You finally pull up clutch when it matters. They give themselves a chance now to win this first map when all seemed lost. Can they do it? Do we have the potential for Good For You to come back and show that they can clutch up? We see the high ground now being contested here from both teams. White Room is the place to fight. The only difference on this map is that Hopper has gone over towards the Venture. An interesting pick. We haven't seen a lot of it today. There's the May Wall coming out from PK Fishy as now the engage starts coming in. All of the cooldowns from Swoo have been used, and it's a good May Wall there from Proxy that isolates Blink and isolates Swoo. Blink getting taken down, and now is the forward push coming through for Good For You. Fantasy will look at PK Fishy as PK Fishy takes down Proxy instead, and then manages to get out with their life. Somehow the May has managed to survive and get value from themselves as well. Swoo, very, very low. Well kept up there from the support to the next chapter. It's going to be Fantasy who's locked up in the corner there, trying to take down Blink. Blink will survive. All the HP pools for the next chapter are all the way down, but it's going to be the next chapter who are pulling this fight out of the ashes of defeat. The rally comes in now here from Soaks. A really quick ultimate build there, but it's going to be people who uses their orbital strike to finish off Fantasy, to finish off this fight, and it will be capture being taken from the next chapter in a very extended fight. Incredible gameplay coming out right now from the next chapter, and Good For You as well. Ultimates on the board from both sides. PK Fishy has their Blizzard available. Are they going to be able to use it in this map? That's the question that I have, because so far they've really not had a lot of success. There's the orbital strike being utilized. There's the Blizzard from PK Fishy. It's going to be Fantasy who uses their Terra Surge, holding it, manages to get Swoo. Swoo just walks back into it. There's the Blizzard now being layered down from Good For You. May have been a little bit of overkill there. It seemed like they'd already won the fight and flipped the point, but they will continue to get percentage on the board, and this seems now to be a very interesting situation that we find ourselves in as PK Fishy makes a swap off of the May over towards the Genji. Walking through the choke point here is Swoo. They have the Terra Surge online the May Wall. Did isolate the Orisa, but the Orisa very good at being able to live. Holding on to their Terra Surge here for as long as they can. They can try and punish Proxies, but with the Deadeye there, everyone else has to run away. Great stun up there on towards Fantasy as Blink using this rally is trying to lead the charge now for their team, trying to get themselves back into this fight, back into this point, getting more percentage on the board, but it's a headshot there from Proxies on the PK Fishy that finishes off the Genji for the next chapter. People building up towards their own Juno ult right now. Could choose to layer it down. They do so indeed. Try and save their tank, but Swoo, too much pressure, too much damage, taken down. Soaks with a great stun up, but the Hopper and Blink will finish them both off, and this looks like it could be it for Good For You. Can they win this first map of the series in the losers final? When all seem lost on map 2, can they pull it out? It's a good sleep dart coming in here from Blink, who made the swap over to the Ana and now swaps back over towards the Brigitte. It's a spear onto Fantasy, forcing them out of position, but a great spear back as well. Swoo now trying to get in. Fantasy has the Terra Surge pretty much available right now. Speed has the Deadeye, and Proxies has the Blizzard. How can the next chapter get in? Terra Surge comes in, does a lot of damage onto Hopper, but doesn't get the finishing blow as the Venture burrows under the ground. Now it's the pressure onto the back line. The point has been touched. It's going to be a drill dash on to try and get the overtime, but continue burning down. It's a pick of the Soaks. They try and use the Tectonic Shock, but get taken down. PK Fishy as well has already fallen. Blizzard gets layered down. Swoo gets moved out of it, manages to recontest onto the point, and now is being healed up there by their Juno people trying to build furiously towards their ultimate with Blink going down. All teams lost. Map 1 is going to be in favor of Good for you. And they look so good on this Orisa composition. It's a miracle that they haven't pulled it out in the past. They look really competent and comfortable on it. Incredible gameplay. And Soaks as well. On this Brigitte? I mean, Soaks, where were you? All of a sudden, you just start pulling out the massive rallies, the massive boots off the map on the second point as well. Clutching up for your team. Great stuns to save yourself and the rest of your team as well in fights where it may look like you were under a bit of pressure. So really good job stepping up there from the support of Good For You. And they deservedly so go up 1-0 in this series. And now for the next chapter, you look back at that second point of Lijiang, and you must be thinking that you had that. You had the Blizzard for so long, and then it goes to waste. And unfortunately, because it took so long to try and get into the fight, just a fight in general, because everyone kept getting booped off the map, it just meant that it was 99-99 before they knew it. Now, we are going to be going to our next map, and that is going to be King's Row. So we've already seen this already. We've seen swap sides as well, so we're going to be seeing I believe it is Good For You will be attacking first, and the next chapter are going to be defending, which is a very interesting call. From what we've seen though from these teams, Good For You looked very, very good on the King's Row map against Code Red. We haven't seen what the next chapter have really done on King's Row too much. They played Nimbani the first time that we saw them, and they looked good on that. So if they are comfortable on this King's Row map and they can play this Orisa composition and maybe force Good For You back over to the Orisa composition, we could see a very, very close map too. But if you are Fantasy, you know that you're trying to probably look to go back towards that Junker Queen composition. Now, one of the things that I would really love to see at the moment is no more Genji. Whilst I like Genji, I think that swapping the Genji out for the Mei has not been working well for any team that does it so far. And we saw that there with the next chapter going towards PK Fishy on the Genji very late into the round. And also, Hopper built up one ultimate and it was used and then they died immediately. So I want to see a little bit more from Hopper. And it was interesting that they were playing the bench shot. Obviously, Hopper, more of a hit scan player, likes to play this Ash pick a lot more. PK Fishy is starting off on the Genji at the moment, though. And that's something that I'm very concerned about for the next chapter. It doesn't allow the isolation of Fantasy. You can put a bit of pressure on the backline here, but you can also get taken down very, very easily. You're very susceptible to it. Any Mei headshots, you're also susceptible to potential flashbangs, anything like that. I have no idea what we might see from the next chapter, as we see Proxies goes over towards the Mei Speed, tries to take a couple of shots on the Widowmaker, and now we'll probably likely swap back towards the Ash. Here is the starting fight at the moment. No, Speed sticking over onto the Widowmaker as we have a pause coming through. Again, we love the classic OCE lobby pauses, and I'm sure we'll continue to get more of them as we go through not only this series, but the next series as well. We are identifying what the pause is about. And we will just have to see what that is about. It looks like the unpause is coming up very, very shortly. We're being informed now. Right. So, Fantasy onto the Orisa still, not going back over to that Junker Queen composition. And honestly, they look good on this Orisa comp. They use the Fortify now. They try and get into the back line. They miss their Javelin, unfortunately. So they lose quite a bit of this round here. As we see Swoo doing a lot of damage with their Javelin, using their cooldowns effectively to keep positioning here. In the next chapter, they're just looking to try and get themselves in. Maybe try and get a pick early. Good for you now. They're just trying to push forward. There's the Fortify being utilized. PK Fishy needs to be careful not to get frozen up. It's very difficult for the Genji to try and engage here. Now, not even getting a tick. It's going to be a disengage coming in from Fantasy. They need to try and get a spear onto someone. As Beeple takes down Soaks with those homing missiles. And now Beeple is doing a lot of damage, a lot of healing. PK Fishy gets their head cleanly ripped off there. So now it's a lack of damage coming in for the next chapter. And it's a lot harder for them to get their respawns in. It's a lot further to walk for the defensive respawn. Good spear there from Swoo, keeping Fantasy away, doing a lot more damage than their Orisa counterpart as well. Swoo now under a lot of pressure, and there is the orbital strike coming out from Jazzy. People get taken down without using their ultimate there, and now it's a lot of pressure coming in here. The next chapter, they have to try and sustain. PK Fishy taking a spear to the face right now, but a recontest could potentially come through. That tick hasn't really been found yet, and Hofer now has the Bob onto the point. They've been left alone to the back line. Fantasy now being pressured out, being pushed into the back line. Soaks has used their rally, and it's going to be a tick now on the board here for Good For You. Orbital strike now coming in from Beeple, and the next chapter, Terra Surge as well. The recontest is real. Speed 75 getting pressured down here from PK Fishy. Dynamite though sets the Genji on fire and now forces it back. The Blizzard trying to freeze up Swoo on the Orisa from Proxy. Doesn't work, but Swoo's going to get taken down anyway. The Terra Surge doesn't find anything but forces a lot of positioning. People now being caught in a corner. Spear doesn't find anything, and it's another tick on the board here for Good For You. PK Fishy now contesting, getting low, gets a Dynamite to the face. The spear does miss, but Jazzy finding Beeples means that this fight is all but over. It's Good For You. They will take point one in a grueling, grinding fight. They're looking to see if they can get some staggers here. PK Fishy has the Dragon Blade online, but has yet to find a kill in this map. We also see Good For You as well. Now coming up on a couple of ultimates. Jazzy has once again got their orbital strike, and Speed has that Bob as well. Hoper doing a lot of damage on this Ash, already 50% towards their next Bob after just using it. PK Fishy, half health, looking for the Dragon Blade, looking for a way in. They're fighting over the high ground at the moment as we see Swoo just trying to push in, trying to make sure that they can keep the space for their team. Fortify used. There's the Bob. There's the Speed ring. There is the orbital strike being utilized, and it's going to be Speed who takes down Hofer. There's a lot of ground being given up here from Good For You, but they have to do it because they don't really have the ultimates to really engage at the moment. PK Fishy still holding on to their Dragon Blade. When is going to be the time that they crack it? Terra Surge available now for Swoo. They're trying to get into the back line. They're unable to do it successfully. There is the Terra Surge being used with the Dragon Blade. PK Fishy manages to find Jazzy. Soaks gets taken down, and it's going to be Fantasy finished off there by Blink in the back line, and Good For You, they will fall and fail to capture point two on this fight, as we see Speed and Proxies getting staggered out late into the fight as well. Both support ults online at the moment for the next chapter. Hoper holding on to that Bob as well very shortly, as we see Fantasy is building up towards their Terra Surge, but that's the only ultimate that Good For You have to work with at the moment. You really want to see the next chapter try and get aggressive here with their ultimates, because they have to know that Good For You only have the one. Can they find their way in? There is the Speed ring. There is the Javelin into the backline. PK Fishy manages to find Speed as well. And this is the time when the Genji can shine. Dashing through, doing all the damage. And it was just with the one ultimate. The next chapter will win it. In fact, it was two ultimates. So Bob just kind of standing off into the backline. That's just what Bob does sometimes. Didn't really do a whole lot of damage, but it was good to be able to use and force everyone into the choke point. Lots of damage to be done. Swoo building up towards their Terra Surge. 50% away. Good For You has theirs online with Fantasy still not using it. Jazzy building up towards their Auto Strike, and Proxies has the Blizzard as well. We're going to be seeing Swoo just trying to keep the rest of the team alive. There's the Spinny Spear, there's the Terra Surge. People immediately eviscerated, but PK Fishy manages to find Soak, so it's a support for a support. Speed 75 goes down as well. PK Fishy going absolutely bananas in the backline right now. Manages to hunt down the supports and the DPS, and that is going to be a team kill coming out from the next chapter without the usage of ultimates at all. In fact, I actually think we saw Blink use the rally there as well. Proxies has their Blizzard online. Jazzy has the Orbital Strike as well. Can we see them get value out of this, or will the Terror Surge and the Blade be too much for Good For You to handle? There's the Blade, there's the Terror Surge. They get on towards the Brigida. Jazzy falls. Proxies is already dead. They didn't even use the ultimates in the end, and it's such a clean fight win from the next chapter. And here is the stagger onto the Orisa. This is brutal. That's a good 10 seconds almost wasted from the next chapter on to Fantasy, and it's a good stagger target. The Orisa, very easy to stagger, doesn't have immediate threat of really killing anyone, and so they're able to stay alive. Good For You now, though, have a lot of ultimates to use, but only 20 seconds to try and push this cart from here to the end of point 2, and they have a long way to do that. There's the rally coming through. Fantasy trying to get into the back line. Blizzard being utilized as well there from Proxies, as we see the entirety of the next chapter now just falling to pieces. Swoo will fall last, and it will be Beeple who backs away, but now they have their own Orbital Strike online. Jazzy has theirs, and Speed has the Bob. Hoper will also have a Bob online very, very shortly. It is going to come down to these ultimates, how they're utilized, and whether or not anyone can get a pick early on as well. Swoo will also build up towards a Terror Surge, but Fantasy will at the same time. So it's going to be very interesting. There's the Bob to get the touch to the point. Orbital Strike comes through, and now the Bob in return from Speed 75 as well. They're trying to melt the Bob that's in the back line there. Hopeless Bob really having a rough time there and getting taken down. Now they've locked the Brigida away from their tank. They're going to get taken down. Blink will fall. PK Fishy fell earlier in the fight. Despite people getting a trade back kill, it will not be enough. The Terror Surge is an interesting investment. I'm not really too sure about that one. Unfortunately, for the next chapter, it will be in vain, and we will see swaps coming in now as PK Fishy goes over towards the Farah. Will we see Swoo make a swap? No. Interesting choice to use the ultimate, and I say, buddy. Definitely an interesting choice. PK Fishy on the Farah looks to be immediately swapping back to the Genji. Again, interesting swaps that have come through for the next chapter, and they've pretty much given up this entire, like half of this point here already. We see Fantasy getting aggressive, pushing forward onto Swoo, but now they have to back away. Still anyone's fight here. Blink has the rally online though, so the ult advantage for the next chapter at the moment. Good For You. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to get in. It's going to be Proxies who gets taken down. There's the rally. Soaks finished off after a stun as well. As we see, it's actually Proxies who swapped off of the Mei almost immediately, and now PK Fishy cleaning house here on the Genji. And maybe I should eat my words. Maybe we don't need the. Maybe they do need the Genji. Maybe they do want the Genji in this. 15 seconds left on the clock right now for Good For You. Do they have it in them to fight into the next chapter here as they build towards the Blade? Rally online for Soaks right now. Can they get the finish off? Can anyone actually get a touch onto the point? It doesn't seem like it. Yes, they'll just manage to get there with the help of the rally from Soaks. Now is the engaged Swoo getting very, very low, being pocketed to Kingdom Come right now as they try to run away. Dragon Blade online. There's the Orbital Strike from both teams. Dragon Blade, PK Fishy looking for the Echo. Can't quite get there. Slices, dices, but misses everything. And Speed manages to take them down, people. Earlier in the fight as well. Finally, the Ash for Good For You has been taken down, but Blink has also fallen. This is a fight win at the moment for Good For You. Bob gonna be speared off of the map right there as Hoper gets taken down. It's just Swoo all by them lonesome. They have the Terror Surge, uses it immediately. Fantasy still inside of the radius. Everyone gets off the point though! Swoo has just kept everyone away. Okay. I'm in shock. I am very much in shock in that moment. So close, yet so far from full capping this point. Someone had to be the sacrificial lamb there almost for the ultimate to just try and keep that overtime wick burning, and unfortunately no one could do it. The overtime wick burns down, they don't complete the map, and now the next chapter they have the standard for victory set now. They know what they need to get. They have the expectation. Can they do it? We're about to find out. Swoo onto the monkey. Probably won't stick on that. It's pretty hard to run the Winston composition against the composition that Good For You have been running throughout this. Even against the Junker Queen composition, it would be very difficult to run the Winston, so I wouldn't expect to see Swoo stay on this. Blink on the Mercy, potentially. We could see a very slow dive composition coming in here from the next chapter with Swoo on this Winston, but I would say that the Diva would almost be a better pick against this composition if you're going to be trying to play this slow. There is the Dynamite being utilized at the moment. You see the picks trying to come through, but it's going to be Swoo immediately swapping over back to that Orisa. The Mercy will swap back over to the Brig, and PK Fishy still sticking on this Farah. The Hopper goes over towards the Ashe. What can Good For You do at the moment in this defense? They put a lot of pressure onto PK Fishy, who now has to back away. The Farah can do a lot of spam damage, but they need to find the positioning to get into to be able to do that. And at the moment, they've been struggling with that a little bit. There's the rush through from Fantasy. They've used their spinning javelin as well as their fortify. But the Iari from Blink that has come out here has now lost its pile on. PK Fishy will get taken down, but it's Fantasy who falls as well. So a tank for a DPS is a very good trade here for the next chapter. Swoo needs to be careful not to overstep, though, as they get very, very low. Speed 75 also gets quite low now. He's trying to back away, get healed up from their healers. It's going to be a nice spear there onto Soak Speed, trying to dodge and weave their way out of trouble, but it's a great isolation onto Soaks there from Swoo. The Orisa for the next chapter shuts down the Brigitte for Good For You, and that will be a fight win and the point captured for the next chapter. Swoo has been very, very good on this Orisa so far, making so much space. Terror Surge online now uses Spinning Javelin to go and grab the Mega Health Pack and try and get out. The Speed Ring has already been used here from Good For You. Jazzy, though, has their Orbital Strike online, and Soaked also has the Rally as well. There is the Rally being utilized. PK Fishy gets taken down, so does Beeple, and that's just a clean fight win coming in from Good For You. They shouldn't even need to invest any other ultimates, although Fantasy getting very low. If that spear had a hit, you'd think that the Orisa would have died, but unfortunately for the next chapter, Swoo unable to hit that. Now gets healed up. Great stun out of the spear there from Fantasy, who's almost built up towards that Terror Surge. And speaking of Terror Surge, Swoo has theirs online, looking for the prime opportunity to use it. Fortify already been forced out here from Fantasy. There is the Orbital Strike as well as the Terror Surge for the Barrage. Takes down the Orisa for Good For You. Hopper with the Bob finishes off Proxy. Beeple takes down their Juno counterpart, and with just the Brigitte standing and being staggered out at the moment, it is a very, very easy and convincing fight win for the next chapter. Soaked, oh dear, that's a very big stagger. And now we see the swap coming through. Fantasy going back over towards the Junker Queen, which is what we've seen them on primarily in the last season, or in the last series that we watched Good For You play. Is this going to turn the tides for Good For You, though? Is the main question. They have both the DPS ult online, but they're going into a Captive Sun. They're going into a Terror Surge. You see, PK Fishy's also made the swap over towards the Genji as well. There's the Bob being used, so it's just going to stall that point and do a lot of damage, but it's a good disengage immediately being done by the next chapter. PK Fishy taken very, very low. Will get finished off there by Soaks. PK Fishy caught on the Genji once again. There's the Javelin that connects onto Fantasy, keeping that Junker Queen away. The pylon gets broken, and now it's just a full disengage from the next chapter. Good For You. They just hold strong for now. They almost have to rally online. The Proxies has their duplicate. Who do they choose to Who do they choose to copy here? It's going to be Fantasy trying to get a little bit more aggressive, but it's Blink who gets taken down. No Iari. The Genji gets duplicated. It is a win out there for PK Fishy, and Proxies actually gets taken down as they try and chase after the Genji. Now Swoo finishing off Fantasy means that this fight is turning very much in the favor here of the next chapter. They have all the space. They have all the damage right now, and they will continue to push forward. They want to take down this Ashe here. Eventually, Swoo will finish off speed 75, and it will be a fight win, and the second point being capped up here for the next chapter. They had 3 minutes 50 seconds to try and cap the next point. There's the rally. Orbital Strike being used as well. Swoo trying to push forward. Gets the knife put into them, but the Fortify is good to stop them from being pulled in. Great spear there that goes onto Proxy. The Genji falls low, and Hoper gets the better of their Ashe counterpart. Now, it's just going to be a little bit more facilitating here for Swoo as they continue to hold onto this corner and give their team some space. The Bob comes through. There's the orbital strike from Good For You. Jazzy trying to lead their team back into this fight, despite being a person down. Blink still holding on to their captive Sun on an off angle at the moment with PK Fishy. Now decides to use it, connects onto Fantasy. Now is the damage being done. Sunstruck. Fantasy falls. It's going to be the Brig that falls as well to the Sunstrike, and that could be it. It seems like there's no stopping the next chapter now. A great spear and a great little attack there onto Jazzy will finish off the support, and that will be all she wrote, as the next chapter will win this map and go and take our series to a 1-1 tie for now. We're right back where we started in our last series, where the winner of the first map loses the second map in a very interesting fashion, we will say, as PK Fishy deservedly gets the play of the game. And I guess this is what I get for saying maybe you shouldn't be playing Genji. Maybe they should be playing Genji, because PK Fishy absolutely stood up, showed up for their team for the next chapter, and now they continue to stay in this in a 1-1 scenario, going into our escort map. And it really is going to be difficult here, because, I mean, Good For You, none of these maps really suit the playstyle that we've seen. The best one that they could possibly go to, in my opinion, is Route 66. And just like the prophet foretold, that is exactly where we are going. We're going to be to Route 66. We do have another AFK player, which seems to be a very big theme across this series at the moment. But obviously, both of these teams are now playing their second match back to back, and so there is really, there's a lot of toll that takes on people, because it is a lot of communication, it's a lot of focus. They have to try and stay in it, and so I'm not surprised that players are taking little breaks every now and again, maybe to reset their mental as well. I mean, we did just see Good For You kind of get steamrolled on that King's Row map, and it looked really, really good there for the next chapter. And Route 66 is also a really good Genji map as well. They can get onto the high ground, they can kind of move around a little bit as well. They're able to just move and have so much verticality. It's so hard to shut it down, and PK Fishy is able to get away with what they got away with in that King's Row map. We could see the next chapter really finding a way to go up in this series, and I'm not too surprised by it at the moment. I knew this would be a very, very close game, and I knew PK Fishy would be a massive player in it, but I didn't think it would be on the Genji here. I thought it would be more on the Mei, or even on the Tracer, which we did see a little bit in our day one broadcast. We did see PK Fishy picking up the Tracer and going blow for blow with one of the better Tracers in the tournament. So I'm very surprised that this is how we are doing it. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see if we see the Junker Queen composition come out for Good For You, or if we see the Orisa composition coming out. They've looked good on the Orisa composition, but you can see that Fantasy isn't very comfortable on it. They're using their cooldowns ineffectively, I would say. Inefficiently is another way of putting it. You also see them getting speared out of their cooldowns quite a bit. And so at the moment, the Orisa matchup is very firmly inside of the next chapter. If they try and go back over to that Junker Queen composition, maybe it's a bit more comfortable, but it might not be the better composition. In fact, it's very, very difficult. Anyway, we get ahead of ourselves, because someone else I really want to point out who has been impressing me throughout this series is Beeple. And Beeple, I think, has had a lot of flack throughout the last couple of broadcasts, but is really showing what they're made of here. They have been doing an awesome job. They did an awesome job yesterday as well against 3-2-1 Inting, and now they're showing what they're made of on this Juno. They've been getting key picks. They've been building up their ultimate very, very quickly, and they're really facilitating their tank into playing as aggressively as they want to against Fantasy. Fantasy is going to be hovering over the Orisa as Proxies goes over towards the Genji. So now both teams are just forsaking the main pick. They want absolutely nothing to do with it. They just want to play Genji. And honestly, I don't blame them. Genji's fun. Genji's fun to play. Both teams will be looking to... Well, obviously both teams will be looking to go ahead in this matchup. It's just going to be about how they do it, whether it's going to be a dominant win, whether it's going to be a close win. It'll play on the mentals here. Good for You will know that they only just lost their last series and they've just been steamrolled on a map where they previously had beaten a team, and they probably would have chosen that map had they lost the first map as well. Now a little bit of doubt has to be creeping into your minds here. PK Fishy getting knifed. Fantasy has gone actually back over towards that Junker Queen composition. Swoop just fighting for this high ground, trying to keep everyone away. It's a nice spear onto the Juno here. Speed 75 though, finds people, and that's a great opening pick. Lack of healing, lack of maneuverability now for the next chapter. It has to be a disengage. There's the dash that comes through from PK Fishy. They get onto Soaks. They finish them off with a headshot, but they will get taken down with Blink getting finished off, even though Swoog gets the trading blow onto the Ash of Good For You. They will be taken down, and the people trying to keep their Orisa alive very valiantly. It seems like they will give their own life for it. They are getting chased down at the moment by Proxies, but no, they'll be able to just skate their way out of here. Swoo has made the change over to the Winston. Now this is an interesting pick because it's very difficult to get onto the back line. You struggle against the frontline damage of Junker Queen. I don't think this is the right pick from Swoo. There's Swoo jumping in. And in fact, the rest of the team just ignores the Winston and tries to get onto the back line. And this is very, very smart. Swoo's now isolated from the rest of the team. They do have to back up and give some ground, but now Swoo has to go towards the point, and the Winston does not want to be fighting there. It's a leap up into the air. A good bubble trying to cut off the healing on to Fantasy, but they run in, get the mega health pack, and PK Fishy gets absolutely destroyed for this slight over-aggression. Now, where is the orbital strike coming in from Jazzy? Swoo gets absolutely annihilated. Blink will fall shortly after. People has to escape. The next chapter will give up point one. It's Good For You. They're making very good time at the moment with this composition. Fantasy back on this Junker Queen is a big turning point for Good For You. They look very, very comfortable when Fantasy is on this pick. Swoo gets the jump over towards the Ash of Speed 76, but the healing comes through there from Jazzy and Soaks, and now Swoo has to back away. Hoper went down early. It was a good early pick. Proxy's building up towards this Blade. The Rampage already online here. There's the rally coming out from Blink for Speed. Takes down the rallying Brigida almost immediately. It is PK Fishy who just finished off Speed. The stun comes through here. Now it's the rally as well. Primal Rage is online for Swoo, so they are going to pop this to be able to stay alive. They're trying to get everyone in the corner, but it's so hard to stay alive even with the Primal. Soaks does get taken down. Swoo manages to escape. It's a good usage of the Primal in the end. PK Fishy finishes off Proxies, but does get taken down for their troubles. And it will be a fight win in the end for the next chapter, but it was messy and it was expensive. They used 3 ultimates in this fight. They have both their DPS ults online, but they still have to go against both DPS ults from Good For You and the Rampage as well. And the Rampage could shut down this fight completely. Hopefully, if you are the next chapter, you can keep everyone away from this rampaging Junker Queen. There's the speed rings that come through. There's the Rampage, and it's going to connect onto Hoper. Bob now being utilized. Hoper can't escape the wrath of Fantasy. Great knife to get Blink off of the high ground. PK Fishy gets taken down by the Blading Proxies, and that is going to be a fight win here for Good For You. Although, as I say that, Beeple and Swoo, they're in the backline. They managed to take down both DPS. There's not a lot of damage available right now. Beeple building up towards their ultimate, still 50% away, but will be able to keep their Winston alive and healthy. And it's very hard to punish the Juno when it's sitting up on the high ground without your DPS there. So, just like that, somehow, the next chapter get their way back into it. There is Jazzy using the orbital strike, but it's going to be Soaks who gets taken down first. They're unable to really follow up on this ultimate here from their Juno. Hoper gets taken down, but Speed as well is traded out. Swoo does go down, so it's a lot less pressure now into the backline for Good For You. But it's just trades left, right, and center, and they can't touch anyone who's on the high ground unless a knife comes through from Fantasy. PK Fishy now having a little duel with the Junker Queen there, using the Shurikens just to get more damage. They have the blade available should they choose to use it. People, though, gets pushed, pressured down by Proxies and finished off there by Fantasy. And now it's going to be the re-engage having to come through here from the next chapter. Hopper very low. There's the dash coming through as the Ash for the next chapter falls. Swoo has the Primal Rage. They can choose to stall out the point if they want to. They're just sitting all the way back. They jump towards the point, get executed, and PK Fishy is still holding on to this Blade as we see a sleep come through from Blink there, who made the swap over to the Ana and gets a nade now onto the Genji, but it's going to have to be just staggering out the Ana here. The next chapter will have to fall back a little bit here, and good for you. They're building up more ultimates again. They have the Bob online. They're going to have the Rally as well as the Rampage too. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they layer these ultimates, potentially using the Bob to engage with the Rampage as well. Beeple has their Orbital Strike online. How can they do this? It's a good anti-nade that goes on Fantasy, forces the jump swing back, forces them to use Commanding Shout as well. There's the Rally coming in to try and stop this Primal Rage from Swoop. 55 HP, 22 HP, just manages to get out there. And now with the Bob, it stops any sort of aggression that comes through. For good for you, as we have yet another pause coming through. Oh dear. I wonder what's happened now. This is very, very interesting, though. This is an interesting position for the next chapter to be in, because they use their Primal Rage, but they force out both Rally and they force out Bob, and no one dies for it. If Swoo had died there, it would have been terrible, but Swoo managing to get out means that they can come back into this fight with the Nano Boost, with the Orbital Strike, as well as the Dragon Blade too. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what they choose to use. They could end up just using the Nano Blade here and shutting down this fight completely, but they need to be careful that PK Fishy doesn't get rampaged and taken down beforehand, because Fantasy will probably want to play aggressively knowing that these ultimates are online. Still waiting to see what's going on. We're going to be getting our unpause coming through, and we are ready to go. There's the Nano Blade coming through, and that's exactly what I thought. Now they're just trying to slice and dice their way through the entirety of Good For You. Soaks and Speed, 75 going down, and that is going to be a fight win there for the next chapter. They hold on to their Orbital Strike, and they'll be able to build up a Bob for this next fight as well. Rampage online, though, for Fantasy could completely shut down this Orbital Strike. Obviously, the damage will still be there, but without the healing, it may prove difficult to get any of that damage done. The Bob from Hopper is going to have to be huge. There's the jump into the back line from the Swizz. They're trying to get their way out, but it's a great Dragon Blade there. Now it's going to be the Rampage being used as the Orbital Strike is also used. Beeple and Swoo both go down. Fantasy gets PK Fishy as well. 3 kills for the Junker Queen of Good For You. And that is going to be a fight win with a team kill. 1.5 minutes to only have to make it a few more meters. Who can touch from the next chapter? It's going to be a Dragon Blade that they're pushing into as well. Hoper does have the Bob. Blink swaps over towards the Ash there to jump onto the high ground there, as well as the Bob being utilized. There's the dive, though. There's the push. Hoper shut down so quickly. The backline, though, all Good For You being pressured out right now. The Dragon Blade comes out, doesn't really find anything, though. Just kind of looks menacingly with a katana drawn out. PK Fishy on the Tracer, looking for anything, looking for just any sort of kill, any sort of damage that they can get. It's a good shield bash out of the bubble there from Soak, but now it's the dive onto the high ground. They're trying to force the Ash, but PK Fishy has to recall over towards the point. Fantasy gets the kill onto the Tracer. The headshot comes in, though, from Hoper. 2 headshots from Hoper. In fact, Soaks, it goes down as well. This is it. Has the Widowmaker for the next chapter saved this point? Swoo has the Primal Rage, will be able to stall out this point for a little bit longer here, as long as they don't travel too far away from it. They're just booting everyone off of it. There's the Rally coming in from Soak, but they're too far away to really make use of it. Proxies goes down. There's the Rampage being used. People very, very low. Will get finished off by the Bleed. 0.56 meters to go. Hoper finished off. Blink taken down by Soak, and that is going to be it with only 15 seconds left on the clock. 12 seconds, in fact. Good For You will complete the map, and that makes it very difficult here for the next chapter. How can they come back into this? It was a lot of time that they wasted on that 3rd point defense. Let's not get that let's not get that twisted. They did put up a very valiant defense. Hoper coming out and getting those 2 late picks almost looked like they could change the fortunes of the fight, but the ultimates were just too strong there for Good For You Fantasy, once again showing us why this Junker Queen is what they prefer to play. And now we see Good For You in a very prime position to go up in this series 2-1. And honestly, it's very impressive to see that. They've got really good mental fortitude to try and win this. And remember, they're playing for... they're not just playing for pride. They're playing for the for the chance to win our jersey cards. I believe we are giving away $25 gift or $20 gift cards thanks to True Apparel to the 3rd place team. So that is what these teams are playing for at the moment. And you know, everyone loves a bit of merchandise every now and again. You can use those $20 to get yourself maybe a Disconnected Esports jersey. If you don't win the Gleam giveaway that we have going on right now, if you go and make sure to check out our Twitter and see if you can win yourself a piece of Disconnected Esports merch thanks to True Apparel. Going back into this game though, Hoper onto the Widowmaker, likely to just do a grapple shot as we see Swoo is on the Winston again. I think this is better on the attack. I think you can set the tempo a lot more on the attack. You're going to be pressuring out the high ground a lot more here. I think that works very, very well. It's a great anti-nade coming in though from, I believe it was, wait, it was a deflected anti-nade coming out there from Proxies. Blink kind of shutting down their own team there, and now Proxies is building up towards their blade at a rapid pace. PK Fishy has swapped over towards the Echo. Swoo very, very, very low, but it's going to be Speed who takes down Hoper instead. Somehow Swoo manages to stay alive. Beefle and Blink doing a great job at keeping their Winston topped up and healthy. Fantasy now looking for something. It's a good anti-nade that comes out onto the Junker Queen, of Proxies is going to get lasered down there. PK Fishy with the focusing beam, finishing off the Genji. Now, there's the dive onto the high ground. Jazzy taken down, and it's just Swoo who's in the back line. They've got their hands into the cookie jar, and they're not stopping until it is empty. PK Fishy as well, cleaning up alongside their Winston, and that is going to be point 1, getting very close to being captured just on the back of that fight. They do only have 2 people on the point though, so it will be a recontest that will be able to come in here for Good For You, but it's very difficult when the ultimate advantage is very firmly almost on line for the next chapter. They come through a split angle push here. The Brigida very, very low, but manages to escape. Can't say the same right now for the Ash, although they get healed up. Primal Rage now has to be popped. Speed gets taken down, and now it's a chase down. It's a good whip shot coming out there from the Brigida, but a nice juggle forces the Brigida away from their healer counterpart. It's another good boop as well from the Brigida of Soaks, managing to keep themselves alive. They have the Spawn ultimates coming online as well. Orbital strike from Beeple. They're trying to get the finishing blows. Soaks goes down 99% towards their rally. It's a huge anti-net that comes in. Jazzy and Fantasy will fall, and that is going to be the point cap here for the next chapter. They have 4.5 minutes to cap the next point as well. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how Good For You stabilize, and Speed getting staggered out there is not a good start to trying to stabilize anything. Duplicate online here for PK Fishy, so is the nano boost from Blink. Hoper should build up towards his Bob, but Good For You, they have ultimates of their own. In fact, they almost have all 5 ultimates of their own. This is going to have to be some proactive play coming out here. It's a good anti-nana, gets onto Fantasy, now forces the Junker Queen away. PK Fishy looking for the perfect time to use that duplicate. There's the rally, the jump over the stun, the whip shot onto the nano boosted Winston just to launch them further into the air. Now it's the orbital strike that comes in here. It's a great anti-nade though that comes in from Blink. The focusing beam from PK Fishy takes down Proxy. The duplicate still online, doesn't get used. Fantasy with the rampage manages to catch onto Blink, and Hoper will fall as well. Swoo does get the trade-off kill onto Soaks, but it's too little too late. I believe they're being followed around here by people. Actually, Swoo uses the Primal Rage. They're looking to turn this fight. They're so close to chasing down Jazzy. They get onto the support. Both supports go down. Swoo has just managed to turn this fight in favor of their team. Beeple still following their Winston around as well. The very loyal support that is Beeple, keeping their team alive, and somehow the next chapter, despite having a profound ultimate disadvantage, will come out with the win in that fight. Now they're just looking to isolate the rest of the team away from Fantasy, who's down onto the low ground. Here comes the engage. The nade doesn't connect onto anything this time, but you can't hit them all. PK Fishy decides, I want to play Genji as well. Duplicates over to it, but it's going to be Hopu who gets taken down by Speed. Even though Soaks is out of the fight, they're trying to win this. Still, there's the blade being pulled here from PK Fishy. They're not going to have a lot of time on the duplicate left, but they get 2 good swipes into Fantasy. Now it's going to be Proxy's turn to pull the blade. Proxy, low, very, very low, manages to dash out, only just managing to escape, and Soaks has managed to get back into the fight. Speed ring being utilized on the high ground there means not really anyone gets any usage out of it. And now, as we see the stabilization coming in here for Good For You, it's going to have to be a disengage coming in for the next chapter. People gets pulled back in, finished off, and now it's a full disengage from the next chapter. Huge nade though coming out from Blink. They're trying to turn this around, especially because Hoper got the pick onto Jazzy. Focusing beam almost takes down Fantasy. 97 HP. Now has to back away. Hoper's left alone on the cart. They take down 2. Somehow Hoper kills 4 in this fight, 3 in this fight, sorry. They're unable to win, but now they're back into it. Swerves the Primal Rage once again. They're just tracing after the Brigida. They try and lock them into the door, but it's a shield bash to get out of dodge. Eventually, the Brig will fall. It's another Primal Rage. Can they get the same value out of this one as the last? They do boot Proxies into the air, and the Focusing Beam and Beeple will finish that off as well. The Orbital Strike is there just to look a little bit pretty as they try and cut this second point, but now it's the recontest coming in from Fantasy. The Rampage is online. Are they going to choose to use it? The nano boosted Winston chasing down Jazzy. Speed goes down. It's a headshot from Hoper. The anti-nade onto Fantasy means that this fight should be all but over, though they haven't finished off the Junker Queen just yet. Eventually they will, and the second point is captured. But oh my, what an extended fight. And that's really good. Really, really good from the next, from Good For You though, because they saw so much time. Now, can they kill the Echo here? Not quite. It's gonna have to be Proxies who just disengages a little bit. But now, 3 ultimates online for Good For You. If they can find a way to stay in this fight and use these ultimates effectively, they could shut it out right here. It's a great anti-nade that goes onto Beeple, Blink, and PK Fishy, and there's the Focusing Beam that finishes it off. In fact, it was Fantasy using the Rampage that managed to cause that. Blink goes down. This should be a fight win very heavily in favor here for Good For You. As the next chapter, they just have to try and back away. Swoo will be able to live once again, and Swoo has been putting on a masterful performance on this Brigida. It's a huge anti-nade that goes onto Soakstone, who just kind of overextended a little bit. Now it's going to be the chase down onto the Ash. They can't get the finishing blow though. Swoo unable to do anything about it, and PK Fishy went down as well. So the Trader still better here for the next chapter, but it does slow their progress a little bit more. Bob online. Huge headshot coming in from Hoper. Once again, Hoper has just been clicking away really uncontested at the moment. It's a nice anti-nade as well onto the Brigida. Their commanding shout does manage to save the Brig as well as the boot. Primal Rage just manages to get online there in time to save the Winston's life. The Orbital Strike comes down and the Focusing Beam finishes off PK Fishy. Proxies using the duplicate, copies over towards the Juno. Now moving forward in their focusing beam from their own Juno. Will take down Swoo, will take down Beeple. Fantasy will finish off Blink. The next chapter will fall to pieces here. Good For You holding strong. 50 seconds left on this clock. There has to be a way for the next chapter to get in now. They have the nano boost. They have the orbital strike. They have the duplicate. They need to find a way in, and Good For You will need to find a pick. Maybe build up towards this Bob and rally. If they can find Soaks early, this could be huge. Anti-nade doesn't find anything. There's the nano boost though. It goes over on towards Swoo, who tries to get into the back line. Is now 1v1ing the Echo. Proxies gets taken down. That's a big pick. Rally coming out very shortly. The sleep onto the Bob gets woken up though. And now, even with the orbital strike, they lose PK Fishy. They have not managed to do this. There's only 8 seconds left, and that is going to be it. This third map will go in favor of Good For You off of the back of some great gameplay coming out from Fantasy, and also the rally coming out there as well. And honestly, it was pretty unlucky there for the next chapter. They had a great start going into this. They just couldn't get enough out of the ultimates that they had. And waking up the Bob there, unfortunately, just almost causes them completely to lose that map. We did see Swoo breaking out the Winston though and looking very good on the Winston. I'm surprised this is the play of the game and not the 2K Primal Rage that we saw earlier. Uh, this was in weirdly competitive match in a time when I didn't think it would be too competitive. It was very messy. It was very scrappy, and we saw fights extend for large periods of time. For the next chapter, though, you do go down 2-1 in this series. You need to try and get yourself back into this. The next map that we're going to be going to is Runasapi, but soon we will be going, before we go into that map, we will be going into a little advertisement. Not for a little bit, though. We do have a little bit of time to kind of break down the map a little bit, and it just came down in the end to who was getting value out of the ultimates and how quickly fights were being cleaned up as well. The next chapter did a really good job a lot of the time investing and getting into their fight, but then were really unable to clean it up when it got a little bit messier and it started to break down a little bit. And Good For You would just chip away with pick after pick after pick. So they have done an excellent job in managing to whittle down the time make, especially in that second point, where they went from 4.5 minutes to only about 20 seconds by the time that they captured. So they only had 2.5 minutes to get third point, and they just, unfortunately, they just could not do it. So we will be going to a short ad break very soon. When we come back, we will see you afterwards. But for now, take care. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, everyone, to the stream. That's right, we're going to map 4. Yes, I can count. Map 4. We did just see map 3 get ended there. Good for you, coming out on top. In that case, now going into map 4, the next chapter, they have chosen Colosseo as our next map. And we're already in game. We're already loaded in. We're already ready to go. So we don't really need to dilly-dally. We don't need to talk too much anymore. We had a little discussion. We had a little breakdown. We're going to be getting straight into the action. And honestly, I'm very excited because we haven't seen Colosseo today. And so far, I think we've actually seen 2 new maps. I mean, we didn't see any Route 66, and now we're seeing some more Colosseo. So I think I'm very interested to see what compositions each team play. We're probably going back towards the Orisa style composition that we saw in map 1 and a little bit in map map 2 and a little bit in map 3, but not too much. I'm very intrigued to see what we are going to see. Now, there has been a substitution as well. Dumbbell coming in now as Beeple is no longer in the starting lineup, and oh my goodness, I am hungry. I would love some chips and a soda right now, but we can't. We've got more Overwatch to play, and we have more Overwatch to watch, and honestly, I'm just very excited to see how this game will go. Swoo over onto the Winston. Dumbbell coming in and playing the Ana now. Ana Iari is a very interesting pick here for the next chapter as Hoper stays over towards Ash. Big Fishy going over towards the Tracer. Proxy's picking up the Genji with the Junker Queen composition, and this is good for use bread and butter. Will it work on this map? We'll have to find out. Let's see, can Dumbbell land these huge nades that will allow Swoo to be able to jump in and possibly get all the cleave damage along with PK Fishy to get this dive successfully done. The pylon has already been broken here, so Blink's healing capacity has already kind of shrunk quite a bit here. Now we see the bot being pushed just that little bit there from the next chapter, and they're pushing forward on towards Hoper. Hoper not in sight line of their healers now, eventually does get back into it. We see the dive coming through from Swoon. Now they walk away, jump out. It's just a little bit of posturing for positioning at the moment. We do see the next chapter get that very early meter. They are technically in front at the moment of this game. We see Good For You just hiding away at the moment, not wanting to get anti-nated. It's a good bubble that separates the healers from Fantasy. There, Fantasy gets anti-nated, taken down to about half HP. Swoo doing a really good job of just boxing everyone away, and eventually Soaks gets a little bit too far forward and gets taken down, and now we're going to see Swoo jumping in, getting more aggressive. The Junker Queen of Fantasy is probably not destined for this world, although somehow Jazzy manages to keep their Junker Queen alive. They're building up towards their orbital strike very, very quickly, and we see a DC coming in as Fantasy has left the lobby. And I don't know if anyone else heard that, but the Winston saying, see you later, is very, very well timed at the moment. This does mean that Fantasy will lose any ult charge that they had going towards that Rampage. I believe they had about 40 to 50% or so, so that could prove crucial here for a bit of a snowball for the next chapter. Dumbbell has that nano boost pretty much online here, and they do have the Primal Rage getting closer as well. Jazzy has their orbital strike close, but if they're unable to get their tank healed up without the healing that Fantasy was going to provide them, it's very difficult to build up that ultimate now, and we could see a really fast engage coming out here from the next chapter. We do just see where everyone is positioned at the moment, and the leap is on cooldown for another probably 3 seconds by the time that Swoo lands as we come out from the pause here. We are going to see how they want to play this and how quickly they want to go. You would imagine that they want to try and punish the next chapter for no longer having a tank, but at the moment they're just taking it a little bit slow, waiting it out, and Jazzy will have the orbital ray online now as we go into another pause. Fantasy must still be having quite a few internet issues at the moment as we see just more pauses coming through. Good For You struggling with internet and struggling with this map in general as they're already 37 meters behind. They will be able to build up this rally pretty quickly. But Hopper is already 80% towards the Bob and will likely get that very quickly, as well as the Good For You composition stays very, very together. And one Dynamite will probably build up all of this ult percentage here for the DPS of the next chapter. PK Fishy has already found themselves in the backline, as we can see the very faint outline of PK Fishy. And honestly, I'm very intrigued to see how PK Fishy manages to get value out of themselves here, and if they don't get forced away by Good For You, how much damage they can do as well. Blink on Iari is a very interesting pick. Obviously, hasn't done a lot of healing. That's been mainly dumbbell, so it seems to be more for that poke potential, that pick, and the ability, I guess, to boop everyone away when they get close. It's still intriguing to me that they've gone with this decision over the Juno, which has been the preferred support for most teams throughout this tournament. And there is a reason why. The ultimate that Juno provides, that orbital strike, is so good at shutting everyone down and stopping a fight before it really begins. I'm very intrigued as to what is the thinking behind this Iari pick, but maybe we'll find out a little bit later on as well. Still just waiting on a pause right now. We will be back ASAP. Just major ping issues at the moment. I'm very not surprised. I mean, it's Australia. We know that people have internet issues here. It's not something that we're really too caught off guard by anymore. Very difficult. It's not something that we're really too caught off guard by. So it is, it is just a part of living here, unfortunately. We will hopefully manage to get back into the game as quickly as possible. Good For You. Once they have their ping back, though, they're still going to struggle because, like I said, the ult advantage very firmly in favor of the next chapter at the moment, and they don't really have a lot of damage to shut down Swoo. It seems like their entire plan is going to be based on ignoring the Winston of the next chapter and hoping that it's unable to get the value on to Good For You. They are really struggling with ping at the moment. We're getting told that they're getting around 300 MS to the server. It is very interesting that seems to be the case. I wonder if this is an Overwatch issue rather than a player ping issue. It's very strange, but we will be getting back into it as soon as we can. For now, let's remind you of the sponsors for this tournament, because we've got some really awesome sponsors that we want to shout out and that we want to thank for supporting this event. Starting off with Quokka mouse pads, the OCE-based mouse pad vendor that allows you to purchase from a pre-existing range or upload your own custom images onto your own mouse pad or playmat if you're interested in the more tabletop or card games. Our top two teams are going to receive 5 $50 vouchers each, and in addition to that, you will get a 25% discount code by going to their website and entering the code DEO 2024. Thank you also to BC Custom Computers. It's an upcoming new PC business based out of Queensland, Australia. You can buy individual PC parts there, or you can ask, and then you can also ask them to build the PC with the components that you buy, taking the hassle out of cable management. There we go. I can speak English. And everyone knows cable management is the worst part of any sort of PC building. So they provided us with the Team MVP prize, a new custom computer, as we get back into the game now. And hopefully, without the ping issues, Good For You here. They can put up a bit of a fight. Swoo looking for the opportunity to dive onto the high ground, get up there, but Coach Gun back down immediately. The nano boost not invested there, but Soaks gets taken down. The combination of PK Fishy and Swoo will finish that off. Primal Rage now being used just to swat the Ash of Good For You. And now it's just going to be the Junker Queen locked up in a room, does take a swipe at PK Fishy and takes them down as well, beheading the Tracer of the next chapter. But the next chapter will continue to move this point forward. They have the Nano Boost still available, no longer have the Primal Rage, but you think that's okay for right now. Proxies has gone over towards the Tracer, and Fantasy now moves over to the Winston as well. You see just a little bit of flank here. They're trying to get onto the high ground. They're in the window now. There's the dive coming through from Good For You, but an anti-nade onto Fantasy means that the Winston is going to have to back away a little bit. There's the pulse bomb that comes through, but it doesn't connect onto anything. Now we see Fantasy trying to move forward. Bobs from both sides, but Blink with the Captive Sun manages to finish off Speed and Soaks as well. Fantasy now has to fall back as Swoo takes down Jazzy, and now it's just chasing down the Winston for Good For You. Swoo does get taken down there by Proxies. Fantasy just manages to escape. We'll give a lot of ult charge over towards Jazzy, but the point continues to move forward. 108 meters and counting here for the next chapter, but this isn't the first time we've seen one of these. This wouldn't be the first time we've seen one of these leads get taken away from a team. In fact, it happened to Good For You in the last game that they played, so hopefully for them, they can do the same. We see the jump through the window here from Swoo as they now get pressured away, just forced out of things. The next chapter is just waiting for it at the moment. We see Swoo now stalking. There's a nice right click. It's a low Juno, but there's the dive onto the Brigida coming in from PK Fishing and from Swoo as well. In the meantime, the Hopper gets headshot taken down there from Speed 75 as we see Blink as well finished off Proxies, takes down Dumbbell, and despite having the Primal Rage available, Swoo decides that this fight is definitely not winnable and will just die towards the point. Now the progress for Good For You is starting up. We see that the Orbital Strike is online, as well as the Pulse Bomb and the Primal Rage here for Good For You. The next chapter only have that Primal Rage available. Will build up towards Pulse Bomb towards the mid-fight, but they need to be very, very careful. Swoo boots around a little bit there, but Fantasy gets into the back line and takes down Dumbbell. Now Proxies with the Pulse Bomb. Blink taken down, and that will be both supports for the next chapter finished off. PK Fishy does take down Proxy, so now the Primal Rage gets popped here from Swoo. They're trying to turn this fight around. The DPS and the tank, they have the Pulse Bomb available still, but now they have to back away. They're taking a fair bit of damage. The rally gets popped here by Soaks, and that's a really good value ultimate. They don't really get a lot done with it. They keep themselves alive, but they're unable to stun anyone up. They don't get any kills from it, and now it has to be a little bit of a disengage from the Winston of the next chapter. A great Pulse Bomb comes in though from PK Fishy, and a huge anti-nade onto Soaks means that the Brigida is out of the fight for a short time, and that short time is all Swoo needs to take down Jazzy. Now it's a Tracer. PK Fishy just trying to hunt down the remaining players here for Good For You. Has to recall away though, as they think they've bought a little bit too much off of their plate by trying to take on Proxies. But in the meantime, Fantasy will fall, and that will be the next chapter moving forward again. But Good For You, they got some good percentage there. They have the Orbital Strike, they have the Bob. They can still come back and win this here. The Bob is online as well for Hopper though, so they're gonna be able to try and fight back. Nano Boost is also online for Dumbbell, and Blink has that Captive Sun, has done damage with it in the past. Can they find more value out of that ultimate again? There's the dive onto the high ground once again. It's onto the Ashe, onto the Juno. They're just forcing everyone back, but Fantasy gets into the back line of the next chapter. Now jumping back onto the high ground there. Very, very low. It's an Orbital Strike coming out there from Jazzy, just trying to keep people alive. Fantasy gets into the back line. They're trying so hard. Fantasy just trying their best to keep it into the fight. There is the Captive Sun being utilized there. Soaks gets taken down by Swoo. Blink as well will find Speed, and Hopper found Proxies earlier, but Hopper has gone down. The Bob pushes the point over towards the midpoint again, and now Dumbbell taken down, Blink taken down, means that this fight is pretty much in favor of Good For You right now, although it is traded out very evenly, so a little bit more percentage respawn advantages though in favor of Good For You. So it will be a disengage coming in from Swoo. They have to try and jump away and live at the moment. The Primal Rage almost being built up here. No support ultimates online for the next chapter at the moment as Blink swaps over off of the ERE over towards the Brigida. And now, speaking of Brigida, Soaks getting pressured down, but lives, managing to survive, and Proxies gets the stick onto Dumbbell. This is a bit of an adventure right now for Swoo, who now uses the Primal Rage. They're just trying to take down the Ashe here, but they're nowhere close to the fight. They couldn't really find anything with this ultimate. They batter and bruise a couple of people, but it doesn't result in any sort of kills. They do force out the rally. Mega health pack is what they land on. They keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. Now Soaks coming through with the rally. They're trying to stun up other people as Swoo gets taken down. Fantasy has already used their Primal Rage as well. Trying to jump in, trying to jump out. They're just trying to get some sort of value with this ultimate. Hoper has the Bob online now, and Jazzy's building up towards their orbital strike. Very, very difficult from Fantasy. Very difficult to play into for Fantasy here, trying to get onto this Brigitte Ana backline. But I mean, the Juno is a lot harder for Swoo to jump onto. There's the Bob being utilized as Swoo gets very, very low. It's Fantasy just trying to press the aggression, trying to press for the anti-nade. Doesn't connect onto the Winston, but it doesn't need to. There's a lot of damage being done onto Fantasy, and they will get taken down. PK Fishy, though, whip shotted out of existence there by Soak. Now it's going to be the orbital strike coming through here from Jazzy, but it's a great anti-nade. Soaks so low. Somehow, no one manages to touch Soaks after the anti-nade goes through. Jazzy, using that speed ring and their movement ability, manages to live, goes off of the map a little bit just to try and survive, and they will do so as Proxy uses the pulse bomb to take down Dumbbell. Now, Proxy low, uses the recall at the perfect time there, and now Blink is caught out of position. The Brigitte will fall. The checkpoint should be caught here for Good For You, but the Primal Rage is invested. There's the rally coming through from Soaks. The ultimates are being bled out of Good For You here by the next chapter. Sleep Dart comes in, manages to catch on to Proxies, but there's nowhere that they can finish that off. The Nano Boost is going to go unused here if they can't go towards their Winston here. Swoo taken down by the Bob. Anti-nade will come in, but won't connect onto anything. Hoper makes the swap over towards Widowmaker. There's only 1 minute left. Can Good For You do what was done to them? Are they able to bring the comeback to the next chapter? Can they shut it out? Can they secure the 3rd point? It's an anti-nade that comes in towards Fantasy, who's building up towards their Primal Rage. Only 1% away. The pulse bomb from PK Fishy goes awry. Now it's Swoo. Nano Boost onto the Winston here. They're just trying to walk forward with it. There's the coach gun being used. There's the whip shot. Can they get onto the Brigitte here? They can, but they can't finish it off. Finally, the punch comes through, but PK Fishy has gone down. Proxies with the pulse bomb finishes off Dumbbell, but Proxies goes down as well. Fantasy, very, very low. Has to disengage, has to get back towards their Juno. They almost have the orbital strike online, but the respawn advantage is very firmly in favor of the next chapter, and the Widowmaker of Hoper is just keeping the sightlines under control. They have to touch the point. 1 second. Overtime. 10 meters to go. Final fight territory. Rally online for Blink. The stun misses though. It's a huge stun to miss. The orbital strike comes down, but Jazzy gets finished off. Blink though will get traded out. Support for a support. Fantasy though very, very low. Unable to stay alive. Headshot from Hoper onto Socks means that there is no healing available for the tank of the next chapter. And with only 100 HP, they will get taken down. And it will be the next chapter who will come away with this map win. We will be going to a map 5. Absolutely incredible. Such a close push map once again. And Good For You once again fall short on the push map. This seems to be their Achilles heel, and once again in the clutch, they're just unable to get there. Here is the play of the game from Blink, the captive son that leads to, I believe it was a 2 or 3K from the Iari. Really just something to behold from both of these teams. It was such a close matchup towards the end there. Without the disconnects, you could almost see that that Good For You may have just come away with that win. But now we have a map 5 scenario, and we're going to be going back over to our control maps. And I mean, each of the 3 choices that we have left are suitable for both teams, but you'd think Good For You with their brawl composition is going to do a lot better. And if we take a look at those map picks, because it's going to be very interesting. In fact, we don't even need to take a look at the map picks, because I've just been whispered to that we are going to be going to Nepal, and I'm not surprised this is where Good For You are wanting to go. This seems like a bread and butter type of map for them, because it means that they're going to be able to run out on this brawl style composition, and they're going to probably look very, very good on that composition. So we will be getting into that very, very shortly. But for the next chapter now, what do? Do you stick towards this Winston composition where Swoo's been looking very good on the Winston, and the team coordination is looking good as well? Or do you potentially go towards more of that Orisa style that you opened up with and that you played on King's Row and looked, again, very good on? In fact, I would say that Swoo's Orisa has been excellent throughout this series. I'm very surprised that we haven't seen more of it, but the Winston composition seems to be working out so fast. So do you change what doesn't appear to be broken, or do you try and mix it up and maybe catch your opponents off guard? That's the thinking that we are going to. But for now, Nepal is the map of choice. We seem to be ready to go into the lobby, so we are just going to wait on that. And I'm very interested to see what compositions that we're going to see. I wonder if Good For You are going to stick to this Junker Queen composition, or if they're going to go back to the Orisa that they played a little bit of. Obviously, we do see Fantasy being way more comfortable on the Junker Queen composition, but against the Orisa, it might be very difficult to do that. So we could see Good For You having to go to the Orisa. Again, we have a little bit of an AFK player once again. So a constant theme that's been throughout this series is AFK players. It's something to expect now coming into this. Like I said, this has been a long night for these players. They have played for Good For You. You've now played, this is your 9th map of Overwatch in a row. And for the next chapter, this is your, I believe I've got this right, the 7th map of Overwatch in a row. 8th map of Overwatch in a row. So you are probably feeling fatigued. You probably need those breaks. So we are going to go into our lobby very, very soon. We will get there eventually. And I'm excited. I'm very excited to see what we are going, what we're going to see from each of these teams. If you can't tell, it's also been a very exhaustive time casting over this as well. It's been very, very interesting to see and very interesting to cast over. We are going to be going into our game now, and let's see what compositions we are going to be running for this final map of the series to decide who is in 3rd place. Is it going to be Good For You, or is it going to be the next chapter? PK Fishy opening it up on the Farah here. Actually, it's going over to the Sim, probably just a TP out of spawn, and then potentially going back to the Farah. This is a pretty good map for Farah. We have seen it played historically here. Proxies over onto the Echo. Probably the pick that I would go with more often, but we'll see. There's a TP, both teams meeting on the high ground here, just trying to jostle for the positioning. Now it's a good spear onto Swoo, but there is a spinning javelin trying to get positioning. Eating the spear though is Fantasy, and they are on this Orisa style composition. PK Fishy trying to get that spam damage in, but hasn't been able to do it yet. And this is a good rushdown coming in here from Fantasy. They look so good on this Orisa. Both DPS there from the next chapter falling. Good For You. Prime position to take the first control of the point on our map 5. So far, so good for Good For You. PK Fishy making the swap straight off of the Farah over towards the Genji. We've seen PK Fishy do really, really good on this hero throughout this series. We've seen them get a lot of value. Can they continue to do so? They need to try and shut down proxies on this Echo. They need to try and build up the old advantage again. There's the low ground push coming in from the next chapter. They're trying to move forward now onto the high ground. They want to force everyone off so that they're not just able to sit up here for free and spam damage. It's a great whip shot though that forces Swoo on towards the point. Now, how can they capitalize on this? They're just trying to surround the point at the moment. Swoo just doing their best to contest for space, jostle for positioning at the moment. It's a great spear on a flick there, but Dumbbell is going to get taken down by proxies with those sticky grenades. Now PK Fishy does find proxies, but gets taken down there by Soaks, and that is going to be a disengage coming in here for the next chapter. 52% built up for Good For You. They have the Orbital Strike online. They almost have the Terror Surge, as well as the Rally and the Duplicate. Whereas the next chapter, they're only going to be coming in with potentially 3 ultimates. Ult advantage very firmly in favor of Good For You. Can an early pick potentially come through for the next chapter? Can they do it? There is the engage coming in from Fantasy. The Terror Surge now comes out. They manage to catch on to 3 members, but they don't get the kills. It doesn't matter though, because Dumbbell is finished off. There is the Terror Surge from the next chapter as well. The rally also gets used, but the duplicate from Proxies is good. It forces out a lot of positioning. Great Spear. They are trying to take down Hoper. It's a Terror Surge that sucks Hoper back in. It's a lot of damage onto the Ash, but well healed up there from Blink. And Dumbbell as well, who still has the Orbital Strike online, but they're going into both support ultimates here from Good For You. Dumbbell, so low, needs to use the Orbital Strike, manages to do so before the Focusing Beam can laser them down, and now they need to find some kills here. If you are the next chapter, Bob comes out, Dragon Blade, but the rally is there, stuns up the Genji, doesn't allow them to get any sort of kills, and the Bob finishes the mob. Speed 75 with some great positioning of the Bob. The Focusing Beam from Proxies finishes off Hopper, and this is a dominant point 1 of our map 5. From Good For You. They are looking to shut this out now. They have been incredible so far. Good For You. And this composition looks so natural. It's really strange that they haven't been playing it more often. Fantasy's Orisa has looked great in this map so far. Swoo now making the decision to swap over towards this Winston composition. This is going to be it. They are going to die on the Winston Hill, or they are going to succeed. Good For You. They have the chance to shut out this series. They have the chance to claim 3rd place and the prizing for 3rd place as well. They just have to win 1 more point. Dumbbell moving over towards the Ana. This is what I thought they were brought into play, and people staying out when they're playing the Juno is a very strange decision at the moment. Good For You. They take residence now onto the point. They're getting surrounded at the moment by the next chapter. Swoo on the flank, prowling, hunting, looking for a way in, manages to get onto the point, but only as far as Fantasy. Now gets bullied away as Hoper taken down there by Speed. The Fortify being used for Fantasy, trying to just walk forward onto the Ana here. They don't manage to get any other kills, but they've established themselves on the point for now, but only as long as PK Fishy is still there will the next chapter fight, and they manage to take down both Fantasy and Proxy as well. There are the sticky grenades that go on to Soaks. PK Fishy is not ready to let this series die. No one has taken down Jazzy yet, but eventually they will, and it's a fight win for the next chapter. They start ticking up some percentage. This is gonna be interesting. How can Good For You come back in? They've made the swap over towards the Cassidy, and they swapped over to the Junker Queen. Fantasy looking very comfortable on this hero throughout the entire series and last series as well. Proxies just trying to stall out a little bit, distract a few members of the team. But now there's the dive coming in from Swoo. He may have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. Thankfully doesn't get stunned up and knifed back into the team. Gets a little bit low, but is very well healed up there from Dumbbell, who's building up towards that nano boost. There's the duplicate coming out from PK Fishy now. They're moving forward. The Junker Queen duplicate. Can they get onto the rampage in time? The 96%. They're there. They let it rip. They catch on to a member. It's Fantasy who gets caught. Now, so low. Can they finish the Juno off here as well? They can. Proxy does take down Swoo, so it's a tank down for the next chapter. But PK Fishy is putting on a lights out display on this Echo so far. And the crucial thing right now for Dumbbell and for the next chapter is that they hold on to that nano boost. They hold on to the rally. They get the Primal Rage. They have 4 ultimates coming into this, and they've already built up 65%. If this fight takes a while to start, this could be last fight territory, but PK Fisher gets taken down early. The threat is now down if you are Good For You. Anti-nade onto Fantasy forces out the Orbital Strike as well as, well, just all of the pressure onto Swoo. And now it's a fight win and a map flip here for the side of Good For You. They managed to take it very efficiently, and they still hold on to 4 ultimates of their own. Blink actually used the rally in that fight as well, and got really nothing done with it. If you're Swoo now, you have to try and find a way to get in here. Proxies has been doing a really good job harassing your backline, causing a lot of distraction. PK Fishy could potentially go huge again here, but they need to try and be cohesive. There's the flashbang, there's the primal rage. The nano boost also gets layered on top of it. This could be a disaster. This isn't really what you wanted. You managed to primal the Cassidy out of position right now, but the juggle isn't quite there. Deadeye being utilized. The rally is there as well, protecting the Cassidy. It is now the Junker Queen using the Rampage. They take down Blink, they take down Swoo. Good for you. Have capitalized on the misfortunes of the next chapter. The next chapter. Now, they only have potentially one more fight to win. And PK Fishy getting staggered out could be huge. They don't really. They have the time to regroup here, but it is going to force a last fight scenario. That's a great knife from the Dumbbell. Dumbbell falls off of the high ground. They do have to escape. They need to regroup. They need to get their cooldowns back up. It's gonna be a completely dry fight. PK Fishy, the closest to an ultimate along with Hoper. Can the DPS for the next chapter pull something out here? Soaks getting very, very low. PK Fishy is also taking a fair bit of damage. There are the sticky bombs being used. 95%. The overtime wick is going to start burning. 98. Someone has to touch the point. It's going to be Swoo, but Swoo already taken down below half health. The anti-nade comes in onto Fantasy, but Speed finds Hoper before the pulse bomb can come up. It's a sleep down at the Proxies though. The Tracer's down for good for you. It's a Tracer for Tracer right there. Swoo manages to finish off. Soaks at the duplicate coming out from PK Fishy. They managed to get onto the back line for the orbital strike now from Jazzy. Is there trying to enable the Junker Queen to do damage. Jazzy does get taken down. The Nano Boost is online here for Dumbbell, but they want to try and save it. If they can save the Nano Boost here, you could think this is a fight-turning moment for the next chapter. This could be a point-winning moment. There's the Primal Rage being utilized there. Swoo manages to take down Speed, staggering out the kill. This is it. We could see this be the final moments of this map. There's the Nano Beast being used. Rampage, they don't get towards the point there. Swoo finishes off Jazzy. They're trying to finish off the other. There's great protection coming out there from Blink. The support peel is insane. 95%. Final fight. Good for you have fallen once again in a clutch situation that could have shut down this series. We're going to a point 3. I am in shock. PK Fishy went absolutely bananas in this map to enable the rest of their team the ability to come back in and get this fight win. A great sleep from Dumbbell, great Ana performance in general, and then Blink at the end, peeling for their Ana, making sure that there was never a chance, never a doubt that the next chapter would win that point. We are in a do or die scenario now. Can either one of these teams push it just a little bit further? Can they find it in themselves to get this win right now? Good for you have been in these situations before and they have struggled to close it out. Can they do it this time? Soaks is immediately picked off there from PK Fishy, who's over onto the fire. Fantasy falls as well. This is not the start that you want if you are good for you. Blink has swapped over towards that Iari as well, and they've looked so dominant on this hero so far. Are we going to see any swaps coming in for good for you? At the moment, no. It looks like they're just going to be sticking with a tried and tested composition that they have run. So far, the answers have been there for the next chapter, but it's going to be PK Fishy who gets taken down first. It's a great anti-nade onto Fantasy, stopping a little bit of the aggression, but a hinder goes onto Swoo. The shield bash, the overwhelming force of good for you to take down Swoo. And just like that, the point flips once again, this time in favor for good for you. And this point, it's like playing ping pong at the moment for these teams. They're just going back and forth, and now they need to find that little bit extra to try and hold. Can we see anything from these teams that will separate them? Swoo gets very, very low. Speed goes in and finishes them off on the Tracer. That's a huge early pick here. And now we're going to see just a disengage coming in for the next chapter. They're giving up more point percentage towards good for you. They have to try and find a way to get back into this. The Faru is very good if you are holding a point, but trying to push into one, it's very, very difficult to do. Fantasy is here just holding the chokes to themselves. It's a good concussive blast there, though, forcing Fantasy away from the choke point a little bit. It allows Swoo and the rest of the team to get through. Carnage doesn't find anything there. Pulse Bomb goes out. They can't catch on to Fantasy, so Fantasy is going to be able to live. Hope now needs to find a way in. Barrage almost online here for PK Fishy as we see a dive into the backline. It's a good sleep, though, that goes on towards Proxies, who's stuck in the backline. Fantasy gets taken down as well. It's a good Pulse Bomb, though, finishes off Dumbbell, so now it's a trade. New trade 2 for 1, but the Dumbbell going down is huge. There's the rally that comes out here for Good For You. Blink trying to survive, so gets barraged to death there by PK Fishy, and Speed is still in the backline causing mass mayhem right now. Primal Rage being popped here from Swoo. They want to try and turn this fight. They need to turn this fight. You would imagine this could be the fight that wins the series for either one of these teams. The Deadeye comes in. Hoper will fall. It's just Swoo. Swoo's going to get staggered out here. This is disastrous for the next chapter. The Nano Boost is online here for Dumbbell at the moment, but they need to hold. They need to get back into this. They can't stagger it out. There's a Nano Boost that goes through, but the Rampage is there. Dumbbell is caught. Dumbbell is down. PK Fishy with a dash through. They managed to find Jazzy, but Blink and Hoper have fallen. Everything has fallen to pieces here for the next chapter. Swoo and PK Fishy, the last two standing. PK Fishy manages to go and get a mega health pack. Now they have to touch the point again. They get there, but PK Fishy uses the deflect. Very, very low on HP. Dashes out, manages to get healed back up, but not enough. Swoo does take down Soak, and now you have Jazzy coming back into the fight. But Fantasy finishes off Swoo. The rally is there. Desperation now coming in for the next chapter. Jazzy is going to descend very slowly off of the map. Dumbbell falls. Blink though with the whip shot and the stun. Take down Jazzy and Fantasy as well. Blink is there. Hopper is there. Pulse Bomb comes out. Speed, Blink is there. Somehow the Brigitte for the next chapter has turned it around. They keep themselves in this matchup. They keep themselves in this series. They need to hold on now. How in the world have the next chapter managed to clutch this out so far? The Primal Rage is the closest ultimate to being built right now. The Speed Ring has already been utilized. Blink needs to keep the tank alive here. They need the Primal Rage available. Swoo has to fall back. There's no Speed Ring. They can't get too aggressive right now. They're just stabilizing for the moment. They're waiting for the ults to build up. But Proxies gets a pick of the PK Fishy. That could be it. That could be huge. The Mega Health Pack comes in. It's Primal Rage into the backline, but Blink has fallen. The Primal Rage isn't able to do enough here. The point looks in favor of flipping over. Swoo finally does find Soaks. Is able to run back towards grabbing the Mega Health Pack. Is looking to do a little bit of a Winston dance on the bubble here. They need to get back towards the point though. PK Fishy returns on the Sombra. They're looking for a way in. It's a little dance on the point here from Hoper, and now the dive comes back in onto the back line. It's a hinder, but it's a great anti-nade. Can they kill the caster there? They can. Proxy go down. Speed gets burped as well. Fantasy though, managed to find two using the Rampage. Swoo and Dumbbell will fall. The Orbital Strike is online. Can the next chapter do it again? Can they stall it out? Can they bring themselves back in? PK Fishy falls. Blink on the Lucio. They need to try and touch. They walk away from the point. It's touched on there, touched off, but Blink falls. Now Swoo gets into the back line. The Pulse Bomb is online here for Hoper. Gets utilized, but Swoo falls. Hoper goes down. This is it. Good for you. We'll take the map. We'll take the series. And they will take third place in your Disconnected Esports Open. Absolutely absurd gameplay. I'm just gonna let this highlight play out. I am in absolute disbelief. I'm lost for words, and that's very hard to do given my profession at the moment. I am so impressed by this game. It was so intense throughout the entire series, so evenly matched, so close, but eventually, Good For You, able to take the series, able to take third place, and they will be walking away with a cool 5 gift cards for their team from True Apparel. The $20 gift cards will go to them. Congratulations for their achievement in reaching third place. But now everyone, we have the main event coming up. We have the grand finals to appear shortly after the break. And we will be giving away our very own, I believe we're giving away a keyboard, no, a headset next now, as well as our Disconnected Esports jersey from True Apparel. I'm gonna go take a break and a breath. You all go and catch your breath, and we will see you all in our grand finals. And make sure you enter the giveaway with exclamation mark giveaway as well. We'll see you guys on the other side. Let's do it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the DEO day 2 of it, and we have just had another exciting game of Overwatch, a 5-map banger between Good For You and between and I've now immediately had just a complete lack of thought in my head between the next chapter and Good For You. It was an absolute banger. It's just incredible seeing large amounts of Overwatch get played at such a high quality, and now we're going to see even more. We're going to be going into our grand final very shortly, but first, we have a couple of giveaways that we have to announce. Firstly, the Gleam.io Disconnected Esports jersey giveaway has been done. Thank you to True Apparel for sponsoring that, and it has been won by Cody. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your surname. Cody Weeb, or Weeb. Wait, yeah, one of those. Anyway, we are also now going to be drawing our chat giveaway, and that is going to be Sakura keyboard given to us by BC Computing. They have really come through for us with this. So make sure that you have entered your exclamation mark giveaways, and we will be drawing that within the next couple of minutes or so. Well, it will be drawn instantly when you guys hear it, in the next couple of minutes or so for me. As we go into our next games, though, or into our next game, it is the big one. It is the grand finals. It is what we have been waiting for the whole time. We are going in to see Mud Dog taking on Code Red. Code Red getting here after going victorious against our third place victors, Good For You, in a 3-1 manner. And Mud Dog's getting here after 3-0ing their way through Good For You. Good For You? No, other way around. After the next chapter. So rounding out our Mud Dogs roster, we've got Olam and Revsy on the DPS, Lumi on the tank, and Netra and Jay to round out the roster on the supports with this Junker Queen-ish kind of composition here. And then their opponents, they're no slouches. We have seen them on the stream earlier today in our semi-final game. We have Code Red as their opponents. And I'm very excited to see what Code Red can bring to the table here. And obviously Mud Dogs as well. We haven't seen them too much on stream, but we know what they're capable of. They are past winners of the Face It Masters League, and now going into this next game against Code Red, they're looking to add more to their resume. But obviously Code Red's roster of Andre, Azent, Renako, Pugs, and Wern to round it out. We know what these guys are capable of. We've seen it. They know that they have the chance now to walk away with the tournament victory, the chance to walk away with the MVP prize of a new PC, thanks to BC Custom PC, as well as both of these teams walking away with $5 $50 vouchers from Quokka mousepads as well. This is going to be an absolute banger. For those of you who don't know, this grand final is going to be a map 7 or a 7 map affair potentially. This is a best of 7. And the winner, by the way, of our giveaway just before is Lucy, Queen of Chaos. Congratulations. You are going to be walking away with, I believe it is our Corsair HS55 headset. I accidentally said to secure a keyboard earlier. My mistake. You'll be walking away with that headset. Congratulations to you, Lucy. Going into our grand final map pool, though, as you can see, best of 7, starting out still on Lijiang Tower. Going into map 2, we're going to have Numbani, Kings Row, Eichenwald, and Hollywood as the options. Circuit Royale, Gibraltar, Route 66, and Rialto as our escort options. Map 4 being Push, could be Runasapi, Esperanza, New Queen Street, or Colosseo. We can also see map 5 of Nepal, Oasis, Antarctic Peninsula. Our map 6 of Hollywood, Kings Row, Eichenwald, and Numbani. Now map 7, obviously, we'll go back towards our escort maps of Circuit Royale, Rialto, Gibraltar, and Route 66. So obviously, any map that gets chosen earlier in the series will not be eligible to be picked later on in the series. So teams will need to be aware of that. I am getting told that the teams are already, though, so let's not waste any time. Let's get ourselves into the lobby straight away. We are going to be going into Lijiang Tower. So far today, we have only had close matches. We've only had close maps, and I'm expecting this to be no different. Obviously, this is a little interesting with Mud Dog being our current Australian Face It Masters champions. They are looking to continue on their streak of dominance. They have been dominant throughout this entire run of the tournament. I believe they've only lost one game this tournament, even one game. So I'm very, very, very excited to see what we are going to witness from these two teams We will be getting into our map shortly. What compositions are we going to see from them both? Starting off on Control Center, are we going to see these Brawl compositions coming out? It looks like Mud Dogs, they're going over towards this Ramatra composition, while Code Red are sticking with their tried and tested Orisa composition as we look at the very, very touching tribute in the Li Zhong Tower Control Center. It's going to be very interesting to see if Mud Dogs are going to roll out on this composition with the DPS being what they are. Revsy making the swap over to the Sim here, probably just to get them out of spawn for now. We see both teams teleporting out of spawn, but no, Mud Dogs are actually staying on it here. They have a lot of spam damage potential here with Hypnotic on the Venture as well. The May Wall already being utilized here from Code Red, so now it has to be a little bit of a disengage. And see Mud Dogs trying to push in now, trying to be aggressive, but they haven't really been able to find anything just yet. Code Red have rotated over towards the point. There is the Ravenous Vortex being utilized. Andre getting pressured down, getting taken down. Hypnotic and Lumi teaming up to get into the back line and deal with the Cassidy. Now with the TP as well, they lose, Code Red are losing a lot of positioning. It's going to be up to Renako to step up to the plate, but they get taken down as well. The drill dash from Hypnotic, finishing that Orisa off. It's going to be Worm who does take down Netra, but Hugs and Worm going down. It will be Code Red collapsing in this first fight, and Mud Dogs will start ticking up the percentage here. Looney looking good on this Ramatra at the moment. Moving forward extremely well. Mud Dogs looking well versed against this Orisa composition. Are they going to be able to continue showing this dominance here? We will see that Worm almost has their own orbital strike online. In fact, has it online now. Are they going to choose to use it? Yes. There's the aggression coming out from Code Red. They're trying to move forward. The Symmetra Beam doing a lot of damage here right now as Azet gets the headshot there on Hypnotic. Now it's the rush down onto the Symmetra though. They try and push it into the corner here. Lumi gets taken down from Pugs. It's the Brigitte and the Symmetra in the corner. And now the May comes in to help out Renako as Revsy will fall, and it will be Code Red taking the fight here. And they'll start their point percentage journey here. A couple of ultimates online here for Mud Dogs, though at the moment they do have the Brigitte rally as well as the Annihilation just about online here for Lumi. Hypnotic as well with the Tectonic Shock. There's the rally coming in from Javelin as Cezanne uses the Blizzard, freezing up Javelin immediately. The Pulse Bomb finishes that off, and Hypnotic takes down, or Hypnotic gets taken down by Azan. Andre with the Pulse Bomb, sorry, finishes off Jalen. Now, it's just going to be Lumi who's left alone in the back line here. It's a good May Wall to stop the healing from coming through. They try to use the Annihilation. They want to try and turn this fight around, but they just aren't able to. They get taken down with the usage of the Terror Surge as well. And there is the Orbital Strike being invested as well from Netra. Netra tried to turn this fight around. Mud Dogs tried to fight their way back in, but they're unable to do it here. And Code Red now, they have their own Orbital Strike online. Hypnotic, though, still holding on to their Tectonic Shock. It's going to be interesting to see if Code Red can hold strong here. The Orisa swap has come through here for Lumi, which is probably the reason that they use the ultimate so late in that fight. Jaylon gets pushed, taken down, and Revsy as well. As then, with the headshots from the May, has just proven to be a force that Mud Dogs have really not been able to deal with just yet. Renako as well has been really good on this Orisa, pushing everyone back. Hypnotic still holding on to this Tectonic Shock. Here's the disengage coming in from Code Red, giving up a little bit of space. It's gonna be the Ice Block already being utilized here from Azan. They have the Blizzard so close to being online. There's the May Wall, but the Tectonic Shock is so good. It forces a lot of damage, and Azan gets taken down before they can build up towards that Blizzard. 95% on the point right now for Code Red. And they're just happy to give up the progress here to not allow any more kills. Revsy has the Photon Barrier ready, and Netra almost has that Orbital Strike as well. The Blizzard's still online here for Azent. Now online. Are they going to use it yet? Not just yet. There is the Orbital Strike being used as well as the Photon Barrier, but it's a huge Terror Surge. Unfortunately, doesn't finish off anyone. A good teleport there gets most of the members of Mud Dogs out of the way. Now we're going to see the disengage coming in here for Code Red. They're building towards their ultimates. They have that Photon Barrier. They have the rally, but they have to push into Jalen's rally here as well. And Lumi has their own Terror Surge now available as well. The Blizzard still being held onto here for Azent. This is going to be the key ultimate to watch out for. There is the orbital strike being used, as well as the rally from both teams. Now the Terror Surge comes in, but in the meantime, Andre managed to find Netra, and Revzy goes down to Renako as well. Worm finishes off Jalen. Code Red push into the point with authority, with purpose, and with the express mission to win this first point. And they have done so successfully. Code Red going up 1-0 in this map. And so far, this has been very back and forth, very, very early on. Code Red on this Orisa composition looked very, very comfortable. And we knew that from the first series that we saw today as well. But now we get a little bit more, I guess, variation to the compositions that they're versing, because they were versing a Junker Queen composition the last time we saw them. Now they're versing the Ramatra, and now they're versing an Orisa in a mirror matchup. And it's really up to Mud Dogs now to try and step up to the plate and take down Code Red on their composition. Can they do it? It's only a matter of time. Only time will tell in the end. Revzy rolling out on the Cassidy here. Hypnotic going over to the Farah. Both teams, in fact, rolling over to the Farah here. Jostling for position now. Lumi just trying to get a lot of damage here onto Renako. Does a pretty good job. It's a good fortify, though, there from Renako to keep themselves from being speared. But now they're out of cooldowns and they're caught in the open, being taken down there. Revzy with their headshot will finish off the Orisa for Code Red. Code Red will fall to pieces here as Revzy picks up 3 kills, all of them headshots. Now, it's time to just sit on the point if you can. You know that you can live. That's a great great late pick there from Hypnotic onto Andre. Maybe just letting them know in the chat as well. Code Red, they need to try and find a way to get back in here. Hard to do so against the Farah when you don't have the hit scan. And now Andre decided I am going to mirror the Cassidy. I think this allows a little bit more neutral damage in the neutral here, especially in these more mid-range fights. Tracer really not able to get on top of anything at the moment. Now, we do have the ultimate coming out from Azent. Or not the ultimate, sorry, the flank coming out from Azent. Revzy has the ultimate online. That High Noon could prove to be crucial in slowing down the push, but it doesn't even need to be used as Renako gets taken down. Now, it's just going to be Azent getting finished off there as Andre takes down Revzy, and that is going to be a fight win still for Mud Dog, but consolation prize there for Code Red. They may be able to regroup quickly and get back into this. The Deadeye is available, so is the Barrage. In fact, quite a lot of ultimates available at the moment here for Mud Dog, but they need to sustain through the orbital strike that is being used there from Worm. Now, Lumi pushing in, has the Terror Surge available, decides not to use it just yet. Now the rally comes through, and there's the Terror Surge. It's a good Terror Surge, catches up onto Andre, finishing off the Cassidy there. Rally getting utilized here from Pugs and from Jalen as well, but it's unable to turn the fight. Azent now trying to use the Barrage, not Azent, sorry, using the Barrage. It was actually Hypnotic using the Barrage. Doesn't find anything, but in the meantime, Revzy's been left alone on the flank, doing so much damage, pumping it in, and that is going to be the fight being won here from Mud Dogs, and this is a much more dominant map from them. Revzy clicking heads all over the place right now, 92% and counting. I don't think that anyone from Code Red is going to be able to touch the point right now. In fact, it is going to be Azent who is over onto the Tracer now, touching the point. But then no one retags the point. That is possibly a lack of communication coming out there from Code Red, not knowing whose time it or whose turn it was to touch the point. And unfortunately, it will mean for Code Red that this map gets tied up 1-1. And Mud Dogs now, they have the chance to lock up this map if they can win this third point. And honestly, so do Code Red. Code Red have the opportunity here to win this point. And they go back over with Andre to be on the Cassidy. Renako goes to the Zarya. That's interesting. No, swapping back over to the Orisa. Never mind. We don't need Zarya gameplay here, and honestly I think this is a fair call. I think sticking over with the Orisa gameplay is much better than going over towards that Zarya. Revzy is over on the Cassidy here, so this mid-range fight, this early fight stages should really favor Code Red, but if they start moving over towards the point here, which Mud Dogs seem to be doing now, it's going to favor the Cassidy a lot more. You see the picks trying to come through here. It's going to be Revsy who gets taken down. Now they're trying to get on to the point here. Code Red, the point unlocks. No one really able to flip it just yet, but with Lumi going down there to Renako, it is going to be a fight win here for Code Reds. Mud Dogs getting kind of steamrolled in that fight there. They just kind of got run over, especially after Revsy gets taken down from the Juno homing missiles, and Worm already building up to 80% of their ultimate, as well as 50% towards their barrage, and Pugs as well is building up towards the ultimate here as well. Code Red, they could look to try and get quite aggressive here against Mud Dog using that orbital strike. They almost have it online, 99%. They have it now. There's the hinder onto Renako. Both spinning javelins have been used, and there is the orbital strike from both teams. Now, Netra building that up quite quickly in return as well, but Lumi pushes out, gets caught. Now it's going to be the spinning javelin to try and lock the Cassidy up in the corner. Doesn't manage to do so, but Azent manages to finish off Jaylon, Azent now walks in, uses the barrage, takes themselves out on a piece of furniture. There's the Dragon Blade being used now, though, from Hypnotic. It's just a bit of a scare tactic at the moment, as it doesn't really find anything. Bob online here from Andre. The fight has been messy so far, but Mud Dogs, they're looking to try and come back into this with the Orisa respawning first and getting into it. There's the Bob now being used on the point. Dynamite as well. Hypnotic under a lot of pressure here. Uses the deflect, has to try and back away. In the meantime, Azant manages to find Jalen before the rally can be utilized there. And Andre finishing off Revsy means that Mud Dogs once again capitulate when they make it towards the point. This is very interesting at the moment. We now see the swap from Mud Dog over to the Diva. Lumi trying to lock that up, maybe put a bit more pressure there onto Azent and Andre. We see the Terror Surge available. There's the stun coming out from the rally of the Brigitte. Both teams using their rally. The Deadeye almost got interrupted. It was good eat there from Lumi, but now it's a bit of a disengage coming in from Code Red. Lumi storming onto the point, but Revsy manages to find both Pugs and Worm. Hypnotic using that focusing beam takes down Azent, and in the final hour, Revsy decides, I'm gonna kill 3 and win us this fight. That's exactly what they do. And now Code Red, they have to try and get back into this fight, but they almost have a couple of key ultimates to do this, especially the Juno ultimate. There we go. I couldn't remember the character's name for a second. Mud Dogs have absolutely nothing to work with at the moment, though Netra will get that orbital strike online soon. In fact, they have it now, so they can try and be a little bit aggressive here, but they need to be careful not to get caught out of position. Lumi has a lot of survivability. There is the orbital strike coming out from Mud Dogs. They try and isolate the support. They almost do it. And now it's going to be Worm who returns the favor using the orbital strike. Renako finds Hypnotic. Deadeye available right now for Revsy, but Revsy gets Terror Surge. They don't have time to use the Deadeye, and Renako gets the spear on to Revsy off of the map, and this looks like Code Red are going to be taking map 1 as Mud Dogs are unable to hold strong against this Orisa composition. That is how you start a grand final. Code Red look elite on this composition, and it really just comes down to their ultimate generation and how they're cycling them as well. Revsy doing incredibly well individually, but Mud Dogs overall on this composition just look quite uncomfortable, and like they haven't really been prepared for the way that Code Red are going to play it. Now we see the adaptations from Code Red coming in, but we're not seeing those adaptations from Mud Dog, and so they're struggling to actually stay on the point and actually struggling to sustain. Worm is doing an impressive job at the moment as well on this Juno, building up those ultimates really quickly. In fact, I think they lacked their Juno counterpart on that map. So Code Red looking really clean right now, and honestly, if that's any indication for how they're going to play the rest of the series, we may see this be a little bit more one-sided than we thought. Although, in saying that, Mud Dogs are our current Face It Masters champions, and we cannot write them out here. They definitely know how to win these tough games, these top scenarios here. And so for Mud Dogs, they're going to go to the drawing board. They're going to think of some counter plays. They're going to choose the map. We're in fact going to Numbani, and ODP is going to be coming in here for Code Red, and this indicates that they're going to be playing that dive style. They're going to be playing the Winston. They're going to be looking towards that rather than sticking with this Orisa style, and honestly, that is good and bad for Mud Dogs, because I don't think Mud Dogs want to be playing the Orisa style. They didn't look too comfortable on it. But ODP, when we saw him in the last series that he played, looked very, very good. And so it's a bit of a two-prong, a bit of a double-edged sword, really. Sure, you get them off of their comfort composition, but now you get ODP playing Winston against you. You have to try and find a way to shut them down. You also have to try and find a way to shut down Worm, especially if they're playing the Ana. Because as we've seen on Watchpoint Gibraltar in our first map, Worm's Ana is insane. It is just insane. And if you don't shut that down, if you don't find a way to take out the Ana very early on into this fight, then you are, or very early into this map, you're going to struggle the entire time. We are just waiting for the teams to be ready to go into our next map. But it will be Numbani for anyone who missed it. And it should be extremely exciting here. It really should be very exciting to see what kind of compositions we're going to see. Lumi did swap over towards the D.Va, so maybe we see a little bit of D.Va coming out here from Mud Dog in that dive style composition, and maybe they look a bit more comfortable on that style of composition. They did obviously win that fight on that third map with their D.Va pick, and it seemed like Lumi was doing a much better job playing there around Revzy, who was able to just go and pop off on the Cassidy. And that, for me, is a good indication of Mud Dog's teamwork in this and working around what they know is going to get them fight wins. The only issue, obviously, with that is that you don't want to rely too heavily on Revzy to actually carry you through every fight, because if that starts to happen, we'll see the adaptations from Code Red to just shut down Revzy, and then it's going to really be a struggle for anyone to get anything done there for Mud Dogs. Numbani coming up just around the corner. We are just waiting still at the moment. Something else I want to really touch on as well is this, again, is the support gameplay, but it's not just from the Junos. Obviously, we have our Brigittas that are coming through, and it's all about how aggressive and how they're playing at the moment. We are watching currently just watching a couple of things at the moment. We're just trying to sort out some lobby issues, I've just been told. Sorry. So we will get into the game ASAP. Hopefully we will get into the game ASAP. But going into Numbani, I'm very intrigued to see what we're actually going to be doing at the moment. We will get there eventually. While we are here, though, let's remind everyone what these teams let's remind you what some of these players are playing for as well, because obviously our MVP prize is massive. It is huge. It is exciting, and these players are going to be playing out of their minds to try and get themselves this prize as well. And it is a new PC, thanks to BC Custom Computers. It's an upcoming new PC business based out of Queensland, Australia. You can buy individual PC parts and then ask them to build a PC with those components, taking the hassle out of cable management, because no one wants to deal with cable management. It's just the worst. And for DEO 2024, they have not only provided us with some of the awesome prizes that we have been given, that we have been giving out throughout the stream, throughout today and yesterday, but they have also provided our MVP prize of a custom PC for the first place team. That's extremely exciting, and each player is going to be wanting to play out of their minds to try and get themselves in to that scenario. And at the moment, we're seeing signs of brilliance from both teams, and each individual player has had the chance. But make sure you enter into the giveaway using exclamation mark giveaway, because at the end of this game, we will be announcing the winner of our next giveaway, which will be for the Sakura keyboard given to us from BC Computing. So it's a very exciting time for everyone. So make sure you enter the giveaway, give that a massive, give that a go, because you definitely everyone wants a new keyboard. I want a new keyboard. In the meantime, we are still waiting for things at the moment just to get underway. We're still trying to sort out these lobby issues at the moment. We may end up going and taking a short break for a little bit just to see if we can get into things. We're still trying to just sort it out, unfortunately. So I am kind of waffling on a bit. I am aware we want to get started just as much as you guys do. We will get there eventually. I do want to touch on the composition that we are going to see from, or that we may potentially see from Code Red, and that's that Winston composition that we saw them run on the Gibraltar, that we saw them play in the first map. Now, we saw them play this Winston, this Ash, this, I believe it was Tracer. And also, I believe that we also saw them run the Ana and the Brig, or the Ana Brig composition. So it's going to be very difficult to dive that backline if you are Mud Dogs here. So you need to find a way to get on top of them very, very quickly. We are just about to go into our lobby. I have been told we are going to be there. We're going to get the answer to all of the questions. We're going to see if Mud Dogs can pull back this series to go 2-1 up, or to go 1-1 up in the series. The streets of Numbani. Lovely posters. Very lovely posters. We do love these posters every now and again. Code Red on our attack here, I believe. Playing this Winston composition with the Brig, the Winston, the Ana, the Tracer, and the Echo. So this is what we expected to see from them, knowing that ODP was coming in. We do see the Tracer, we do see the Diva composition from Mud Dogs, with Hypnotic going over towards that Torbjorn. The Ash from Rebsy as well. Can it be as deadly as we saw their Cassidy be? There's only one way to find out, really, and that's to see if Code Red can't shut it down, and to see if Rebsy is able to hit those shots. Sent on this Echo, we know can be deadly. ODP diving up onto the high ground now. Uses that bubble just to try and display some healing there, but really unable to get anything else out of it. Using their right click just to do a little bit of damage onto Rebsy, who's just hiding off into the corner there. No, it's not hiding off into the corner. The turret goes down now. So now is the time for Mud Dog to start pushing in a little bit. Code Red to start pushing in a little bit here, as Mud Dogs are just trying to stabilize, do some damage, and with Hypnotic taking down Andre, this dive is not going to be able to succeed. So we see a little bit of a back away coming in here from Code Red. There's a sleep dart coming out from Worm, who, again, on his Ana is an absolute threat. ODP trying once again to get onto the high ground. The Torbjorn turret has been taken out again. They need to try and find their way in here. How do they engage on to the back line? It's just currently a bit of a waiting game, poking and prodding their way through, building up towards the ultimate. Netra almost has their orbital ray online, and Worm almost has their nano boost as well. We did see that anti-nade go over the top of Lumi there. They didn't even need to eat it. There's no pressure being put onto the back line right now. Netra has their orbital strike online. ODP now gets the nano boost. They try and get to the back line, but there's the orbital ray being used, as well as a lot of booping being done onto ODP. Great peel coming in here from Mud Dog. The Primal Rage available, but they're not going to use it in this fight, you wouldn't think, especially with Pugs and Andre getting taken down. This fight has gone on for a long time, but they netted absolutely nothing here for Code Red. So Mud Dogs, once again, they're just able to sustain, they're able to back up, they're resetting, and it's going to be very difficult here for Code Red to dive onto the back line. We see the ultimates coming online here for Mud Dogs. They're going to have the Rally, they're going to have the Bob, they're going to have the Molten Core. They're also going to have this self-destruct as well. So Lumi essentially has 2 lives right now. ODP trying to dive up onto the opposite high ground now, getting on top of the Torbjorn. They do force it away a little bit, and Lumi now is in a bit of an odd position. There's the anti-nade being utilized. It lands onto Hypnotic, but now it's a stun up from Pugs, who's also anti-naded, taken down. Andre falls as well, and with Worm being cornered and isolated, finished off, it is another fight win here for Mud Dogs. Even though the Primal Rage was invested, they do still have the duplicate, they do still have the Bob, and they have the Rally available now, but they've really not been able to consolidate any sort of space or high ground. It's very difficult. We are still waiting at the moment for these teams to, or for Code Red, I guess, to try and find their way into this fight. The Torbjorn turret is down, firing across. There is the Bob onto the point as we see the Echo now going and contesting the high ground. Has to use the duplicate there onto the Torbjorn. Probably not the ideal target, but can they make it work? At the moment, Azent misses every single shot. There's the self-destruct that comes in, doesn't find anything. Molten Core available now here for Azent as we have the Diva flying into their face. The duplicate will be taken down. Now it's the Rally being utilized from Pugs and the Nano Boost onto ODP. Revsy falls. Finally a kill coming through here for Code Red. A great anti-nade from Worm as well means that Javelin is going to get taken down. Lumi is on about half health. He's now getting healed up and topped up here from Netra. And Hypnotic is in the back line, managing to take down both Andre and Azent. There's no DPS available now for Code Red. They do manage to get 2 ticks, and it's going to be really difficult to try and come back in here. They do get a touch onto the point, but it's the Diva getting demexed immediately. Netra does find Worm, though. So now it's overtime. We're burning down. The Lucio is half health. ODP getting close to their Primal Rage, but they're so close to being killed as well. They need to try and stay alive, but they cannot. Revsy is there, taking down 2. It is just the stall out here, and it is a full hold from Mud Dogs as we see Code Red unable to cap point 1. They do get 95% though, so they do have a chance of winning this map, but it is going to be very, very difficult to do. Somehow, Code Red have to hold strong, and this is very interesting. ODP just seemed to really be unable to get in anywhere at all. They were playing for these ultimates, but by the time they had their ultimates, Mud Dog were set. They were ready for the ultimates to come through, and none of the ultimates from Code Red really got any sort of value. The Rally didn't really help anything at all. The only ultimate that managed to find any sort of value for Code Red was the Nano Boost, and even with the Nano Boost, it was just unfortunately not enough to turn the fight. They leave the Torbjorn alive on the high ground. It gets 2, both DPS going down. That means that Code Red are really unable to consolidate any sort of space because they just don't have the damage to rain down. When Mud Dogs group up and they come back in with 4 members of their team alive again, it just means that it's just almost impossible to deal with. There's too much healing, there's too much sustain, and there's too much damage for Code Red to deal with. Now we see them on this defense. They're playing the exact same composition, but this time Azent has gone over to the Tracer. So they're going to be looking to play as aggressive as they can, but it's going to be really difficult for Code Red to hold here. It's going to have to be up to ODP and to the DPS to really step up here. Can they do it? There is the pressure onto the high ground. There, the surround coming in from Hypnotic as well. Andre holding this high ground, looking around for the Tracer. They have to know that it's going up underneath. ODP getting a little bit low, now forced away. Revsy on this Widowmaker is now taking the duel 1v1 against Descent on the Tracer. Scoping in, looking for the head of the Tracer. In fact, Hypnotic is here now to try and help out with the dive, and there is the go. It's actually going to be a kill from Worm there on Hypnotic, so the Ana for Code Red once again showing that they are impressive and able to play this Ana to a very high level. Azent does get taken down, but it's too late in the fight here as both supports for Mud Dog get taken down, and it is going to be a fight win here for Code Red, but it's the first of many that they'll need if they want to hold this first point. And Worm has been a very consistent performer for Code Red the entire time. They have been able to hold their own. They have been getting massive value out of their nade as they hit the banner with one there. They've been building up their ultimate very quickly, and they've been getting key picks when they need to as well, not just on the Juno, but also on this Ana as well. Now we see the swap over from Revsy onto the Ashe. This is a bit more consistent damage being done here. The good nade there onto the Brigida forces them back. Anti-nade coming out there from Mud Dogs, doesn't catch anything. Netra building towards their own nano boost, almost has it online. ODP needs to be careful, needs to not get taken down here. There's the drop onto the Ana. No anti-nade. It's a great anti-nade coming out there from, once again, Worm to help finish off the Ana. Primal Rage now from ODP does finish off Jalen, but Lumi's in the back line with the nano boost, doing everything that they can to win this fight. That is a 4K there from Lumi. ODP does take down Revsy, but the nano boost was never utilized from Worm, so they're unable to get back into the point. Can anyone touch? I don't think they can. No one's gonna get there. It is the rallying brigade, although they get the stun on the DMAC. Now they have the opportunity to try and come back in here. There's the rally coming in. It's gonna be a stick onto Jalen, though. Azent does get taken down, but now it's a sleep dart that gets put onto the, I believe that's Pug. The nano boost was there though, keeping the Brigida safe. ODP gets back. Somehow, Code Red have managed to get themselves back into this fight and onto this point. And it is all because of Pugs. I am in disbelief. I didn't think that they would get there. Lumi throwing the self-destruct in celebration almost, and then getting stunned out of the remake is massive. Mud Dogs have no ultimates to utilize right now. Revsy has the Bob coming up. The Pulse Bomb is there, but the Pulse Bomb needs to be massive. It needs to stick onto Pugs or onto Worm. There's the stick coming through. He catches onto the shield, but Worm walks in front of the shield. Worm has gone down. Pugs is so low. The Bob comes out there from Andre to try and consolidate a little bit of space. But now the point, it's a 1v1 between Bobs, but it's going to be Andre's Bob that leads first. ODP does catch on to Revsy here, so it will be a trade, but Ascent going down and Pugs going down means at this point, this map is over. The Pulse Bomb kill onto Worm proves to be the downfall of Code Red in the dying stages of the map, and it is going to be Mud Dogs tying the series up one apiece. Great play coming out from Mud Dogs. They played pretty well consistently throughout that map. It was a little bit of work capping that first point, a little bit of a throw almost coming through there from Mud Dogs as well. And now we are seeing this series get tied up and get closer between two giants of this tournament. And this is why these teams are in the grand final. Such high quality play. Although, again, a little bit of a throw almost coming through there from Lumi using that self-destruct. They do manage to clutch it up, though. So in the end, it works out fine. A little bit of an embarrassing moment, but they can still win this series. So far, incredibly close. And I am looking forward to seeing just how close the rest of these maps are going to be. And speaking of maps, we are going to be going to our third map very soon. And we can take a look at what Code Red have the options of picking, because I don't think that they're going to want to stick with this dive composition. I think they're going to be wanting to go back more towards that Orisa Brawl. They looked a lot more comfortable there, and it looked like Mud Dogs were struggling a lot more with that. So it is very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see what each team is doing at the moment. We are just currently waiting again to sort out the lobby issues that we saw. Obviously, we did see that the team names were wrong for the players. We are going to be sorting that out as soon as we can. But again, if we have a look at our map pool here, it's going to be very interesting going into our escort map, what each team chooses, because, I mean, it's Code Red's choice at the moment. So, I am, you know, we are currently dealing with things at the moment. If we go over to the map pool, though, however, and we see what the choices are, there is a lot that they can go to here. We could see Circuit Royale for the first time. We could see Rialto or Gibraltar. They want to try and force away from the Diva matchup here as well. We are, like I said earlier, we are currently aware of the situation of both teams being the wrong way around. We are aware of that. We are trying to fix that as we can. It just happened to be because the lobby leader unfortunately lagged out and we couldn't change the names. So it is, you know, unfortunately at the moment we can't fix that because at the moment we just can't fix that. It is an issue that we will try to fix going forward, but for now it is just not something that we can do. We can, however, go into our map 3, and honestly, I'm expecting it to be more towards that Circuit Royale. I think you want to try and get away from the Diva compositions. Maybe you go towards a Sigma mirror matchup, or really you could also go to Rialto, which I think has a nice Orisa thing, Orisa playstyle there. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what each player does. We are still awaiting the map pick at the moment, however, and something that I want to do is really highlight the play coming out from Worm, because Worm, even when Worm is on the losing team, they are putting up massive performances on the side of Code Red. They are doing a lot. They're doing a lot. They're doing a lot of stuff for their team. They are enabling their tank. They're healing their DPS as well and giving those massive anti-nades. They're also keeping themselves alive very well and building up their ultimates at an extreme level. We are currently, we're currently seeing what Worm contributes to this team, and it is a lot at the moment. They've hit key sleep darts in past series. Obviously, we didn't get to see that as much this series because they just, unfortunately, weren't able to capture that first point. And this was the only time we've seen them on Armor so far. But even on the Juno, they've been able to build up their ultimates really quickly, make those massive fight-turning ultimates a reality. So we are currently just waiting on a player to stop being AFK. We will get back into the game as soon as possible. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what we do. We may take a small break just while we await for this player to go so that I can also have a drink of water. And on the other side, we'll take you to map 3. Take care. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the DEO Grand Finals Map 3. We're back from our short intermission. Obviously, we've had something going on. We've had something going on. We are going to be getting back into our Map 3, though, which has been chosen to be Circuit Royale, and it is going to be very interesting because we haven't seen Circuit Royale yet. We haven't seen this poke composition. We haven't seen any Sigma being played just yet. So we're waiting to see whether or not these teams have a different kind of style. Obviously, this is Code Red's map pick. We have Renako coming back in for Code Red, ODP being subbed out of the lineup. So for now, we are going to potentially see some major changes in the compositions that get played. Mud Dogs here as well. They've shown a couple of different styles of composition. We've seen a lot of Diva coming out from Lumi. We've seen a little bit of the Orisa gameplay as well. We are going into our map 3 very, very shortly. And at the moment, it is going to be Circuit Royale, and I'm just very excited. I'm very excited to be going back into the game. Obviously, having a pause in the middle of everything kind of does take a bit of momentum out of things, but in the end, it is what it is, and we will continue on being entertained by some awesome Overwatch, we hope. But we now get to see the streets, Circuit Royale, the racetrack that we have going around. We see that both teams at the moment are sitting over on this Ramatra composition. And Ramatra is Much is a really interesting pick. Obviously, it's a very good pick at the moment, and this brawl style is something that we have seen a little bit from Code Red. We saw it on their Miracle run here through Runasapi against Good For You. Well, we're going to see whether or not they can continue their dominance on this composition. Here we go. The brawl starts now. We see both forms being utilized here from Code Red and Mud Dogs. It's going to be Lumi. He takes down the Zen, but Hypnotic finished off there by Pugs. Now Renako trying to go around the corner here. Andre getting the better there of Revsy. The headshot on the opposing Widowmaker means that this fight should go in favor straight away here for Code Red as they absolutely demolish their way through Mud Dogs. Finish them off in style as well. Now they're going to be able to take this crucial corner here, stopping any sort of space gain here for Mud Dogs. No ultimates really getting too close, but one thing I really want to point out here is Pugs has much higher ult charge than Jay does on this Brigitte. So eventually we will see the rally coming out, hopefully for Code Red a little bit quicker than what we see Jay's rally coming out of as well. Lumi needs to be careful not to take too much damage or to get too out of position. Revsy gets the headshot there onto Zen. Now it's going to be the rush down onto Pugs, who gets finished off there with a punch from Lumi. Hypnotic with a draw dash will finish off Andre, and it will be a fight win here for Mud Dog as they clean up the rest of Code Red. Now they hold the corner here as well. Lumi coming up into that Annihilation. Renako will have theirs available soon, but Netra is much closer to their orbital strike than Worm is currently, and Azent is yet to build really much percentage towards that Blizzard either. Andre will be looking to find a key pick on this Widowmaker selection. Revsy as well will be looking to do the same. Speed ring goes out. There is the Ravenous Vortex from both teams being utilized. It's just a poking and prodding style at the moment. The Maywall comes down, but it doesn't find anything. And Lumi finds a Zent with the help there of Revsy. It's just a Zent going a little bit too wide there. Now the Annihilation gets used. They're trying to chase down the Widowmaker, but they're unable to find anything in the meantime. Revsy gets a headshot there once again onto Worm. Lumi finishes off Andre and Renako, and that's going to be another fight win here for Mud Dogs as now they walk up to the spawns here of Code Red. Both support ultimates online for both teams here. Revsy has the Empress side a little bit ahead of Andre and Azent, finally building up towards that Blizzard as well. It's just going to be whether or not they can find a pick here for Code Red and whether or not they can make usage of their ultimates without Mud Dog finding any usage of theirs. There is the Orbital Strike coming out now from both team. Unfortunately, unable to find any sort of kills here. Code Red, but Pugs finds Jalen there with the stun from the rally, but it's a nice headshot once again. Revsy finding one, finding two with the Widowmaker. The Hypnotic there using their Tectonic Shock takes down Renako. Revsy though gets the better of Andre, now has to deal with the 1v1 from the Juno, but it's going to be a disengage coming out there from Worm. And now holding strong is Revsy. 4 kills in this fight for the Widowmaker of Code Red, absolutely enabling their team to hold this far. Azent now has swapped over to the Farah, trying to make a difference, hoping that the spam and the damage from the Farah will be it. There's Ravenous Vortex. They're trying to get on top of it. Hypnotic, who's over onto that venture. They're going to be coming out of the ground anytime soon. Now that they've done it, the speed ring comes out as well. They're trying to get aggressive here. But now Renako decides it's their turn to go into form and try and move forward as well. Andre and Revsy, they're still in this Widowmaker battle. So far, Revsy has been the difference maker here for Mud Dogs. Can they continue to be? Lumi gets low, has their form available, uses it straight away. Ravenous Vortex now stops that from happening, but Hypnotic gets taken, gets the takedown there onto Andre. While Hypnotic does get traded out, it's far too little too late. Someone has to touch the point. There's only 5 seconds left on the clock. Renako trying to move forward, almost has their Annihilation online, but Lumi has theirs ready to go. They use it, and it's again a full hold coming out here from Mud Dogs. As Code Red, they will once again fail to get point 1. And now they have to rely on a full hold coming out on this map. And they seemed like they could have taken point 1 at one stage there, but unfortunately for Code Red, Mud Dogs had Revsy. And Revsy just decided to click everyone's head, and they've been consistently doing that for the whole series. They haven't really missed a beat at all when they get to play these hit scan heroes, and so far so good here for Revsy, and they'll likely be onto the Widowmaker once again on this attack. And if you are Code Red, maybe you go for a bit of a cheeky spawn hold here, trying to just get on top of Mud Dogs and trying to stop them from doing anything here. Mud Dogs, though, they know how far they have to go. Only 80 meters to push. Can they do it? Can they put themselves up 2-1 in this series and bring themselves closer to winning the first place prize, as well as potentially winning the MVP prize for one of their players as well? Lumi on this Ramatra has been very, very good so far. Can Renako stand up to it? Can Code Red stand up to Mud Dogs? We're going to find out here if it can happen or not. Shields coming out from both teams, so no early picks coming through. Andre needs to be careful not to get picked off here. This is now the Widowmaker duel. We always know that Circuit Royale is a very, very handy Widowmaker map. Here's the flank coming in here from Hypnotic, taken down to half HP, getting taken down there from Renako. Revsy looking for a scope on a sight, on a target, but just can't find it. There's a Maywall coming out from his end. There's not a lot of damage in this composition from Code Red, so Lumi can play a little bit more aggressive with their life here, knowing that they're not going to take nearly as much damage. There is the Juno getting very, very low, getting taken down there from Lumi. The tracking from the Ramatra, extremely good. Maywall coming in defensively, trying to keep Lumi away from the rest of the team, and Andre gets a better Revsy this time. Now, it's just going to be a disengage coming out here from Code Red. They start walking forward a little bit further here, trying to get Hypnotic, who drill dashes forward, keeping Renako pushed back a little bit more. Speedring coming out with the form from the Ramatra here, but there's the Maywall that comes out. Doesn't quite catch the Ramatra of Lumi just yet. The disengage coming in here from Hypnotic on that venture, trying to stay alive, trying to stay healthy and get all of this damage done. The Brigadier of J falls very low, but it's Revsy. Once again, they managed to catch Ascend as they peek around the corner just a little bit too aggressively. Lumi uses their Annihilation, catches onto Worm, and that is going to be map 3 going in favor of Mud Dogs, as they will look to capture this first point without too much trouble and too much resistance. We go up now to our map 4. There we go. I can count. I can do basic mathematics. We're going to be going over to our map 4. Mud Dogs leading the series 2-1. Obviously, that map there just came down to Revsy hitting the shots that they needed to when they needed to as well. Azent is going to have nightmares about Revsy's Widowmaker for quite a while now. And honestly, fair enough. Revsy was just living the dream, able to get 2Ks, 4Ks, pick every now and again in these fights. They looked dominant throughout that map. And now going into map 4, we're likely to see Runa Sapi as the pick. So we are going to see probably Runasapi, in my opinion, because that's what we saw. That's what we saw Code Red play well on the last time. They made their miracle comeback run on that map. They look comfortable. They look confident, and it really is the map that I see them going towards, because I don't think you want to play the dive style. Maybe you want to try and bring Runasapi. Maybe you want to try and bring Esperanza into the mix, but you need to find a way to shut down. You need to try and shut down the picks from Hypnotic on the Venture as well. You need to shut down that disruption. You need to shut down the picks that come out from Revsy as well. It's very, very difficult to try and account for all of that. We are going to see... We are just going to wait. There will be some advertisements that you guys will be seeing when the map ends. So, yeah. We are just waiting on the push map at the moment. But I mean, both of these choices, all of these choices could be interesting and good in their own right for their own reasons. It's just about what composition each team will want to play. We are going to probably see, again, in my opinion, I think we need to go towards that Runasapi. I don't think you can allow Revzi that much space again to do whatever they want to do. And for me, that's going to be very difficult to do on wider open maps, such as Colosseum, where they can still run the Widowmaker and the Ashe. It's going to be really difficult to do it on the Esperanza, where, again, they can still run the Ashe, and Revzi is showing that they're capable on pretty much every hit scan. You'd rather force them on the Cassidy, where, yeah, they do quite a bit of damage, but you can also really quite easily shut that down and get on top of them because it is a much closer range map. So we are still waiting on that map pick to be confirmed. So this push map is still up in the air. It's still anyone's guess on who is going to pick it or who's going to get it. But what they're going to pick is what I mean to say there. But it's very interesting. It's going to be very interesting regardless of the map pick to see what compositions each team is going to run out on as well. We still obviously need to see what each team can do, and that was one of Worm's more quiet maps. And obviously they were playing the Juno, but they also didn't really build up their ultimate very quickly in that last map. They were kind of getting shut down there. Revzi and Lumi doing a lot as well. We are going to be going to Runasapi. That has just been confirmed. The sides have been swapped as well now, so we have fixed that issue. So hopefully now it will be all resolved. It will be all fixed. Runasapi is our map for. Are we going to continue to see Mud Dogs take the lead, or are we going to now see Code Red fight their way back into the series and level it up? Who knows? Only time will tell. Only what we see in the map will tell. We are just waiting for the players to be ready, and we will head straight into that map. Obviously, we've spoken a lot about Revzi for Mud Dogs, but someone I also want to give a very quick shout out to is Lumi, because Lumi was doing a lot of work on that Ramatra, creating a lot of space, putting a lot of pressure onto the backline of Code Red as well. Honestly, they have been really, really surprising with just how good their Ramatra has been. I mean, everyone has been very good so far on the side of Mud Dogs, but you know, Revzi and Lumi are really standing out to me at the moment. Netra has been silently doing their job over on the Juno, and Jay has struggled at times on the Brigitte, but has been performing to the standard that they need them to get these wins. Hypnotic has been doing their job over on the Venture, over on the May, over on their roles as well. And when you're looking at their opponents, at some points they are just hard diffing their opponents. They are just getting the better of them. Ascent, again, had a really rough last map. Hopefully, with this map, they can keep their mental strong. They can turn it around, because we have seen the Zen pull off some very big hero plays in these series that we have seen tonight. We have also seen the tank for Code Red Renako have really good moments, especially on the Orisa and some parts on the Ramatra as well. We are going to see Pugs not playing this round. We are going to have a sub come in for Code Red. Denten is going to be coming in, and I'm very interested to see what this changes up for Code Red. I wonder if this brings in a different support hero that we haven't seen them play yet. Maybe an Iari, maybe we see a Lucio or something come through. I would be very surprised to see a Lucio. I don't think that's going to be the pick. We might end up going towards that Ana Juno composition, So maybe Wern is playing the Ana, and they have the Juno being played as well, and that allows Wern to play, in my opinion, their best hero at the time. Andre as well had a couple of moments on the Widowmaker, but overall, it was very difficult for them to get the better of Rebzy as well. Now, we're going to see what compositions each team gets played. Denthead going over to the Kiriko. So we have a Kiriko Juno composition with the Orisa, with the Ashe, and with the Tracer as well. Hypnotic going over towards a Genji here, not on the bencher anymore. We have Lumi and Jaylon and Netra there. I am aware that the teams need to be swapped around at the moment. So Mud Dogs and Code Red are currently on the wrong side. We are aware of that. We see both teams now coming out on these compositions. Let's see who can get shut down first. It's going to be the Kiriko versus the Brigitte, as well as the tanks being different as well. They're both looking to fight on this left side right now. Lumi is going to be looking to get into the back line a lot more here. We see the space right now being taken up here by Code Red. Renako walking in now with those spinning javelins, trying to get into the face of Lumi, denying the space, denying any sort of pressure. That's so much damage being put onto the Ramastra of Mud Dog. Rebzy also gets quite low, getting kind of walked on top of, and this is why I wanted to see them go to this map, because Lumi now has just way too much pressure, gets taken down. There is all of the damage being put onto Rebzy, being finished off there by Worm, and now we see this is what Code Red needed to do. They closed the distance, they stopped Rebzy from being able to do their thing, and now Code Red, they're going to start making up some ground on this Runasafi map. Renako on this Orisa, putting so much pressure onto Lumi. Lumi's made the swap now over towards their own Orisa, as we see the pickup coming in there from Azent onto their Kiriko. Renako getting very, very low. Needs to be very careful not to get taken down here, and will manage to live. Good whip shot to keep the Tracer away, and hinder as well. Jaylon trying to chase down Worm and Denthead, but unable to really do so. Denthead does get taken down, but the orbital strike has already been utilized here from Worm. So now they have to try and stay in this fight, try and get this fight win. Jaylon shield bashes in, trying to get these kills, trying to get more damage and more healing out. And Rebzy manages to find 2 in this fight so far. It will be a fight win here for Mud Dog. Code Red falling apart there. Ultimate's now coming online for Mud Dog. They have the Dragon Blade and they have the High Noon as well. Azent over on this Tracer has the Pulse Bomb available, and Andre's building up towards the Bob. Renako will have the Terror Surge available for this fight as well. Jay has now built up towards the Rally 2 for Mud Dogs. Going to be very interesting and difficult here. Denthead getting caught sleeping at the wheel right there. Azent gets taken down on the flank, and this now has become a 5v4 situation for Code Red. Renako backs away, now tries to go back towards the point. There's the Terror Surge being utilized. They somehow don't take down anyone with that, and Hypnotic's in the back line, finishing off 2. They don't even need the Dragon Blade, they only need the Rally. Rebzy finishes off the next 2, and that's going to be Mud Dog taking the lead and potentially taking the forward spawns as well, as Azent has made the swap over to the Genji themselves. Kitsune rush online here for Code Red. Mud Dog, however, they have the High Noon, they have the Dragon Blade, and they have the Terror Surge. The Deadeye spotted out on this flank is Rebzy. They're not going to be able to put enough pressure really onto the Cassidy at the moment to shut that down. There's the Deadeye being utilized. They can't stop it. 2 for Rebzy with the Deadeye. The Terror Surge was there as well. And now it forces Code Red all the way back. Even with the Kitsune Rush being used, they're unable to get any purchase on the point, any chance in this fight. And now Code Red, they really need to start having a comeback here. They've done it once before. Can they do it again? This is a very tough opponent to do it against. Hypnotic, Dragon Blade online. Netra's building up towards their orbital strike still. Azent takes a fair bit of damage. There's the Fortify coming out from Renako. Azent once again gets low orbital strike available. The Bob's being utilized as well from Andre. Now they're trying to trap both Lumi and Netra into the corner, but they're unable to do it, and Jaylon takes down the Bob. There's the orbital strike coming out from both sides, and it's Renako who falls first. Now it's the cleanup coming through here from Mud Dogs. Code Red, they fall once again, and it's still so difficult for them to get into these fights. Hypnotic has the Dragon Blade available still. The Iari is coming out now from Denthead. This is desperation coming out for Code Red. Can they find a way back in? Can the DPS produce something here to rival what Revsy and Hypnotic have been doing. Lumi stunned up. Revsy once again going for this flank. He just feels so confident to be able to do anything. There's a Dragon Blade being pulled. Azet manages to find Netra and Jay as well. Both supports going out. Azet manages to find 3. Renico with a spear. Finishes off Hypnotic. 4 kills for the Genji of Code Red. And that is exactly what I was asking for. The DPS of Code Red starting to stand up a little bit. And it's led from the front by Azet. They want to be able to fight back here. Like I said, they have done this before. They can do it again. Denthead has their pylon broken. That's a lot of healing being taken away. Denthead also getting very, very low. Needs to be healed up. So low. The great spear onto Andre means that the Ash is very low as well. The Hypnotic gets into the back line. Manages to find both Andre and Denthead. Does get some damage as well. Some significant damage onto Renico. And Mud Dogs once again win the fight pretty dominantly. They didn't even need to use ultimates. They come in here with the Rally, the High Noon, and the Terra Surge as well. Code Red, the Dragon Blade needs to be huge, or the Terra Surge needs to be massive as well. I don't know if the Iari is the pick here. They're gonna struggle without this Brigitte. There's the Terra Surge being used. There's the Deadeye. It catches onto Andre. Can they do anything? There's the Terra Surge. There's the Dragon Blade. Jay goes down. Doesn't use the Rally, but the Orbital Strike comes out here from Jaylon. Now they're trying to get in. They want to finish off Revsy, but they're just unable to do it. Lumi finishes off Renico. They can't kill the Cassidy of Mud Dogs. Hypnotic does get taken down. The Orbital Strike being utilized here from Code Red. It's just Worm trying to fight back against the world, but they're unable to do it. Headshot onto Andre, followed up with another headshot. Revsy is just walking everywhere. There's the Sunstrike coming down. It connects onto Revsy, but not enough damage to get the Sunstruck until just now. Denthead finishing off the Cassidy there for Mud Dogs. Renico finally gets the better of Lumi, and that is going to be a fight win, but they have so much distance to try and cover. They have to push it all the way back to the center, and then another 90 meters to try and just get close enough to beating Mud Dogs here. It's going to be very difficult. Hypnotic building up towards their blade. Jaylon has the Rally available. Andre will get bobbed here, but that's the only ultimate that Code Red have to work with. Rally comes out. There's the spinning Javelin and the Fortified being utilized as Hypnotic goes into the back, gets the Dragon Blade, gets onto Worm. Andre does finish off Netra, but Hypnotic manages to find his end and Deadhead as well. It's another team kill. Code Red just can't find any sort of progress on this point. The Terra Surge and the High Noon are almost ready and available for Mud Dog yet again. They've used this combination a couple of times now. Can they find more value with it? Lumi just waiting to get healed up. They're waiting for the respawn of Netra, who's coming back in. There's the spinning Javelin. There's the High Noon coming from the left. There is the Terra Surge. It catches onto Ascent and Andre. Andre gets taken down. Revsy with the headshot finds Worm as well. Revsy is playing out of his goddamn mind right now. The Bob unable to do anything to stop this advance. And that is going to be the fight win. The bot's going to continue to make progress. The respawns are going to be coming in. But there's only 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Can Code Red dig deep? Can they find something here? Disengage coming in from Mud Dog right now as well. Just backing away. They can take the fight on the corner. They know they don't have any ultimates. Can they win the dry fight here? Revsy looking for the flank with Jay as well. Manages to keep their Cassidy alive. Orbital Strike available here for Code Red. They'd ideally like to win without having to use that ultimate here. There is the Terra Surge being utilized. But Hypnotic has already found a scent. This is a terrible start to the fight if you're Code Red. You needed your Genji in the fight. There's the Sunstrike, but it gets eaten. This is not good. This is not good at all, and everything just gets bad to worse. They now have to invest their Orbital Strike just to stand a chance in this fight, but they still yet to find any kills. They haven't confirmed anything. Finally, Lumi goes down, but is it too little too late? Jay has to feed onto the points there just to try and stop any more progress. And finally, Code Red, they break through, but at what cost? Their ultimate bank has been depleted, and they lose Andre late as well to Netra. Things have gone from bad to worse for Code Red. They have a minute left, and they're fighting an uphill battle. The ult advantage firmly in favor of Mud Dogs. This could just be a Orbital Strike and a Rally, and it could be all but over. Denhead gets stunned up. needs to stay alive. They need to potentially find a pick. Zen with the Dragon Blade needs to come up huge. There is the Deadeye being utilized as well as the Orbital Strike. Now they're speeding through. They want to try and catch on to someone. They can't get the trigger pull onto anyone just yet. But Worm gets taken down there by Netra. Renico finished off. Dragon Blade from Ascent only find Rebsy. 30 seconds left. This is it. Mud Dogs. They are looking so dominant right now. 125 meters to 53. Board spawn's not there for Code Red. The only ultimate online for them is the Bob. Can Code Red do it again? Can they find something within them to bring this back? Lumi's on the flank with the Telesurge. They're in the back line. They start to push there onto Dent Head. They get the Dragon Blade. Hypnotic 1, Hypnotic 2. Both supports down. Terrasurge is there. Hypnotic gets 3. And that is going to be Mud Dogs winning match 3 and going up to match point in our grand final. Andre is there just to stagger it out, but it's too little too late. Mud Dogs, they're so close they can taste it. Are we going to see a potential comeback from Code Red? Or are Mud Dog going to close out this series in our next map? We will have to find out. The next replay of the game as Juno is here. And so far, this has been the Rebsy show for Mud Dogs. Somehow Code Red need to find a way to shut them down. Because at the moment, it's just proven too much for them. It's proven way, way too much. Can we get another map out of this? Can Code Red figure it out? Can they get it done? That is going to be the key thing for them. They need to stay strong. They had a little fight back towards the end of that map where they won a couple of fights in a row. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to string together meaningful fights when they needed to. They seemed to lose fights or have to use ultimates when Mud Dogs didn't have any. And Mud Dogs have been playing this really well, really slow, forcing out ultimates and forcing out cooldowns extremely well. All the while, Revsy is just going on flanks to anywhere that they want on the map and really showing up at the moment. So far, so good for Mud Dogs. Code Red, they're on the precipice of losing this grand final. Can they find something? Can they get it in gear for this final, for this potentially final map? If they can, then we may see a map 6. We may see a map 5, a map 6 coming through. But our map 5 coming in is going to be another control map. We did see them do well on Lijiang. Can they do it again? Can map 5, can they pull it out again? I think we're going to be going over towards Nepal. I think that's the map that they'll be most likely to pick, most likely to want to play on with the composition that they've shown so far. It really is their, I think it is their best chance. They can go to Antarctic Peninsula as well. It is also a pretty good map for the composition that they've been playing, but I think it gives way too much room for Revsy to just flank around once again, and they need to find a way to shut that down, because at the moment, Revsy is just having their way with their team at the moment. They're just able to go anywhere they want. They scout around. It's been extremely interesting. We are currently waiting to see what we have at the moment for our last map, or for potentially last map. We don't even know if this will be the last map at the moment. We are still waiting on the map choice. It is Nepal. That's an interesting pick right there. It is the correct pick in my opinion. It is the pick that I would personally have gone with as well. If you are Code Red, it is the one that makes the most sense here. We are getting ready to go into our game right now. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what we have here. We may have a substitute coming in. Currently, we are just waiting. We're just waiting to see what is going on. But Pugs is going to be coming in for this map, for Denthead. And I think that's the right choice. I think that Denthead didn't do a bad job, but I think that the Brigitte is such a needed pick in this composition to just be able to stop, for example, a Genji from doing whatever they want. The whip shots as well, keeping the rest of the tank away from the supports or anything like that. You really need to see them start popping off for that as well. We may also see another substitute coming in. I believe that we're going to have Olam joining in to the server here. Just waiting to see who they're taking over for. Hypnotic is going to be subbed out here, and that's interesting. Hypnotic performed really well on the Genji in that last map, and I think subbing them out here is a very interesting pick here. Yeah, I'm very, very confused by this substitution, but at the same time, I'm looking forward to seeing Olam play and see whether or not they can play just as well as Hypnotic did in this next map as well. We are still currently waiting on the map to go into it. Something I want to point out there, though, was that obviously we've spoken a lot about Rebsy and how they've been able to go around. They wouldn't have been able to do that without Jay following them around almost like a babysitter for Rebsy, just making sure that their Cassidy was safe, healed up always, and protected from any sort of push. And that enables Rebsy to do so much work just on the side. They have their own little portable shield and healer going around with them. It has been very, very interesting to see this playstyle come through. If you are on the side of Code Red, you need to figure out how you shut down that duo. I think you need to either choose to go much faster into the enemy team and try and win the frontline war whilst they are going on the flank, or you need to go and shut down the flank completely. You need to actually commit to chasing the DPS out, because there are a couple of times where it feels like they are slightly out of position. They could be punished for it, but they just don't seem to have that happen. In the meantime, however, while we wait for the map to get underway, actually we are getting underway, in fact, there is only one map that stands in the way of Mud Dogs and winning it all. Can they do it? Can they bring home another win in a finals? They've done it once already with Basic Masters League.
Ready for battle.
Can they do it again? We're going to find out. Rebsy over onto the Cassidy, Olam onto the Soldier. No, going back over to the Venture here. Lumio starting on the Orisa, Jay on the Brig, Netra on that Juno. Code Red, very similar composition, but Azent once again on the Mei. We've seen mixed success from the Mei here. And so it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they actually are going to be able to find the picks that they need, get the damage done, and find also the crucial blizzards that they will need as well. Both teams using the TP out of spawn to get in, and Olam swaps over to the Tracer. So a lot more pressure on the backline of Code Red here. You can see the speed rank comes down. There's Runako trying to get in onto the rest of Mud Dogs here. Olam already dropping a bit low. Lumi using their spinning javelin already in his hand. There is the pick that they needed. A headshot onto Netra takes down the Juno, and Olam gets taken down as well, finished off. Now it's just going to be the aggression coming in here from Code Red as Lumi tries to take Reniko off the side of the map. Jaylon taken down there from Reniko. Reniko has just kind of flipped the switch here. A lot more aggression coming out from Code Red, and that is exactly what you needed to see. It doesn't allow Rebsy to really be able to get on top of anyone or be able to go on these flanks that they have been doing so consistently. Now, first point capture going over in favor of Code Red. They're building up towards their ultimates a lot quicker as well, with the exception of Rebsy, who is still doing a load of damage. Lumi as well. catching up on the ult charge towards that Terra Surge. Olam on the main now, trying to walk in with these right clicks. It's going to be a Zent that gets taken down there from Rebzy. Once again on the flank, managing to find the headshots there. It's going to be Andre who does get the kill onto Rebzy. But overall, Mud Dogs just steamroll their way onto point and will start up their percentage. Both the Orbital Strike and the High Noon almost available for Code Red. In fact, so is the Terra Surge, but Mud Dog already have their High Noon and Terra Surge combo that they've been using so effectively, and Jay also almost has their rally as well. Pugs just gets their rally now. There is the High Noon as well as the Terra Surge coming out from Lumi, stunning out the High Noon as well. Terra Surge now coming in from Renako, sucks Lumi back in, and that is going to be Lumi being taken down. Jaylon using their rally as well, finished off. No orbital strike coming in from Netra there, and it is going to be Code Red coming back in with a vengeance and winning this next fight and capping the point up again as well. As Zent has the Blizzard online. Pugs still holding on to their rally here. It's just Netra and Olam with ultimates on the side of Mud Dog here as well. So it's going to be support ults and DPS ults really on the board only here for both teams. Are they going to be able to shut down Rebzy here? That is what I'm curious about. We need to see aggression coming out here, I think. There's the E coming out from Lumi, though. Azent, the Blizzard, finished. No way. Lumi was prepared for that to the next level. Rebzy gets the better of Andre, and with the orbital strike coming through, it's almost impossible for Code Red to try and win this fight back in their favor. There's the icebox being utilized from both teams as Lumi now pushes in with a flank coming in from Rebzy once again. There is Jay getting very, very aggressive, taking down there from Pugs, but Pugs finished off by Olam. And it's Worm who's trying to turn this fight with the orbital strike. They take down Rebzy, they take down Netra. Worm is still here. Lumi gets very, very low. Aseng does get taken down, but Andre gets a finishing point onto Lumi, and now it's just the Juno and the Cassidy trying to take on Olam, who's on the point. But it's Worm again who clutches up for Code Red, as they've done so many times before, and they will flip this point in their favor. We could be going to a last fight scenario for this first point of map 5. The Terra Surge and the High Noon online here for Rebzy and for Lumi. Renako needs to build up towards their Terra Surge quickly. The Deadeye available here for Andre. When do they choose to let it rip? They have to wait. There's the High Noon coming out from Rebzy. High Noon now in return from Andre. They're waiting. It's going to be the Terra Surge coming out here. Now they're trying to escape, but it's Worm that gets taken down. There's the rally as well from Jay. Spear comes through from Andre. The Terra Surge from Renako is way, way, way too late. And despite the overtime ticking down, it's going to be Mud Dogs who get the team kill and get the fight win. They'll flip the point back in favor. Now it really is last fight scenario, and it's Blizzard v Blizzard. The upside for Mud Dogs is that Netra is building up towards their orbital strike. Worm, 50% away still. Pugs may be able to get their rally online, but they need to do it quickly. And before they get taken down, there's Renako trying to walk forward. Speed ring being utilized already. 90% and ticking. They still have to try and get onto the point. They could just get walled off here if they're not careful. There's the boot. There's the wall. They have to try and get through. It's a body block. Renako manages to just get through, but they use the spin spear. There's the stun. Doesn't cancel the blizzard. However, Renako gets frozen up. There is the C9 being forced out onto Code Red. Unable to touch this point. And we go to really the match point here for Mud Dogs. One more point to win this grand final. One more point to win the tournament. Can they do it? Can they finish this game? Can they finish this map? Can they take home another championship? One more point is all that is needed. Can Code Red find the missing piece? Can Andre and Azent stand up to the force that has been Rebzy so far? Both teams pathing this time, but this time it's a bit of a path towards point from Mud Dogs, and the high ground being taken up here from Code Red. There's a Metro from Rebzy coming out here, so they're not on the Cassidy. now it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel here for Azent. They don't really have a lot that can take them down. There's a good spam onto Rebzy. It's good healing though, keeping the Symmetra alive here. They're just trying to surround, divide, and conquer. It's another direct hit coming in there from Azent on the Farah. Nothing really to stop this. The Maywall comes out, blocking a little bit of damage, but not a lot. Great couple of direct hits there onto Netra though, and Jalen goes down as well. Both supports now for Mud Dogs. Finished off. Olam trying to be the anti-air main, but Azent just gets the heck out of dodge there as Renico cleans up on the point, taking down both Lumi and Rebzy. That is going to be a fight win here for Mud Dogs. 3 kills for the Arista and a couple for the Farah as well, as Azent is looking very, very good on this pick. And really unable to be shut down at the moment. We see now Mud Dogs. They do have some percentage on the board for the ults build, currently in favor of Code Red. They're building towards that orbital strike very quickly as well. Rebzy swapped over towards the Ash pick now. They're trying to keep everyone locked up into the choke point here. They can't allow Rebzy out. Jalen getting very, very low. It's a great spear there from Renico, actually probably saving their own life here. They push everyone else back. There's the orbital strike coming in from Worm. They're trying to finish off Rebzy. They need to finish off this Ash. They're so low on the point. Finally, it's Worm who gets the finishing blow. The support for Code Red has been exceptional so far throughout this entire tournament. The points now being contested there from Lumi, but they have to try and get away here, and it might be difficult. They've used all of their cooldowns. There's a spinny spear coming through, but the Fortify is already being used, and it's just being bullied into the corner right now. Olam has their ultimate online, but with the Terror Surge and the Barrage available for Code Red, they will shut down this fight with an exclamation mark right there. Mud Dogs, they have a couple of ultimates online though. They have the Blizzard and they have the Orbital Strike online, and it's just Andre with the Deadeye right now for the side of Code Red. They need to try and find some value with it. Can they do it? Lumi getting extremely low straight away. Netra, Orbital Strike available still. But Lumi gets taken down before they even have the chance. Now it's the High Noon coming out there from Andre the Deadeye. Zones everyone else away. It's a very, very good fight win coming in here for Code Red. Last fight coming up. Mud Dogs, they will need to throw everything at this to try and get onto the point. Can they do it? Jalen knows that Pugs knows he's there. Now trying to take the 1v1 against the Brigitte and then close quarter. And as Jada gets taken down, Pugs may have just saved this for their team. There is the Blizzard and the Terror Surge as well as the Orbital Strike. Andre is the only person to go down from those ultimates so far, though Azent needs to be careful not to get taken down. Lumi trying to find some more value here. Renico's there, eats up the spear, gets a return spear onto Lumi, and now it's going to be the Orbital Strike for Code Red. Bob being utilized here from Rebzy, trying to get some damage done, but it's Worm who finds Netra. A bit of Juno and Juno action there as we now see Azent getting into Lumi's face, taking down the Orisa, and it is going to be Code Red. They even up the score on this map. They will not go gently into that Dark Night. They are going to fight with all of their might to try and keep this tournament going, to try and keep this grand final going, and to try and take us to a map 6. But now Azent may struggle on this Farah. Rebzy will start off on the Ash this time, so there's not going to be the chance for them to hold an angle against Rebzy and be able to stay out of sight lines. Lumi's actually gone over towards the Junker Queen now, and Olam is on to the Genji. Interesting compositional switch up here from Mud Dogs. This is what we saw a lot of from Good For You earlier in the night. Azent back over to the Farah now. Renico staying on the tried and true Orisa. Can we see a miracle from Code Red? Can they bring themselves back in? Can they show some signs of life? There's the spear coming out onto Lumi. Now Carnage being utilized, trying to just get some damage onto Renico and try and force some space. But at the moment, Renico's holding strong, standing tall, standing fast here. It's a great Jagged Blade that goes through, getting onto the support. But again, it's just Renico keeping the rest of them back. Commanding Shout now, they're trying to get into the fight. There's the Fortify being utilized. Lumi getting speared back, trying to get the Mega Health Pack, but it's not not there right now. Already grabbed by Olam earlier in the fight. Second Blade doesn't pull anyone in. Spear goes wayward this time. That could be crucial, but it's going to be Azent that gets the first pick. Jalen goes down, and now it's just going to be Azent trying to spam in the rockets from afar. Olam's on the point, but with Revsy going down, it's free real estate right now for Azent. They can just chill wherever they want. No one can really touch them. And it is going to be a fight, or the point flipping in favor of Code Red here, and Lumi is kind of caught a little bit out of the way. Andre getting the finishing blows there, and Code Red, they look really good right now. They have the Orbital Strike online. They're building up their percentage here. If they can win this next fight with just the Orbital Strike before Nectar gets there, this could be a crucial fight when there's a dash trying to get onto Azent. Is Olam using the deflect, but then getting taken down with a direct hit to the back of the skull. The rockets from Azent have been deadly. The Farah looks good. We see Jalen going over towards the Ana right now as well. Maybe trying to offer a little bit more support in anti Renako. Maybe to just allow a little bit more pushback. See how they try and engage into this. Jade's been left behind a little bit, and now has to get across. Netra has their satellite online. Terra Surge available here for Renako. They use it now. They use it. There's the barrage. Netra gets taken down. Jalen does take down Azent for this. Now, no satellite available here for the side of Muddog. And Jade's been caught in the back line. The anti-nade doesn't connect onto Renako. But there's the rampage being utilized. There's going to be a rally now coming out here from Pugs, trying to just stun up Lumi. It's a bit of a Hail Mary rampage being used there from Lumi. Doesn't really find the value that they need to right now. So Muddogs, we may see a swap up coming in here. Lots of ultimates on their side, but still unable to get in. And now we see Lumi swapping back over towards that Orisa. This has been good play from Code Red so far, but they only have one ultimate versus the 4 from Muddogs. There's the anti-nade coming in onto Pug and Netra now is using their orbital strike. It's just really to try and force Renako out of the fight, and they have done that with extreme prejudice. Olam pulls the Dragon Blade, gets onto 1, gets onto 2, and that is going to be a fight win there for Muddogs. They start capping the point up at 98% already there for Code Red. They have the Bob online still for Soda Muddogs, and the Nano Boost is still there for Jalen as well. Possibly going to go onto Lumi here. Azent trying to get the flank there. There's the deflection to the rocket from Olam, trying to be a little bit clever, trying to get that back in towards Azent. Now we see Renako pushing out towards the left here. They have a couple of options on where they want to go, but they're just trying to push down Revsy, sorry, and that's exactly what they do. And now Jay is going to fall as well. There's the Nano Boost that goes onto the Genji, and Olam does take down Azent. Now it's the mega health pack being grabbed here, but Olam's managed to find 2. Pugs still fighting for their life in the back line here, but they need to try and be able to regroup with their team. There's the bomb being utilized at the point. Netra gets taken down. Lumi falls shortly after as well. Olam, no deflect, nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And that is going to be Code Red winning map 5 and taking us to a map 6. This has just gotten interesting. It was a good fight back there from Olam to try and get them back into the fight with the Nano Boost, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to consolidate that into a victory. And now we're going to see if this is a change of tides in the battle in the grand final. Is it going to be the change that Code Red needed, or is it going to just put more fuel in the fire of Muddogs to try and end this series? Map 5 going in favor of Code Red, and going into our map 6, we start seeing once again our hybrid picks, I believe, and we've already seen Numbani, so we cannot go back to Numbani here. Likely we're going to be going to King's Row. I think it suits both teams, but you could see Muddog as well, maybe just being like, we want to force you to play dive. If you can't, we want you to play dive, and if you won't play dive, then you will lose on this map. So looking at our, if we have a quick look at the map pool that we have going into this map 6 here now, obviously taking Numbani out of the equation, and you're looking to just go towards the last maps here, you're probably looking at taking it towards Hollywood, maybe towards Eichenwalde as well. But I'm gonna be very surprised if we go towards Eichenwalde. I actually would think that we are going to see Hollywood. And I think that it allows, for my dogs, it allows Rebzy to actually get more value on their DPS picks, on their hit scans, on the Ashe, on the Widow, on the Cassidy. They have a lot more flanking angles that they can do. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they pick at the moment. And we're going to King's Row, apparently. So interesting pick from my dogs, but I think they've looked good on the Ramatra composition as well. So maybe it isn't that interesting. Maybe we are going to see just how capable on this composition they are. And the last time that we saw them play, they absolutely annihilated Code Red. I mean, they full held them on the map pick of Circuit Royale, which was Code Red's map pick. So it's very interesting. It's not too surprising to see them go back towards a map that allows them to run that composition as well. We have a look at our map set. We did see a streak of wins for Mud Dogs that has now been broken. Is this a turning tide? Is this now going to favor Code Red? So far, both control maps going in their favor. Can they make it count, though? They've given themselves a lifeline. They need to keep going to bring us to a map 7, potentially win our next map, and then potentially win the grand final as well. But that's still yet to come. Kings Row coming up next, and honestly, I'm just looking forward to seeing what we are looking at here. So far, Lumi has been very, very good for the side of Mud Dogs. But honestly, the person who I've been most impressed again is Rebzy. I think Rebzy has just been insanely good with their Cassidy, with their Ashe, with their Widowmaker. I'm really not surprised that we are starting to see them really pop off at the moment. And if we see them again pop off here, they really are going to put themselves in that leading contention for the MVP, because they've just been unstoppable so far tonight. So that reminder that the MVP prize for the winning team is a brand new custom PC. And so I'm very interested to see, well, I'm not interested, I'm very hyped to see if we are going to catch on to a different MVP, or if we're just going to see Rebzy continue to dominate as they have done so far throughout the tournament and throughout this series. Now, who do we see get picked from both teams? Mud Dogs on the defense here, Code Red on the attack. Renico locks the Winston here. And this could be a dive competition being used, and Lumi isn't going over towards the Ramatra. In fact, is going over to the Orisa. And I think, I don't know how I feel about this pick. Hypnotic is back into this lineup as well, subbed back in for Olam. Olam got their one map in the finals here, and now has been subbed out for Hypnotic. Genji being picked up here as well. We've seen how good they have been on that hero. And Renako, are we going to see the Zarya pick here? I'd be very surprised to see the Zarya pick here. Widowmaker being picked from Andre, just to see if they can get an early pick. They do not get an early pick. In fact, there's Lumi who spears Andre back from the spawn and says, go on, swap back to Ashe. And that is exactly what happens. Renako on this Zarya, walking forward now, just trying to get some space for the rest of their team. Trying to get damage done as well. Rebzy gets pushed out of the hotel with authority there. Now it's just going to be Lumi trying to get into the back line here. Uses the spear, does get the miss, and now it's going to be Lumi under a lot of pressure right now. There's one bubble, there's two bubbles being used. 100 charge now is the Zarya, and Hypnotic gets absolutely lasered down. Worm once again on the flank, manages to find two. Azen takes down Rebzy, and it's Code Red who will very quickly take this first point, showing some new signs of life now. This, so far, has been very, very good. Lumi now going over towards the Ramatra, and that's going to mean that Renico swaps straight to the Orisa. And the Zen got caught out being a little bit too aggressive. In fact, Worm could also get caught out here. They need to try and get themselves into a position where they can escape. They do so. They manage to link back up with their team. And Azent, who is building up towards that barrage now, only 5% away, will be back in this fight for the next engagement. Hyper Ring now being used. Jalen's a little bit far forward now. There's the wall coming in from Hypnotic, but it doesn't actually wall anyone off. And Azent now uses their barrage, takes down Lumi, but he's going to be traded out there by Revsy. And it will just be now a fight on the point. They can't take down the main. And in fact, it's Revsy, once again, who manages to find 3 kills in this fight. Can they make it more? They're chasing down the rest of Code Red. They finish off Pugs. It's going to be Hypnotic who contributes with a 2k of their own. Revsy is on fire still, putting up an absolute mad performance. Now, Azent, and they find an angle that they can safely spam from. The main wall already being used. Not as Ravenous Vortex sucking the fire back down. Azent gets the direct hit there onto Jalon, take down with the use of that satellite as well. Lumi finishes off Renko and Pugs as well, who also utilize their rally. Revsy is just clicking heads for free at the moment, and it will be another fight win here for Mud Dogs. Both the assaults online for them. Code Red have the assault as well. They also have Terror Surge available, but they need to get in position to use them, and at the moment, it's been very, very difficult to do that. Lots of headshots and damage being done onto Reneko here. Can the rest of the team contribute? Can the rest of the team get in? It's a great main wall coming in there. Bob getting used. There's the Blizzard being laid down. But it's going to be the Terror Surge that finishes off Revsy. Now, Azent uses the barrage, but gets frozen up as well. Andre, so low. Currently doesn't have any support available. Should be able to get healed up here. Will get healed up in back. Reneko walled off, has to run back. There's the Annihilation being utilized from Lumi. Now it's a chase down. The Remaster is angry and they want to make sure that no one escapes their wrath. This is Reneko falling down. Code Red once again just can't get past this choke point. I think some swaps need to happen because Azent at the moment is really struggling to get through and make an impact on this Farah. We're going to see orbital strikes from both teams here, as well as Revsy holding on to this dead eye. High Noon still in play. Revsy takes a chunk of damage but will live. Getting healed up. Jalon building up towards their own ultimate here. The Blizzard very close. The rally very close to being utilized. There's a Deadeye coming online for Revsy. It just pushes everyone away. Satellites coming in from both teams. There's a spear onto Revsy, but Andre taken down once again, and this is just pandemonium right now. Ultimate's going off left, right, and center. Jay is the only one who's held their ult so far. Azent has the barrage. It looks like that Mud Dogs are wanting to push out a little bit. They need to be careful not to get caught by the rocket barrage of Azent here, who's still, I believe, up on the high ground. Jalon gets very, very low. Lots of cooldowns and is forced out here. Code Red now, they're coming in. Terror Surge gets used. There's the rally from Jay, but Reneko gets frozen up. Taken down. Pugs just finished off Jalon, but with Azent going down after using the barrage and not finding anything. This is another fight win here for Mud Dogs. They are in prime position to take this. They finish off Worm. There's 2 minutes left on the clock, and after a really fast start, Code Red are really struggling right now to find any sort of value with anything that they do. Azent now makes a swap over to the main, and it's about time that this swap came through, in my opinion. They needed to do this so much sooner. There's the main wall being utilized. It kind of shuts down the sightlines that Revsy has had access to the whole time. But Andre, once again, very, very low, doesn't have the support. There's the rally coming in. Lumi now has to back away. A bit stunned, well, not stunned, but a bit surprised that they committed that. Now it's going to be the satellite coming in. The orbital strike being utilized. They try and get very, very aggressive, but it's going to be Pugs who now has to fall back. Lumi, low, taken down there for the dynamite. Spear coming through from Reneko. They're trying to push into the satellite vector here. Pugs, though, gets way too aggressive once again, taken down. This has been a theme here for Code Red. Pugs cannot be dying late on into the fight when you have the advantage. There's a spear coming out once again. Revsy, very, very low, but can't be finished off. And that's the difference right now between Revsy and the DPS from Code Red, is that Revsy's able to get the final blows, whereas Revsy's able to live pretty much everything. Hypnotic building up towards that Blizzard now, has it online. Reneko could be the hero that Code Red need right now. They could get an hit on the Blizzard. There's the spinning javelin though. Blizzard is probably going to be utilized directly after this fortify. Revsy finds 2 on the flank. Once again, 3 kills for the custody of Mud Dogs. Make it a 4K. And that is how it is done. Mud Dogs, they look to shut this out right now. They do not want Code Red to get any more progress. The Maywall could just be enough to shut this all down. Can anyone even get a touch? I don't think they can. Azent has the Blizzard, but it's going to go down before they can use it. No one's going to be able to get to the payload. The flanking Deadeye is there from Revsy. Incredible gameplay coming out from Mud Dogs. So smart, so adaptable, and so far they are looking excellent, and they are looking to shut down Code Red in this grand final and walk away as the victors of the Disconnected Esports Open. Just a point capture in 87 meters. Make it 88, because why not? Stand in their way of being crowned our Disconnected Esports Open champions. Can they do it? Can Code Red surprise us once again? Can they find a way to shut down Mud Dogs? Revsy on the Widowmaker. Probably going to look for an early pick, but I wouldn't be too surprised if they were to stay on the Widowmaker and just get pick after pick after pick. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was the case. They have been absolutely dominant in this lobby, and once again they are showing their presence on this map. The Cassidy has been their hero of choice, but everything they have touched has turned to gold.
5,
Can they do it?
3, 2,
Code Red, can Worm be the hero that they need? The Widowmaker scoping out, gets a body shot there onto Renico. They're going to roll out on the Widowmaker, and this is the confidence that Revsy has in their abilities, and why not? You've been destroying everyone so far. You shut down these sight lines, you bottle everyone up, and Hypnotic is going to be able to do all the spam damage in the world. High ground given up there by Pugs. They don't want to get caught by Hypnotic. Now it's the fight onto the point, both the Ritzers jostling for the position. They need to still be careful of these sight lines. Revsy, where are they? They're up on the perch now. Aizen flanking around. They're trying to get on to Revsy, but Revsy in the meantime gets the headshot onto Pugs. That could be it. That could open it wide open. Revsy's shut down, but is the damage done? Hypnotic taken down, but Zen finds Jalen as well. No one's dealt with the fire of Code Red. They get into the back line. It's a 1v1 versus the Juno. They managed to get the fadeaway shot onto Netra, and now Code Red stabilized. They look like they were going to lose that point just on the back of a pick there from Revsy, but with a flank coming in from Azent and the focus onto Revsy, they're able to stabilize. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, is that if they just rely on Revsy to kill 3 every single time, it is going to get shut down. It's going to get found out. Now Lumi using the speed boost from the speed ring, gets into the back line, finishes off Worm, Azent takes themselves down, and now it's just going to be a capitulation here for Code Red. Renico finished off. Andre needs to back away with their support, and Mud Dogs, they look in prime position to capture this point and continue moving forward in this map. Only 87.88 meters stands in their way. Can they do it? That's a lot of damage there onto Azent. The choke point needs to be in favor of Code Red. They need to stay in the position to hold this. Revsy plinking away right now like they've done so well throughout the series. That's a headshot there with the Worm. The Terror Surge isn't going to find enough value. The orbital rays from both teams will not matter because Revsy is just clicking heads. The Cassidy of Mud Dogs once again showing up big in these bright spotlight moments. Renico swapping over towards the Diva here now to mirror it. There's only about 30 meters. Can Code Red even get back to touch? There's a lot of spam being done. It's going to be Worm who takes down Hypnotic. Pugs has the rally available, but it's Mud Dogs who are hiding up in the corner. Revsy has the high noon. They're flicking around with it. There's the DM. There's the barrage that comes through, but it's not going to connect onto anything. They can't pull the trigger on time to get Azent, though. There's the rally coming up from both teams now. Azent gets taken down from Lumi. Bugs gets into towards Lumi. Lumi finishes off the Brigitte in a Baby Diva form. The Bob takes down Revsy. But at the moment, Mud Dogs look on top. They look way too strong. They look dominant at the moment. And that is going to be it. They are going to finish this off. And they will be your Disconnected Esports champions. A valiant effort from Code Red. But in the end, it is going to be Mud Dogs and Revsy who will lift the Disconnected Esports trophy. Not that we have a trophy, but just imagine it. Plinking away on this Cassidy like it is absolutely nobody's business. And they will take this series in, well, not dominant. They had a couple of hiccups, but in comfortable enough fashion. 4-2 in the end for Mud Dogs. And Code Red, despite the very valiant effort, they just are unable to get the job done. Incredible series and an incredible way to end an amazing tournament, an amazing 2 weeks of Overwatch, and an amazing 2 days of our finals bracket as well. We have so much good, we had so much good Overwatch over the last 2 weeks, and it all came down to this, and now Mud Dogs as our champions. They will walk away with not only the $50 Quokka mouse pads as well, but their MVP for the finals will be walking away with a brand new custom PC thanks to BC Custom Computers. And it should come as no surprise that your MVP for Mud Dogs is going to be Revsy. They absolutely deserve this award. They absolutely deserve the custom PC. They were performing consistently throughout the entire series, even on the maps that Mud Dogs lost. Code Red was still showing up in the kill feed like it was absolutely nobody's business. And for that, he will be the Disconnected Esports Open Finals MVP, and they will take away the new PC. Incredible work from them. We are also doing a giveaway in the chat as well. So make sure you have done ! giveaway, because very, very shortly we are going to be giving away a keyboard, a very cool keyboard. In fact, we are going to be giving away, I need to remember the name of it very, very quickly. We're going to be giving away a Cooler Master Sakura DK721 wireless keyboard as well. And make sure you are in the going for that, because you definitely want that. You definitely want that. We are just going to see who is the winner of that. An incredible series, an incredible tournament. If we have to do a play of the day as well for all of the series, it has to go to Worm on the Ana, getting the 4K on Watchpoint Gibraltar in that first map as well. I am just stunned at the level of Overwatch that we have seen today. We are going to very quickly blaze through everything. We're going to blaze through everything very quickly. Firstly, massive thank you to the production staff, not just tonight, but throughout the entirety of the tournament. A huge shout out to our observers. So this goes to Pie by Pie, this goes to Blaze, this goes to Al, this goes to Profound Rice, who did production whilst also casting the games, not only yesterday, but in our second stream as well, pulling double duties at all times. Massive thank you to my co-casters throughout the event as well. Scary Drop Bear, Profound Rice, Kazoo, and anyone else who casted that I may not remember off the top of my head. Shroods as well. Thank you. As well, massive thank you to Disconnected Esports for organizing this tournament, and also for organizing all the prizes for the players, organizing the streams, getting everything all done. So that's a massive shout out to Vertigo and Beppis as well. Beppis did a lot of work behind the scenes. You may have had contact with them. Absolutely incredible right there. And finally, a massive shout out to all of the players who were involved in the tournament. We hope that you guys enjoyed your time. We hope that you guys enjoyed every moment of this tournament. And a massive shout out as well to you guys in the audience, because without you guys, this would be a whole lot less fun. We wouldn't be able to do these streams, and these tournaments would probably go away. So a massive thank you to the support shown in the streams, and a massive shout out to everyone who tuned in for any reason whatsoever, even if it was just to get a giveaway. You know, that is exactly the support that we love to see in the OCE community. Whilst we are here as well, you know, there is so much incredible Overwatch that got played over the weekend. We hope that everyone has had great moments, and I am genuinely so impressed with everyone, with the level of gameplay that we've seen throughout the tournament. Congratulations, of course, over to Mud Dogs for winning. Congratulations to Code Red for making it to second place as well. And a massive congratulations to Armpex for winning the CK721 Sakura keyboard. Congratulations, guys. You have been incredible. Congratulations to that. You guys have all been incredible. I'm slightly starting to lose my facets and my grip on reality after 6 hours here. I want to thank you all so much for the support tonight, and we will see you all in the next broadcast. We hope you take care. Stay safe. Peace out.